of the day ahead of Joseph Katzentonis, who came from the rear of the field there to take second place. Eric Gilsonen in third, Harry Curry fourth, Aaron Richardson in fifth, Jensen Chalk and Finley Hines in seventh, Henry Clark, Oscar Cartmail and Zane Quecker, who was also top novice in that race, wrapped out the top 10. Ethan Weldon, Max Mason, Max Law, Teddy Woodard, the second of the novices, and third of the novices in the 15th place position, Enzo Butterazzi. Apologies for some of the technical issues, in fact all the technical issues we should apologise for, that we've had so far this morning. Apologies to Honda Cadet because we have missed their first heat. And I'm just going to remind myself who won that one. It will have been Max Fallon who took that first heat of the day. All the results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC/2021. Do go check them out. I'm joined today in the commentary box for this third round of the championship by Chris Stevens from the Missed Apex podcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Andrew. I'm really looking forward to being here. It's been 18 months or so since I have been at any kind of racing venue, so the fact that you get to come here, do some commentary all day on what is a very exciting karting championship, I'm really looking forward to getting stuck in.
Absolutely. So we've had our first two cadet classes completed. We're going to take a short break on commentary and be back for the first of the mini classes, which will be our X30s. They'll be out on circuit next. Fraser, I can hear myself.
No expectations from there, you know.
Heading out on circuit then for their first heat of the day are the X30 Minis. Class of 20 here. Let's have a look at the grid for this first heat of the day, first of three. Oh, there's a bit of an incident there as they roll out of the pit lane. Number 53 is involved. Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Mills due to be on the front row of the grid. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Charlie Locker on row number 2. Fred Green and Riley Bishop row 3, Finn Leslie and Aidan Hassan row 4. Katie Ashman is due to be on row 5, but we've just seen an issue for the 53 there with Jack Mowat. Dayton Coulthard, good to have Dayton back here at Whilton Mill, starts on the 6th row of the grid alongside Jensen Pugh. James Kell and Jack Hobson start on row number 7 in this first race for X30 Minis. Amelia Pennington and Lucas Field due to be on row number 8. Ashton Wiggins and Kira Harris, see on your graphic there, on row number 9. And then your last row of the grid will be Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming. Away we go then for the start of this race. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. But we don't, because that is going to be adjudged to be a false start.
Indeed,
Which in a way,
the chevron flag out there.
In a way, I'm quite glad is the case, because it just gives us a bit of a chance to catch our breaths. It's been a challenging morning so far, and I think that that will have been for those karts that had the incident on the forming up lap.
I wonder if there's just rain in the air that has caught out some of these guys, because we've seen the rain threatening all day.
Yeah, it is your classic Northamptonshire weather that sometimes hits the British Grand Prix over the years. It's supposed to be summer, but this is just what the British summer's like sometimes. Getting ready then for another go at this one then. Hopefully we'll get a good start this time. Looking a bit better, and away we go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in X30 Minis. And there's a spinner straight away. It's the number 37 of Charlie Mills. So Charlie Mills, racing for Jack Dex Racing, has had a problem there, coming through Oblivion, but at the front of the field is another spinner in the middle of the pack. It's the number 21 of Amelia Pennington.
Number 15, Fred Green, really having to get his elbows to try and retain the lead. From absolute shame for Charlie Mills, starting from the outside of the front row, and he's thrown it all away for number 33 there, coming into the first of the two left-handers.
Yeah, really good stuff indeed. The leaders coming through the boots for the first time then. Let's count them across start-finish. So Fred Green leads from Aidan Hassan, who's had a great start there. Jack Mowat up 4 places as well to third. Jack Hobson up 5 places to fourth. Finn Leslie, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Lucas Field, Riley Bishop, Ashton Wiggins and Charlie Locker in the top 10. Dayton Coulthard just on the outside of that top 10 at the moment. Just the single novice running in this class today, or at least out there on circuit at the moment, which is Lucas Fleming.
Hand up there for number 57 as he gave number 32 just a little bit of a nudge there going into Ashby, but takes the position anyway.
Does indeed.
Look at these guys battling for the lead here coming into the boot.
5.5 minutes to go then. Can Fred Green hold out for the remainder of this race? He's got Aidan Hassan, who ran very, very well in the Super 1 Championship last season in this class. Super 1 coverage we will have here on Alpha Live next weekend. We're due to be down at Clay Pigeon. There's the number 6 of Jack Hobson, fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, 48.99 for Jack last time around.
Yeah, the 3 in front of him to the 10th set identical times, 49.0, but Hobson just that smidge quicker, although it did run out a little bit wide there on that first left-hander after Ashby, so he's definitely pushing out there.
Into the boot then. This is the battle with Ashton Wiggins at the front of it. This is over 8th position. Riley Bishop and Charlie Locker just behind. In fact, I think there's been some... Yeah, no, it's not the battle for 8th. It's now the battle for 6th. But here's a change for the lead. Aidan Hassan going down the inside of Fred Green. And it looks like Jack Mowat's following through. And Jack Hobson as well. Great overtake there from Jack Hobson. Saw the gap and took it. That's him up to third. Now going for second place down the inside of Jack Mowat. He's got that move done as well. Oh, a bit of forceful driving there from Fred Green to get back past Jack Mowat on the exit of Ashby. But what that's done, Chris, it's allowed a little bit of a breathing space for Aidan Hassan at the front of the field.
That was a bit of a disaster corner there for Fred Green, losing 3 places, but he's clawed his way back into that third place. There was a signal there from Aidan Hassan when he was making the move, as if to say, let's go and clear the field, but they haven't really done that. Well, he certainly has, by almost 9/10 of a second now.
Change for 7th position. Riley Bishop has got past Lucas Field and has got the fastest lap of the heat so far, 48.34. Dayton Coulthard has got up into the top 10 as well. Charlie Mills past Luke Fleming on that last lap, also out there on circuit. Just under 3.5 minutes of this race to go. There is the number 15 of Fred Green.
Quickest in that first sector that time around, while Hassan and Hobson set identical first sector times.
Still all to play for here. And this race just calming down now in its middle phase. I get the feeling that the drivers are just feeling each other out at the moment. New fastest lap has gone in. Well, it had gone in from Aidan Hassan, but it's been beaten by Jack Mowat there, the number 23 in 4th place, working with Fred Green at the moment. No, just staying there. That's wise tactics at the moment. They've closed up to the back of Jack Hobson again, so that's some really good work between 3rd and 4th place through those couple of corners.
And now going for the position into Ashby. I think Hobson must have had some sort of problem at the first couple of corners. He had quite a healthy margin over those 2 karts, and he's been mugged now into Ashby, and he's got the number 23 Jack Mowat all over the back of him as well now.
He has indeed. Great race this from the X30 Minis. Has a little bit of contact almost between the number 6 and the 23. And look at this. The number 29 of Finn Leslie is on the scene now. 5th place at the moment. There's your change for 2nd place confirmed. And I think Mowat down the inside. Yes, Mowat was down the inside. Has got 3rd place off of Hobson. And here comes Leslie now with an easy, as you like, overtake into 4th place. He's got it done even before they've got to Christmas Corner.
That's wonderful opportunistic stuff. When you stare down the back of somebody, you can very easily just fall onto their pace. You've got to make the move decisively and early as you possibly can. That's exactly what he's just done.
Absolutely. James Kells had a problem, unfortunately, on that last lap, has fallen to the bottom of the order. I think it was through Sector 1 that he had his issues. Kira Harris has improved as well. Kira's up to 11th place now. It's down the inside there. Goes Hobson, but it's not going to work. Leslie's going to calmly retake that position.
That was a bit of elbows out stuff from Jack Hobson there. Maybe a little bit of desperation trying to reclaim that position. We've got 1 minute or so left on the clock, so maybe 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 or 3 laps would be my guess. There is Finn Leslie holding on to that 4th position now, trying to break away, and I think he is breaking away from Jack Hobson. Now, can he cross the gap, that void, to 3rd place? It was about 0.6 of a second last time around, and he doesn't seem to be closing in through Sector 1.
Well, Mowat has closed right up to Green for 2nd place, so if they start squabbling, then it's absolutely on the cards. And there is Mowat looking down the inside into the boot, but no way through.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they've given up trying to chase down Aiden Hassan. His pace has been very, very strong in this first heat of the day. There's about 30 seconds on the clock when they cross the line there, so there will be 2 more laps here in this heat. Green has a little check over the shoulder, sees that Mowat is there, and is happy to just sit in the slipstream of the number 15 at this precise moment. Not gone for the move yet. Who else is coming into the picture here? I think Ashton Wiggins has got some good pace. Yes, Ashton does have some good pace, and set a personal best last time around there in 6th place. Seems to be pulling Riley Bishop along with him in 7th place. There is your leader, Aiden Hassan.
Time is down to 0, so he's about to start the final lap, and Jack Mowat now running out of opportunities to try. Has he done the move?
He has. He has indeed. So Jack Mowat up to 2nd place, but now could be under attack as they go up to Christmas Corner. He's going to go hard defensive on the right-hand side. That was perfectly done by Jack Mowat to fend off Fred Green. Where is Finn Leslie in all of this? Well, the gap was nearly 2 seconds last time around, because yes, Finn Leslie's now got the attentions of Ashton Wiggins, who's got up to 5th place, Jack Hobson and Riley Bishop. They are all there. Some fantastic scraps going on there at the end of this first heat of the day, first of 3 for X30 Mini. But Aiden Hassan is going to come into the boots for the final time in this race and take for him a very comfortable victory. A fantastic start to the day for Aiden Hassan. He takes the win ahead of Jack Mowat in 2nd, 3rd for Fred Green. Finn Leslie holds on for 4th place. Jack Hobson, Ashton Wiggins, Riley Bishop, Lucas Field, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Dayton Coulthard on his Whilton Mill Kart Club return wraps out the top 10. Kira Harris is going to be across the line in 11th place. Amelia Pennington, good result there in 12th. Charlie Mills 13th. Charlie Locker, Jensen Pugh, your top 15. Luke Fleming, the single novice to finish that race, will be in 17th. It's just got pipped at the end there by James Kell. Good race that from the X30 Minis. We will see them out again on the circuit in rotation number 2. Next up out on circuit will be the first heat of the day for Junior Max. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of your third round for the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Apologies for the technical issues so far this morning. We've got a couple of little gremlins that we're still trying to fix, but we have got the racing coverage for you here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and Chris Stevens, your commentary team for today's action. You can get in touch with us in the comments. I'm keeping my eye on them in the YouTube stream, and you can tweet us as well in the box at Double Dash MM. Hello to Greg Smith, regular viewer here on Alpha Live. Morning, chaps, tuning on and cheering on Matty Street's X-Kart squad. Bradley Philpott in the DHR squad before the F1 race, and we'll see the X-Kart squad's drivers across the junior and senior classes, and Bradley as well, who of course you know very well. Chris, say he raced with on a guest appearance with X-Karts earlier. He was racing for DHR today. He's had an interesting weekend so far, hasn't he? Yeah,
absolutely. The one-off appearance in the championship has turned into a two-off appearance, this time with DHR. And yeah, he's absolutely loving life at DHR at the moment. Had a very good test day yesterday, and has found, yeah, he could be very much fighting at the front today.
Absolutely. Junior Max, as we say, is out next, and I'm going to take the opportunity to go through the grid, if that's okay, ahead of this first heat of the day. If you are new as well to Whilton Mill Kart Club action, the summary of events, 3 heats for each driver and a final. So for all of these drivers, this is their first race of the day. Henry Jocelyn is due to be on pole position, I think, for this one. Apologies, no, that's the X30 Mini grid that we've already seen. So the Junior Max grid is due to look like this. Emilian Nelson on pole position, Murphy Aldridge on P2, Jack Cooper and Spencer Browham are going to be on row number 2. Kai Bacchini, who of course had that huge crash at the last round, is back once again. He's going to be starting this race from row number 3 alongside Jessica White, Ronnie Mansfield and Max Lee on row number 4, Oliver Kerr and Lexi Belk on row 5. Freya Belk. In fact, apologies, I have got the wrong grid. You were absolutely spot on there, Fraser. It's Minimax out next. So here is your grid for Minimax. Harrison Morrow and Edward Rose on row 1. Ronnie Coburn and Oliver Sander on row 2. Mac McFarquhar and Michael Dalton on row 3. Daniel Amore and Sasha Bagley on row 4. Oliver Smith and Hugh Moulton on row 5. Corey Fowler and Woody Radford on row 6. Harry Higgs and Oliver Smith on row 7. Devon Nolan and Kieran Denyer on row 8. Seth Hathaway and Emily Ackett's on row 9. Then into our novices in this class, Louis Rees and George Ivanov on row 10. Josh Cook and Leonard Summers Kelly on row 12. Charlie Demoncos on the row, and there on row 12. Apologies for that, got a little bit ahead of myself. We don't want to wish the Minimaxes away. This should be a very, very strong race.
Absolutely, plenty of winners that we've seen across the season so far, and we're about to go for a start with the karts leading away now into the first corner. It looks like a very clean start through Oblivion.
Yeah, really good start there from the Minimax drivers as they head up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Edward Rose has got a really, really strong run there. Will lead as they go through Inkerman and plunge downhill now towards Ashby Corner. I think you're right, Paul, that there are no spinners at the early stage of this race.
So Edward Rose has got the whole shot then at the start of that one, of the front row, but he is not flying away from the pack. He's still got a fair few karts bearing down on him, not least our pole sitter, Harrison Morrow. So they fly through the boot now and into Pitts Bend for the first time. Bit of side-by-side action. That's number 28 there, getting up the inside. So making a move. That was 14th place he was making up there. But side-by-side for the lead. It looks like Morrow's going to try and reclaim it.
He is indeed down the inside. There's a battle going on for third place as well as Rose holds it round the outside. Fantastic stuff there. And likewise in third place with Daniel Amore in fourth. Tight really at the front of this one. I think there's a move being pulled there by the 29 of Corey Fowler.
I think Max McFarquhar was also trying to get up alongside as well, potentially for second.
Very experienced driver at this level is McFarquhar. There's the number 54 of Devon Nolan, who's flying through the order. Was in 11th place at the end of lap 1. He's going to be decidedly higher at the end of lap number 2. Where has he got up to? Well, he's just gained 1 position up to 10th place. 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this one to go. Edward Rose ahead of Harrison Morrow, and down the inside now, Daniel Amor going for second place. He's got it. Really good move there by Daniel Amor, decisively into second place.
And so he got ahead of McFarquhar on that previous lap and has now made up another place into second and is looking at the back of Edward Rose for the lead of the race now.
Your winner from the last round, current championship leader here at Whilton Mill Kart Club's down the inside. Another move being pulled off there by Devon Nolan, number 54. Here comes Daniel Amor, side by side through the boots. Rose holds him off very well through that first initial part, but I think he's going to have to give up this position here. No, he's going to hold it around the outside. Very, very nearly runs into the retaining wall on the outside. Daniel Amor takes the lead.
Rose was not impressed by that one bit. Hand up in the air as he rejoined the circuit, but either way it is Daniel Amor, the championship leader going into this weekend, who has taken the lead.
Oh, and there's contact there with Devon Nolan, the number 77 of Ronnie Coburn, and there's a spinner. It is Edward Rose. It's all gone wrong for Edward Rose. He was leading 1 lap ago, and I think he's got damage to the front of the kart as well. Both wheels pointing inward. That is not how those karts are meant to be. 4 minutes to go. What a shame for Edward Rose there. His race has completely fallen apart.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster lap there for him, but the short of it is that Daniel Amor's got quite a healthy lead now, as I'm sure we'll see it as they come over the timing line. And it is over a second now. Corey Fowler's made up quite a few places on that lap, as has Michael Dalton. They're now scrapping over second and third as they head up towards Christmas.
They are indeed. Fowler down the inside going for second place. Dalton runs it round the outside, running the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet, and of course the number of the 7-time world champion, number 44. Mac McFarquhar trying to fight his way back through. Harrison Morrow still there in 5th place. Sasha Bagley's had a good last lap as well. Sasha up to 6th place. Look out for Sasha in the number 61. Top novice at the moment, by the way, is Josh Cook, number 12, running in 16th place overall.
There's a really interesting scrap for second place now. There's about 4 or 5 of them involved in it, as that was Fowler just going a little bit wide on the exit of Pitts Bend. There is some side-by-side action into oblivion.
Devon Nolan has recovered from the incident at the top of the hill a few laps ago. Is now up to 6th place. You can see him at the back of this train there in the green and black helmet. We're having a quick sight there with number 33, Seth Hathaway, who's got up into the top 10 now.
Fowler had a good look into both of those hairpins, and once again McFarquhar looking every which way to find his way into the podium placings on this one. And Fowler again a little bit wide. Oh, 54 going up the inside there. That's Nolan getting past.
Yeah, Nolan continuing this great drive through the field.
Dab of opposite lock as he went into the bend.
Yeah, pushing hard at the early starts of this day. It's still not very grippy out there. We have had a little bit of rain here at Whilton Mill this morning to douse the circuit. 2 minutes on the clock. Daniel Amor leading now by 1.2 seconds ahead of these two drivers here who are fighting over that second place. Dalton and Fowler still side by side as they run towards Inkermans, and great stuff there from Corey Fowler to keep himself in there. As wide goes Dalton, and maybe was encouraged into that. Did he hold on to that slide through Ashby Corner? It's very much a corner where gravity works against you. Yes, he did survive, but he's lost a number of positions there because he's now behind Woody Radford, who was in 14th place at the last count.
Well, McFarquhar's now got a great opportunity to get up into second place now, so he's put himself into that top 3, which is what he was trying to do. A lot of wheel banging as they went through Christmas on that particular occasion. I'm sure McFarquhar's going to try and dig deep here, and he's got to fend off Nolan behind him as well.
Indeed, and you can see that battle for 5th place. There's a spin, and it's McFarquhar. McFarquhar has spun at the front of the order and has taken, I think it was Moulton with him. Well, we've missed the incident, unfortunately, as to what happened there, but I imagine it was in a battle with Corey Fowler, maybe going for a move late on in this race, but it's all gone wrong for the number 87, 4th place in the championship. he's going to tumble down the order now.
Well, I think Fowler may well have been involved in that, because I think he has lost out here to Devon Nolan, who may well now be in second place. No, Fowler, despite what happened behind him, set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
Still in second.
Yeah, Fowler's broken away. This is now your fight for third place. Apologies, it wasn't Moulton who suffered under that. As down the inside goes Seth Hathaway.
Wow.
So Seth Hathaway goes through and into third place. I think it was Oliver Sander who actually also got caught up with Mac McFarquhar, because Oliver fell 9 positions on that last lap. Time has now expired. We are on the penultimate lap of the race.
Well, that's a very timely move then for Hathaway to take 2 of them into Christmas and see if he can hold on to this top 3 spot on this last lap.
Yeah, it's been a really good drive. There's been some incidents in front of Seth Hathaway, but Seth's kept the nose of that number 33 clean.
Pristine white as well, which is a terrible colour for a car. It's just going to get chips and stone and dirt all over it, but it's pristine at the moment.
We are on the last lap now. Daniel Amore looking comfortable here to take his second heats victory of the season and continue this great form that he's on at the moment. So he's actually going to make it 3 wins in a row if you include the A final for round number 2 of this FastR 2021 WMKC Championship. Still this great fight going on involving Devon Nolan, Hugh Moulton just behind. Ronnie Coburn is just sat behind as well. He's going to take some decent points here. But Daniel Amore takes another victory here at Whilton Mill. Corey Fowler holds on for second place. Seth Hathaway can have reason to be happy there with third. Devon Nolan, Hugh Moulton, Ronnie Coburn, Harrison Morrow, Oliver Smith. In fact, both Oliver Smiths, because we've got 2 Oliver Smiths in this field, 8th and 9th, and Woody Radford wrapping out the top 10. Your top novice in that race is going to be George Ivanov, finishing in 17th place.
McFarquhar in 15th place. He's going to be really disappointed with that. And of course, the point of these heats is to make sure you get a good grid position for the finals. So while you've been sitting there scrapping away, he's actually probably lost quite a bit of ground for the grid later on in the final.
Yeah, we'll have to fight back across the course of the remaining 2 heats for Mini Max. We'll see them out again later. Next out on circuit will be race 5 on your agendas for today. It will be the first heat for Junior Max. Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage here on your Alpha Live YouTube channel. It's round 3 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. Andrew Mather and Chris Stevens on your commentary duties for today. And that's all of our mini classes done for their first heat of the day. Chris, juniors up next, the pace starting to ramp up. But it's been a good start to the day.
Absolutely. It's interesting you mentioned the pace. I'm fascinated by the speed of these karts. I obviously watched the last round on the Alpha Live stream, and I can tell you they're much faster than they appear on television, as is often the case with any form of motor racing. But just to give you some context, if you come here to hire a rental car, a good lap round here would get you around in about 60 seconds, whereas the Honda Cadets, the lowest powered and the slower classes here, will do it 6 seconds quicker than that, and they're 6 to 8 years old driving those, so they're certainly going around here a lot quicker than I could.
Yeah, very young drivers indeed. As we say, we're moving on to our junior classes now, and Junior Max it's been a very, very competitive class so far this season. So let's have a look at the Junior Max grid. Amelia Nelson is going to be on pole position for this one. Murphy Aldridge alongside on the front row. Jack Cooper and Spencer Brotham are on row number 2. Kai Bacchini, great to have Kai back. Had a very, very bad crash last time out in round number 2. Is on row 3 alongside Jessica White. Moving on to row 4, Ronnie Mansfield and Max Lee have opportunities for good points in this one. Oliver Kerr and Lexi Belk start on row 5. Freya Belk and Joe Garraway start on row number 6. Noah Hadley and Leo Purchase start from the middle of the field there on row 7. Michael Morgan and Jensen Weston just behind on row 8. Jacob Rhodes and Daniel Sabula start this race on row number 9. Wrapping out the top 20 for this grid will be Ronnie Smith and Luke Ringham. Jensen Giles and Miles Dawn start on row 11. Riley Brown and Jake Davis are on row number 12. Casey Lynch and Alexander Adams Acton start on row 13. James Jackson, look out for James, the number 41, flying through the field. This is the race where he starts at the back of the order, starts on row 14 alongside Alfie Bray. Ollie Ward and Daniels Martinonis on row number 15. Joel Ryan and William Young on row 16. Alex Warnaby and Jacob Jukes in a max 34 kart field. This is going to be a big one.
It's mega to see so many karts out in this class, and no rain for them this time. Of course, they were going out in the absolute pouring rain last time out, but no such dramas this time, and we look about ready for a start.
We do indeed. So Amelia Nelson, the number 21, is your pole sitter for this first heat of the day in Junior Max. Jack Cooper alongside in the number 77. 8 minutes plus 1 lap as ever. Waiting for the start of this one, and away we go. Good start for Nelson. Will lead into the first corner there, all through the first corner safely this time. That's a much better run than we had in round number 2. Ooh, Nelson leading up to the start. Yeah, Kai Bacchini was having a little bit of a moment under braking there. But all in all, Chris, another clean start.
Absolutely, yeah. The biggest drama there was Bacchini getting a little bit of a wiggle on under braking and was getting a little bit squeezed out on the outside on the run into the corner. That phase, but he's staring down the back of the number 65, Spencer Bruffham.
Yeah, Spencer, a former Honda Cadets champion here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, has stepped up now into the juniors. He's got plenty of experience in this top 5 already, looking to break away from the rest of the field. As down the inside has a off is the number 137. That's Ollie Ward, one of our novices, unfortunately out of this race at the
cracking first lap. He's made up 3 places. Now he's going for the lead. The championship leader going into this one. Nelson's going to get squeezed out a little bit here as the 77 goes through as well. 3 wide through Inkermans.
Yeah, not a good couple of corners for Nelson, being shuffled down the order. There goes Bacchini through. There'll be no overtaking through the next couple of corners because of the yellow flag for Ward.
Well, Nelson did get a little bit squeezed out there and a bit swallowed up by the pack, but what a start to this race for Ronnie Mansfield.
Jessica White is closed onto the back of this group now as well. Is going up the inside. Whoa, very close there through the final corner between Nelson and White. Nelson holds on to the position.
So 0.3 of a second between Mansfield and Cooper at the start of this lap. And Bruffham looks like he's going to have a run at him. Not quite, as we see once again. Jessica White trying to get past Amelia Nielsen there, switching which way and the other. So letting Lexi Belk onto the back of them as well. Yeah,
Lexi Belk charging along here. Is currently the fastest driver out on circuit with a 46.70, and that number 98 going down the inside of Nelson. Now just having a half look there through Ozier's corner. But Ronnie Mansfield continues to lead here from Jack Cooper.
You can very much see the bumps in that boot section. It's by far the bumpiest part of the track.
Apologies, it's not Jack Cooper in second place. Spencer Brabham has got through. And can the former Honda Cadet champion push through now on the Air Motorsport machine into the lead of this race? Jacob Jukes, currently your top novice, by the way, currently running in 18th place in this class at the moment. As was that Nelson looking down the inside. Oh dear, off is the number 13 out of the race.
Well, it's unlucky for Sam, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Jacob Rhodes, who was running, I think, in the top 20. So that's a real shame for Jacob that the first heat has come to a premature end.
So Brotham last time round set the fastest lap of the race, which was just over a 10th quicker than Mansfield. Oh dear.
It's the number 22. of Oliver Kerr, and Oliver Kerr was in the top 10 as well. So this is the thing with this big field, really does punish the small mistakes, because in other classes that may lose you 5 or 6 positions. Here you're losing 15, 16 positions in that scenario.
Absolutely, we love watching competitive racing, but it can really bite you if you do make a mistake, as we see the race leader there just pulling up the flap on his radiator, get a bit more cooling into the engine. I wouldn't have thought that's massively necessary on a cool day such as this, but look at this, it's bumper to bumper now for the lead of the race.
Yeah, and I think they may continue to work together here, Mansfield and Brown, because Cooper is not that far behind, and Bacchini as well. The top 4 covered by 2 seconds. Green flag out for a recovered driver. What has happened to Lexi Belk? Lexi Belk has fallen down the order and is outside the top 20, so we've lost another one of our junior max field in this first heat of the day. And now, Chris, the leaders are having to deal with traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is not something you would often see in sprint racing, but managing the traffic could be absolutely crucial, as we're down to about 2.5 minutes plus a lap left in this race, as the back marker sensibly getting out of the way.
Yeah, it's good driving there. I think it is Ollie Ward who's recovered and got the kart going again, so that's good work by Ollie, and dutifully moving aside for the leaders. Good opportunity here for the novice to maybe see some of those lines of the leaders and learn a little bit round this circuit.
So a personal best from Mansfield last time around, but the gap still very much nose to tail. Just 24 hundredths separated them across the line. Still not breaking formation, and they have massively pulled away from Jack Cooper. It's now a 1.5 seconds, and we saw the Honda cadets attempting to do this earlier, but ended up holding each other up, squabbling too much, and that then went from a 2-car battle for the lead to a 10-car battle for the lead. So if they keep at this, they can have a good battle at the end of the race with a bit of safety margin. Yeah,
they've still got a few laps of this to go. Mansfield has a quick check over his right shoulder. Sees Brown's still there. And again, they've pulled out another big chunk of time. 1.98 seconds is now the gap between first and third place. Kai Bacchini continuing to have a good race here. He's in 4th place. Jessica White in 5th. Currently fastest driver out on circuit, though, Joe Garraway in 7th position. And tucked up behind Leo Purchase, who is also in the 45.5s.
Osbruffin's going for the lead into the boot section, and he has got it through, get it stopped. And a bit of a bump there from Mansfield, but let's Broughlin into the lead.
Yeah, a classic boot overtake there from Spencer. He's done that many times over the years. Now, can he hold on? Because now he's punching the hole in the air for Ronnie Mansfield. And Mansfield's having a look down the inside again through Christmas Corner. Well defended round the outside. You can do that round Christmas Corner. It's positively cambered. You can hold that outside line and carry the speed. And that was very well done by the number 65. It's going to be 2 more laps to go.
They've got 2.5 seconds to play with back to Jack Cooper as well, and only 2 laps to go. I think they'll be safe to have a bit of a ding-dong battle now, which is going to be great for us.
Might be 3 laps, actually, if they sneak over the line before the time runs out. It's going to be very close indeed. Let's just keep an eye on this. Is this going to be final lap? No, thank you, guys. Good pace. We're going to get another lap out of this. So Spencer Brown continuing to lead. Ronnie Mansfield in 2nd. They're still pulling away from Jack Cooper and Kai Bacchini behind. So this is great pace from the 65 and the 62. Jacob Jukes is coming up through the field. He's up to 14th place now, top novice in this one. Riley Brown has got past Noah Hadley as well on the last lap for 11th position. What can Mansfield do here about this lead for the number 65? They will see the final lap board this time around.
Well, Mansfield's not as close as Broughlin was last time around, so it's going to come down to the last lap then, and the times as close as you like, just 1/10 separating them, but Mansfield looks like he has got a run on the way up the hill, and Broughlin feels the need to go defensive, checking over the shoulder to see where he is. Oh! Big contact there as Mansfield was up on 2 wheels there for a big moment. It was a big slam back into the ground, but that surely has secured victory for Brotham.
Well, I had my heart in my mouth at the moment there. I don't think I've often seen a contact that large not result in a rollover. Ronnie Mansfield is a very, very lucky driver indeed. But Spencer Brotham is going to come round the final couple of corners here, take another victory here at Whilton Mill, this time in Junior Max. Ronnie Mansfield survives in second place. Jack Cooper is going to be beaten on the line. Jessica White's got third there on the last lap. Jack Cooper, Kai Bacchini, Leo Purchase, Joe Garraway, Max Lee, Amelia Nelson and Riley Brown is your top 10. Ronnie Smith, Noah Hadley ahead of Jacob Jukes, your top novice there in 13th. Freya Belk and Jake Davis wrapping out the top 15. I've got a bit of time, so we'll run through the rest of them. Jensen Weston, James Jackson, Miles Dawn, Murphy Aldridge and Alex Warnaby take us down to 20th. Alex being the second of the novices. Third of the novices was William Young. Michael Morgan, Oliver Kerr, Alexander Adams Acton, Alfie Bray take us down to 25th. Jensen Giles, Joel Ryan, Luke Ringham, Daniels, Martin Nonnis, Ollie Ward, Lexi Belk and Jacob Rhodes wrap out 32 runners in that last race. What a race it was indeed.
I mean, that was stunning. Brotham and Mansfield, the clear class of the field on that particular occasion. Just somehow able to extend the gap while squabbling for it. It's a shame it came down to the contact at the end there, but they certainly left nothing on the table.
Indeed. Right, we'll move on then from the Junior Maxes. That's race 5 on your agenda, completed next out on circuit over the first heat of the day for X30 Junior. Welcome back everybody to Whilton Mill and your commentary for round 3 of the FastR WMKC Championships for 2021. We're getting ready, Chris, for our 6th race of the day. First race for the X30 Juniors. What have you made of the X30 Juniors in your prep work that you've been looking at for from the previous round?
I got to say, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, we have so many different winners in this this class. I make it 6 different winners so far this season. Brilliantly competitive, and we've seen some fantastic racing. But I think, yeah, crucially, we're going to be looking at Gabriel Stilp here, second in the championship, and his closest rivals are not racing this weekend. Yeah,
this is a really good opportunity for Gabriel to get some good points on the board. Let's have a look at the grid for this first heat of the day for our X30 Juniors. Kyan Gohill is on pole position alongside Luke Sintler on the front row of the grid. Leo Brown and Micah Taylor go from row number 2. Henry Gregory and Jude Fernerhoff are on row number 3. Jake Yanagisawa and Zaki Hussain start on row number 4. Finley Harrison and Sam Baker are on row number 5. Tiger Dixon and Sam Longley start on row number 6. Remy Gilbert ran very strongly in round number 2, starts round number 3 from on the 7th row of the grid alongside Jaden Gregg. Gabriel Stilp and Thomas Mullett are on row 8. Wanda Junior Canini and Harry Ewell are on row number 9. Luke Taylor and Reece Lomax start in the top 20. Macy Hitter and Benjamin Doty start outside the top 20. They're on row 11. Benjamin Rowe and Lily Jeffs on row 12. And then Jack Collins and Kian Gamio. These are all marked down as novices today. They're on row 13, and Kai Carrington makes out the 27 card field.
Another bumper grid for today's action.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the drivers, all the teams, all the mechanics, all the parents and guardians. Fantastic support once again here at Whilton Mill. So, Gohill in the number 15 is your pole position holder in this randomly allocated Grid for the heats. Sintler alongside there in number 72. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go for X30 Juniors racing here at Whilton Mill today. Good start from those at the front of the field, all looking pretty clean as they run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Can Gohill hold on to the lead here? Going round the outside. What a move there. I think that may have been Leo Brown coming through the field, just trying to get a sight of the number there. I think it is the number 39 at the front of your order, but that's a really, really big move from Leo Brown round the outside on lap 1.
Certainly very committed, but coming back down number 50, all of them coming back through the corner there. He's about to get done by his teammate as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a problem there for the number 39. It had a lot of power running up the hill, but it seems to have lost all the pace in sectors 2 and 3 here on lap number 1. Quite strange indeed. So end of lap 1, Henry Gregory's come to the front of the field, and the number 77 sneaking through. Gohill's second, Brown, Sintler, Harrison, Hussein, Gilbert, Yannick Gisauer, Lomax. That's your top 10. There's moves all over the place. It's down the inside goes Jude Fernhoff there in the number 53. That's him getting past Finley Harrison.
And the JDR boys were certainly getting very close on the way into Christmas. 3 of them there getting bunched up, but luckily all coming out unscathed.
Yeah, Jack Dex wouldn't have liked his drivers coming together down the inside. That's a great move by Jude Fernhoff, who seems up for it today here at Whilton Mill. Number 49, little bit of contact there. Finley Harrison trying to make a move, has lost a position there as a result to Zaki Hussein in the number 13. I thought X30 Junior was going to be good today. This is really, really fantastic stuff. And there's still 5 minutes and 15 seconds of it to go here in this heat. Here, another move. Sintler down the inside of Gohill. That's good for second place.
I'll say all this squabbling is allowing Henry Gregory to get away. He's already got a second on the field. And there's a bit more contact there on the straight, oddly, as Gohill seemed to get a bit out of shape. Maybe it was in the braking zone. He got a bit of a tap from behind there, but certainly a bit of a dramatic moment as they were going through Ashby.
Yeah, it's that classic moment as you go down into Ashby. The rear of the kart gets very, very light under braking. It's round the outside goes Fernhoff. What a move into the boots. Has got past Gohill there and is up to third place. Now the one thing that I would look out for, because it was a firm bit of contact between the number 53 and the 15, is has that front bumper dropped on the number 53?
Well, that's going to be crucial. We may not see it until the end of the race. There's a bit more classic side-by-side action into Christmas. That was number 34 there, Jaden Gregg getting a place.
It was indeed. Jaden, another driver who's come through the ranks here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, side by side between the 13 and the 12, as Gabriel Stilt makes that move on Zaki Hussein's stick.
I love that shot of them coming through. They cock a wheel in the air as they turn through.
Absolutely, less than 4 minutes of this one to go. There is Gabriel Stilt. Regular viewers of this level of karting will know his name very, very well. He's up to 7th place now.
So Fernhoff's just on the fastest lap of the race, probably hunting down Sintler now as another move into Christmas. Number 12, Gabriel Stilp, making up a place there on, was that Leo Brown?
It was indeed, that was for 6th place.
Well, he was the one we were talking about earlier, and he's got to be taking advantage of the fact that his nearest rivals in the championship aren't here this weekend. He's going to make another move down the inside, this time on Kian Gohill.
It was indeed. So that's Gabriel Stilt now up to 5th place. He's absolutely flying as all. There's a little bit of argy-bargy there between the number 39 of Leo Brown and the 15 of King Gohill. Zaki Hussein's trying to take advantage of all of that as well. 3 minutes to go of the allocated 8. Gabriel Stilt, fastest driver out on circuit, 45.38. As here comes Jude Fernhoff, 2 JDR karts together. That looked coordinated to me, Chris.
Yeah, he gave the gesture to fly. At first I thought it was meant let's go for it together, but yeah, as you say, it looked like a bit more of a planned move.
So Sintler still there in 3rd place. This pace for the number 53, very, very impressive. Coming through the order, trying to close down Henry Gregory, who we've not talked about a lot. It's down the inside there on Kian Gohill, goes the number 52 of Reese Lomax.
Gohill had quite a good start to this race, but has just kind of been falling backwards, and especially in the boot section. A lot of people have gone past him there.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in when you're in sprint racing and you get overtaken by one driver, two drivers. Other drivers behind can maybe identify you as a bit of an easy target. I think that's what's happening to Keane Gohill at the moment. Everyone's having a go at him.
Well, once you've seen somebody make a move at one place, you know you can do the same thing in the same way. Oh, it's a bit more side-by-side, actually. I think that was 72 getting out a little bit wide, actually, and letting Gabriel Stilp through.
Yeah, Stilp through then into third place. There's a warning out there for the number 34 of Jaden Gregg, currently in 11th place for driving standards.
Well, Stilp is flying with 90 seconds plus a lap to go. I wouldn't discount him here for second place. He's now past Sintler as well.
Yeah, and the gap to Henry Gregory. Henry Gregory has quietly got on with things here. He's down the inside of the number 72, goes to 49, so that's Finley Harrison getting past Luke Sintler for fourth place. But yeah, Henry Gregory has made a 2.5 second gap in very, undramatic fashion. He's crept away. So we've not seen much of him, but he's got on with it. He left the rest of the field behind.
He hasn't been lighting up the timing screen with purple sectors. He's just been quietly getting on with the job and letting everyone else behind him scrap away, like we're seeing here with Stilp now looking at the back of second place.
And there is a back marker in the middle of all of that. It's Micah Taylor in number 48, so disregard the number 48 for any kind of major points. But Gabriel Stilp on the rear bumper now. Is he going to go for the classic move into Christmas? Yes, he is. Second place for Gabriel Stilp. Easy as you like.
I thought Fernerhoff there might benefit from the slipstream of the back marker, but it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, and I think Fernerhoff will know, of course, that this is a heat. Doesn't want to get too racy. Third place still gives some good points for the start of the day.
Well, absolutely. We were talking about it earlier. There's no point throwing away a decent result because all you're doing is trying to get yourself sorted a good grid position for the final. As this number 48 is sat in front of Stilp now for a while, but 2 laps to go now.
Yeah, time has expired, but the leader had got a cross start-finish before it had done so.
There he goes, having to put a hard and fast overtake on the number 48 there. I wonder where the blue flags were.
Yeah, no blue flags being shown in the heats. There was a mechanical flag there, yes, it was for Remy Gilbert, the number 55. He's not had the best of races. He's currently down in 18th position. Keane Gamio, by the way, is noted as a novice on our timing and is the top of those novices on your tower in 16th place. Here we're having a look at the battle involving Zaki Hussain, the number 13 Macy hitter as well, who's come through the field very well. Oh, there's a little bit of bumping and barging there. And I think that was Doherty, yeah, Benjamin Doherty, the number 28 coming through. We're on to the final lap now. This is all around 7th position. Macy Hitter's had a very strong run here through the field, and that's always what you have to do, or you can do with doing when you're starting from lower down the order in these heats. You know you're not going to win the race because you've got many, many other drivers to get through, but if you can earn some good points, almost get a bit of a banker score in at the start of the day, it's a very, very good base to build with. But here is the number 77, who, as we say, we've not really seen throughout this whole race, but has been quietly getting on with things and is going to end up with a win here. Henry Gregory takes the first race victory of the day in X30 Junior. Gabriel Stilp second, Jude Fernerhoff in third. Finley Harrison and Luke Sintler is your top 5. Leo Brown, Macy Hitter, Zaki Hussain, Ben Doherty and Reece Lomax in the top 10. Sam Baker, Jaden Gregg, Jake Yanagisawa, Monda Junior Canini and Keane Gambio takes to 15th. Sam Longley and Keane Gohill are 16th and 17th. Thomas Mullett, Harry Ewell and Luke Taylor wrap out the top 20. Flurry of novices next. Jack Collins in 21st. Lily Jeffs 22nd. Kai Carrington 23rd and Benjamin Rowe 24th. And 2 retirements in that race. Remy Gilbert and Micah Taylor.
Didn't quite see who it was right at the end there, but somebody went rally crossing right at the final corner, and it was a big save, so well done to whoever that was. It was very dramatic.
We'll take a short break once again here on the commentary. That's all of our juniors done for their first heat of the day, so next out on circuit. First of the big boys, it will be the first heat of the day for X30 Senior. Getting ready then for the first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill for our X30 seniors. Before that, let's just have a little check back in with the comments. Greg Smith says unlucky for Kai Bacchini in the juniors race, was holding forth very well until Jess White got past. Hello to Chantel Daniels, who's cheering on Joel Ryan. He's having the first race today. And lots of support for yourself, Chris.
Yeah, thanks to everyone of the Missed Apex podcast community who's decided to tune in to this. Very appreciative of it.
Here's your grid then for X30 Senior Heat 1. Lucas Ellingham is on pole position. Oliver Henwood, that's a bit of a big front row there for the start of today. Nathan Amos and Daniel Hackett, row 2. Ty Stansfield and Mason Weir on row number 3. Kieran Ragg and Mick Banner will start on row 4. Christian Brooks and Jordan Brown are on row number 5. Hugo Gilbert and Alex Johnston are on row number 6. Thomas Glyde and Archie Forber start on row 7. Cameron Coombs and Alex Keynes on row 8. Anki Stenning and Benjamin Watts on row number 9. Moving through the field, Brandon Matchell has work to do from row number 10 alongside Thomas Massarella, Ellis Bourchier and Caelan Burbridge on row 11. Thomas Byrne and Vishal Patel on row 12. Benjamin Southgate's the last of the non-novices on row 13. Here are your novices. Matt Ocote on that 13th row. Martin Auger and Harrison Pugh, row 14. Jack Davis and Curtis Louis, row 15. Stacked. This is the word that I'm going to use for this X30 senior field because there's a lot of talent on it, and away they go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Great start for Lucas Ellingham, but there's an incident as they go through turn 1. I think it was someone from about 4th and 5th place off the road there, the number 46 of Mason Weir. There's more chaos towards the back of the field. That was a very, very messy start from the X30 seniors. Not what we come to expect from the most experienced field on the grid. Lucas Ellingham won't care for that, Chris, because he leads as they go through Ashby Corner. Crucially,
Ellingham getting away cleanly. I'm very excited to see Ellingham race today. X30 junior champion and has taken to this series like a fish.
Yeah, we sometimes see juniors takes them a few rounds to get used to the cutthroat business. Oh, as number 14 had a bit of a strange moment there, Archie Forber. Just wonder, is there a little bit of moisture going into the boot? But no, Ellingham has taken to this level of club racing very, very strongly indeed. Nathan Amos there in second place. You can see in the Litchfield Motorsport suit the distinctive orange and green colours.
I love it, the classic ducking down on the straight to try and minimise the aerodynamic resistance as the 304 there. Johnston, oh, he's pushed him off the road. I was about to say he was getting very out of shape, and now he's ended up making contact with another car.
Well, Oliver Henwood will not be happy about that at all, and yet there is the reaction from one of the top drivers in the country. Has lost a lot of time there, is now just ahead of Harrison Pugh. But that'll be very interesting to have a look again, if we can, to see, is that just Alex Johnston making an error under braking into Ashby Corner. It's once again, it's not actually the first time we've seen that today. I mentioned it again, how the rear axle gets very, very light. You think all the weight distribution goes forward as you're braking hard downhill into Ashby Corner.
Forber in 6th place there's got a bit of a train behind him. 3 of them bearing down on him. First in the queue is Alex Keynes.
And Kieran Ragg in there as well, the number 27 in the all-red suit. There's a bit of chrome on the helmet as well. I quite like that one.
That is nice.
That's a snazzy design. Down the inside goes the number 62 of Alex Keynes. You said it was coming, Chris, and he's got the move done.
Yeah, he said it was coming, and he's gone.
4.5 minutes of this one to go. Lucas Ellingham now has nearly a second over Nathan Amos. Alex Johnston continues to put in some good laps there in 3rd place. Jordan Brown, currently your fastest driver out there on circuit, in 5th position.
Forber's not done in this battle. I think he's going to try and find a way to get back past Keynes. He's got to be careful because he has got Ragg and Matchell right on his tail.
Yeah, Brandon Matchell's had a fantastic opening to this race. I think I'm right in saying he started on the 10th row of the grid. Yes, he did. So he's already gained 10 positions in the first half of this race. Another very experienced driver at this level. Change for second place. Alex Johnston has got past Nathan Amos on lap number 4. But Lucas Ellingham has put a 45.14 in astonishing paces. Here comes the number 22 down the inside. Ty Stansfield makes the move stick on Nathan Amos, who's going to lose another position, this time to Jordan Brown.
Well, this scrap for the podium place is just really cooked up very nicely there, and all kicking off down at Christmas Corner.
Well, Nathan Amos, there was not much he could do there to hold on to those positions. He needs to find the pace quickly if he's going to keep himself in the top 5, because Alex Keynes is going along quite nicely in the 45.3s. Another new fastest lap of the race from your race leader, 45.06 this time around for Lucas Ellingham. There is the number 22. Now in third place is Ty Stansfield. Kieran Ragg, by the way, has also got past Archie Forber on that last lap. Is now up to 7th position. Harrison Pugh, meanwhile, has taken the lead in the novice ranks. He's in 17th place overall. Actually gained 2 positions on that last lap, and one of them was Oliver Henwood.
Cracking, battling all the way down the field, and this one we're watching at the moment, as I thought for a second there Jordan Brown was going to have a look at Stansfield for that 3rd place spot down into the boot section, but it might just line him up as Stansfield goes out very, very wide on the exit of the pitch bend, and that surely is just going to give Brown all the incentive he needs as he sets the fastest lap of the race, 44.99, and is going to look now to get up the inside, bit of snaking under braking, but no way through.
Yeah, first of the drivers into the 44s in race conditions here today. So it's very good pace from Jordan Brown. I'm just going to remind myself where he started this race. He started at P10. So he's worked efficiently through the field here and has still got time to gain some more positions. Warning for driver conduct to the number 14, Archie Forber.
Obviously, he might have to get his elbows out to maintain position, as that's potentially what that is all about. But this battle for 3rd place, the top 2 are just streaking away now. They're in a race of their own. Stansfield, though. Oh, actually,
no,
Johnston's yeah, really caught back up to Johnston on that last lap. And now it's 3 for 2nd place.
Lucas Ellingham, he's really impressing me this season. A 44.75 last time around. As much as this trio will try, they haven't got a hope, I think, in this race of catching Lucas Ellingham up, unless there's some form of mechanical issue with the kart.
And what
that's,
more
not me trying, that's not me trying to hit him with the commentator's harpoon. Honest. 50 seconds of this race to go.
Probably 2 more after this one, I would make it. So Johnston did a personal best that time round. Is it going to be enough to hold back that number 22 of Stansfield? It is for now.
Yeah, Stansfield also into the 44s now, showing some strong pace. Christian Brooks has got past us down the inside. That was Brown going for a move on Stansfield for 3rd. Stansfield didn't like it. He's going to come back here. Retakes the position. Brown back down the inside. Fantastic racing here at Whilton Mill. And I don't think they're done yet, Chris, as Jordan Brown's going to defend. He's going to give the finger to say, no, come on, work with me. But the crucial thing here, Alex Johnston has got a bit of a gap now. Won't have to defend too hard as they go on to the penultimate lap.
That was absolutely classic karting action. Swap one way, then the other, and then the other. Brilliant stuff, but it's getting the rest of the field back on their tail.
Yeah, Nathan Amos is coming back into this as well there in the number 36 with the red helmet. Time has now expired. Lucas Ellingham is just pacing this one home now. He's backed off a bit. He's just done a 45 dead. Doesn't need to push the kart too hard. Just try and save his tyres a little bit across the course of the day. Onto the back straight. No moves being made yet. They are closing back in on Johnston. There's a bit of traffic, I think, for the leaders to deal with as well, possibly. On to the last lap we go then. What is the gap? Well, it was a 45.3 last time around for Johnston, a 45.1, but look, this is the traffic coming into play now. It's one of the novices who's going to get in the way of Jordan Brown a little bit there. I think that's reminding me a bit of Yuki Tsunoda and Valtteri Bottas in qualifying yesterday, and I think that's going to cost Jordan Brown any opportunity to close back in on Alex Johnston, and he's got to hold on to this 3rd place now because Ty Stansfield is right there. Nathan Amos not too far behind as well, hoping these two trip over one another. But Lucas Ellingham in imperious form this season, is going to take another victory, possibly his most dominant of the year so far. Lucas Ellingham takes the first heat in X30 Senior. Alex Johnston second. Jordan Brown third. Ty Stansfield and Nathan Amos take us to fifth. Alex Keynes, Archie Forbert, Brandon Matchell, Kieran Ragg, Thomas Byrne, all good points for them in the top 10. Thomas Massarella, good drive from Thomas Massarella there. From 20th, gets 11th. Vishal Patel in 12th, Cameron Coombs 13th, Anki Stenning and Mick Banner run out the top 15. Christian Brooks, Ellis Bourget, Hugo Gilbert, Oliver Henwood and Benjamin Watts all in the top 20. Harrison Pugh, your top novice, in 21st. Jack Davis, apologies, in 22nd. Benjamin Southgate, Mason Weir, Thomas Glyde, Martin Auger, Caelan Burbridge, Curtis Louis, Matt Ocote, all running at the end there, and one retirement, which was Daniel Hackett. Well, there is your winner of heat number 1, and I don't think that's the last time we'll be describing Lucas Ellingham at the front of one of these fields. Okay, we'll go into scrutineering for the mandatory checks. We've got one more race of this first rotation to go, and it will be our Senior Max class. Senior Max Heat 1 is next. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning, or what's left of it. It's racing up towards 12 o'clock, and we're getting ready for the last race of the first rotation. So the last class that we haven't seen so far today out on circuit for racing action is, of course, the Senior Max entry. Let's have a look at their grid for race number 8 on your agenda here today. Catherine White will be on pole position alongside Tommy Edmonds on the front row. Mikey Austin and Jaden Neil Holder have good opportunities there from row number 2. Carl Dunford ran very strongly earlier in the season. He's on row 3 for this first race of the day alongside Bradley Philpott making another guest appearance. Johnny Elliott and Joshua Pickford looking for good points there from row 4. Joshua Taylor and Joshua Valance on row number 5. Kieran Murphy and Rob Ellis on row number 6. Roy Johnson and Lucas Ivaskevicius are on row number 7. Archie Elliott and Oliver Bullion are on row 8. Ellis Palayo and Alfie Brooks are on row number 9. Luke Evans and Alex Quinn are on row 10. Sebastian Marlowe and Brandon Haig on row 11. Charlie Verity and Will Barnes on row 12. And then moving towards the bottom of the order, Ethan Ling and Ben Davis work to do from row 13. Jack Lilly and Harrison Crook on row 14. And the two Alexes, Alex Bentley and Alex Jackson, are on row number 15. Alex Jackson, the first of the novices. Here are the rest of them. Thomas Lee Davis and Mark Sayers on row 16. George Hunter, all on his own there on row number 17. 33 karts in the field. Thank you for your comments. Keep your support coming in here on your YouTube stream, and if you haven't done so already and wouldn't mind doing, share the stream on your social media platform of choice.
Absolutely. Please go and do that and let everyone know about the great action happening here at Whilton Mill.
Hello to 100TF1 who says Super GT question mark. Apologies, no Super GT today here at Whilton Mill, but do stick around because the senior racing is going to get even more entertaining, I think, for you across the course of the day, starting. Well, we've already started our senior racing with the X30s that we just saw in that last race, but the Rotax Max class due out on circuit shortly.
Looking a little bit windy out there. You just see that flag in the breeze.
Yeah, it's a weird day to kind of describe the conditions for those who've maybe not raced much around Whilton Mill. But I think these are some of the toughest conditions you can experience because they're just so deceptive. You look at the circuit and you go, oh, it's dry, brilliant, great. This is going to be, plenty of grip today. But we've seen a couple of moments where drivers get braking positions wrong, have little incidents, you run wide. We have had a little bit of rain. The grass is quite long as well, so there's plenty of hazards out there. This is not a simple day in terms of racing conditions, and it's not going to get any easier for them.
Judging by the direction of the flags being blown in the wind, there is a headwind coming down the straight towards Christmas, so that could leave some people a little bit vulnerable down there.
And you've hit on a great point there, Chris, because that will be playing into some of the issues that we've been seeing for drivers going down into Ashby, because of course you're going downhill and the tailwind. Yeah. And it's good. I mean, I've been mentioning it a couple of times, that thing of the kart getting light at the rear axle. You're just going to find the karts pushing on a bit, and that can catch drivers out.
I'm very much looking forward to this one. I spent quite a lot of time with DHR yesterday. Of course, got 2 karts in this race, including Brad, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this all unfolds as we're about to get underway for a start.
We are indeed. Hello to Peter Jeans, who's cheering on Alex Quinn, starting this race on 20th, but we are good to go then for the first heat in Senior Max, 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Hoping for a clean start here. Good start for Catherine White. She will lead into turn 1 for the first time. Big move, and there's a little bit of contact further back in the field. I think Johnny Elliott might be one of the drivers involved. There's somebody off and pulled onto the grass there. We'll try and figure out who that is in a few moments' time, but it's a good start for Catherine White.
Had to get her elbows out to defend that lead down into Christmas, but has done so for now, and Philpott's made up 2 places already up into 4th, as we see the number 20 got up the inside, but 66 coming back at him. That's Carl Dunford retaking that place.
Yeah, I think it's Joshua Valance, the driver involved. Is Joshua Valance, the former junior Max champion, in the number 28 is out, and has not even seen the end of lap number 1 here in the first heat.
That's disappointing for him. I mean, you get all geared up and you don't even get to the end of the first sector in your first race.
So it's White leading from Edmonds, Neil Holder in 3rd, Philpott there in 4th, Elliott, Pickford, Elliott, many Elliots. So Johnny Archie in 8th, Joshua Taylor and Luke Evans wrapping out the top.
This is cracking speed at the front. In these first couple of laps, very much a bit of a status quo in that top 3 at the moment. Probably working together to try and build that gap. But number 75 there, Jaden Neil Holder, getting right up.
12th position now. Another one of the drivers I remember from our coverage of the Super One T20 coverage of those championships beginning next weekend down at Clay Pigeon, so make sure you subscribe to Alpha Live for all of that.
Kyle Dunford looking at Philpott there, had a big snap on as he break down towards Christmas, and coming into the boot now. Well, he's looking very strong at the moment.
Good to see Johnny Elliott's running up there as well. They've had a tough season so far in this class of the X-Karts efforts.
Maximum respect for Johnny Elliott. I think he's doing a cracking job out there at the moment in what has been a very, very tough season.
4.5 minutes to go. A little bit of communication there between Philpott and Dunford. They're just happy to work together at the moment, trying to close down Jaden Neil Holder there in 3rd place. Tommy Edmonds, the fastest driver on circuit. Was that a move being done by, was that Rob Ellis on Luke Evans? Might have been.
It looked like well, all sideways and locked up on the rear axle. Not sure if they made it through, but certainly a great postcard shot there.
So Tommy Edmonds continuing to improve the pace. 45.08 last time around. In fact, he's taken the lead. What's happened to Catherine White? Has Catherine White pulled into pits? I think she may have done, or this may be a transponder error, but something's happened to Catherine White for her to tumble down the order.
Oh, and Dunford's got past Philpott, so what is now 3rd place?
Yeah.
So 33 still seems to be circulating out there.
Error.
Yes,
apologies.
I think it is.
It's not a problem for Catherine White. She is still running out there, but the transponder has given up the ghost.
So just a rewind on Dunford, that's for 4th place.
Yep, it is indeed. Down the inside there goes Joshua Taylor. Gains a position. So there you see Catherine White still leading this race ahead of Tommy Edmonds. But Tommy Edmonds in the green, white and black Kart there is really getting onto the rear bumper of the number 33. Got to think here, Chris, that there's going to be a move incoming.
Could well be. 3 minutes and 1 lap left of this, see how it unfolds. And yeah, again, little adjustments there on the radiator. It's a cool day, so they can afford to close that up a little bit, but certainly they still want the maximum power out of those. He's certainly getting it. Good slipstream down the run into the boot.
Yeah, trying on that tighter line. Clipping the apexes is Edmonds. Trying to set up a move up to Christmas Corner. 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Raced many years in the junior categories, did Tommy Edmonds. But Catherine White's got really good drive, it would seem, off the medium speed corners.
It was all very neat and tidy through the pits, which I appreciate. The fact that they've got a bit of runoff there and drivers seem to be abusing it. But a very good run off of Oblivion for Catherine White there, and doing everything she needs to keep Tommy behind him.
Jaden Neal Holder in a bit of no man's land at the moment in 3rd place. Carl Dunford and Bradley Philpott not able to close that gap at the moment to the number 75. Edmonds has another little look through the boot there. He needs to get much more of an overlap if the move's going to be pulled off into the final corner. It's pretty much a flat-out entry.
It looks closer this time, doesn't it? White going defensive on that time and squirming under braking once again. Can Neil Holder get the drive on the exit of the corner through Inkermans? Might just have the overlap into Ashby. It's going to be very, very tight on the inside. They both run out wide. Here comes the number 75 arriving on the scene. That could well be 2nd place. All very close as they head through the double left-handers.
Yeah, this is playing into the hands of Jaden Neal Holder at the moment, because Jaden's now got a big opportunities. Down the inside goes Tommy Edmonds. Had to get that moved on. Look at Jaden Neal Holder, though, trying to go round the outside for 2nd place. Good effort. But in the end, Catherine White slots back in. But all of a sudden, Chris, we've now got a 5-cart battle at the front, because here on the scene now you've got Carl Dunford and Bradley Philpott.
Absolutely, apologies, it was Edmonds making the move there. The transponder issue for White still catching me out there as again 75 Neil Holder going down the inside into Christmas, and that is for 2nd place.
Ethan Ling's on the move as well, has gained 2 positions now up to 7th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far, 44.75 side by side between Philpott. Oh, wow. Bradley Philpott round the outside of Carl Dunford. A great overtake there. Showing all that experience. He's up to 4th.
That looked like another little communication there, and experience is absolutely right. He knows how to manage traffic. He is a double VLN class champion, so he knows what it takes to get through a pack.
2 laps to go. Tommy Edmonds holds the lead by 1/4 of a second or thereabouts ahead of Jaden Neal Holder. There's a bit of a gap now back to Catherine White in 3rd place. Don't worry, is in 3rd place. It's just having some transponder issues that'll be sorted out post-race. There's Bradley Philpott in the DHR entry in 4th. Carl Dunford 5th. And just behind them, Rob Ellis and Ethan Ling, who are both on for some good points here. They've pulled themselves through the field quite nicely.
So we're looking at Edmonds and Neil Holder now for the win. I'll be very interested to see what the gap is when they come over the line. Doesn't look like a lot.
No, it doesn't look like a lot at all. Jaden Neal Holder could be going for this through the 1st corner into turn 2. Through Fine Lady. Can Jaden Neal Holder get that slipstream? Tommy Edmonds is looking over his shoulder. Oh, I thought Neal Holder was going to go for a move into Christmas Corner, but thinks better of it. Downhill now. Tommy Edmonds doesn't have to defend too much there. Has got a kart length of a lead. Catherine White still holding on for 3rd place ahead of Bradley Philpott and Carl Dunford. But Tommy Edmonds, alongside Joshua Valance, had a great rivalry in the junior ranks in the Rotax Max class here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, and is going to take another victory round this circuit. Very well managed, that race. Tommy Edmonds takes the 1st heat in Senior Max of the day. Jaden Neal Holder fights through to 2nd place. Catherine White will be classified in 3rd place. Bradley Philpott and Carl Dunford is your top 5. Rob Ellis and Ethan Ling were next up, both with drives through the field. Joshua Pickford, Alfie Brooks and Archie Elliott in the top 10. Joshua Taylor, Luke Evans, Brandon Haig, Ben Davis and Jack Lilly also in the top half of the order. Lucas Ivaskavicius in 16th ahead of Johnny Elliott, Oliver Bullion, Alex Bentley and Alex Jackson. Alex Jackson also your top novice in that race in the top 20 overall. Will Barnes, Mikey Austin, George Hunter, Alex Quinn, Kieran Murphy, Thomas Lee Davis, Charlie Verity, Sebastian Marlowe, Mark Sayers and Joshua Valance wrapped out that field. Well, that brings us to the end of our first rotation of heats, and we'll get the second rotation up and running very, very shortly after a quick word from our sponsors.
Welcome back to Whilton Mill. We're about to get started with the second rotation of heats, although we have got to clear that number 97 kart from the middle of the track first. So if that is from the race we've just had, that will be Sebastian Marlowe, who was not registered across the line and has parked his kart up there. So whether he had some sort of incident or a mechanical failure, we are not quite sure, but there goes the mechanic pushing the trolley across the grass to go and collect that kart, and then we'll be underway with the second rotation of heat. So it'll be Honda Cadet back out for their second heat of the day, and it will be Ben Simpson on pole position for that one. And here is the rest of the grid for Honda Cadet Heat 2. Ben Simpson, as I mentioned, on pole position ahead of Rio Licata on the front row. Alessio Lamalfa and Noah McNicholas on the second row of the grid. Charlie Wolfett and Oliver Gibson, that's the third row of the grid. Adam Hill and Sebastian Guy on row 4. Sergio Verts and Riley Thatcher, 9th and 10th. Rory Breen and Jack Price, 11th and 12th on row 6. And Daniel Butcher and Joshua Begemby on the 7th row. Riley Till, Max Fallon, who was our Heat 1 race winner, in 16th. Tyler Davies and Zach Champney, the championship leader going into this weekend. Bobby Pete and Ellis Pullen Menim on the 10th row of the grid. Jensen Walker, Thomas Cadwagan Evans, Samuel Gamayo and Victor Hansen. That is the top 24. That rounds out the grid for Honda Cadet Heat 2 as they make their way back on to the grid from the dummy grid. And these guys certainly are about to provide us with a fair bit of action. One of the lower power classes, and that keeps the pack good and close and provides us with exciting racing. And of course we get to see some of the young stars of the future as some of these guys just less than 10 years old, and they're driving much more powerful karts than you or I could rent on any given kart track in the UK. Just looking at that live timing, number 19 there, Rio Licata, seems to be leading the field. Ben Simpson out there in kart number 3. Supposed to start on pole position for this race. As we'll see as they come down to the actual grid. The only class on the field today that will have a standing start. And the rest of them are rolling starts. And I believe there is an empty spot. Outside of the first row. We'll get confirmation when they actually start if Ben Simpson has made it to the grid. I can't quite see as it stands, but away they go. And Heat 2 is underway, and it's already side by side for the lead of the race. But it looks like Rio Licata there has got the whole shot into the first corner.
Yeah, Alessio Lamalfa in the number 1's had a very good start as well. And in fact, has taken the lead through turn number 2. Field filing through Christmas corner, and all very clean once again from the Honda Cadets. Down the inside, looking for Lamalfa's lead. There was the number 19 of Rio Licata. But a good start once again from the Honda Cadets.
Absolutely, 95 there. Charlie Wolfett settling into as they come back towards the boot section. And side by side once again as number 19 gets back up the inside. That's Licata retaking that lead. And once again, number 95, Charlie Wolfett, closing them down.
Yeah, good fight back there from Licata, not accepting that loss of the lead on the in the early stages of lap number 1. Has got it back here and is serving up the potential of a good race. The number 95 of Charlie Wolfett trying to get past Lamalfa there, down the inside, wow. Deep on the brakes. Can Wolfett get it stopped? Yes. Really good move there for second place. And Oliver Gibson involved in the number 81, Noah McNicholas. As down the inside there goes Gibson for third place and has got it.
That was committed from Wolfett there on the brakes into Christmas and put himself brilliantly into second place in this race. As number 52 now lines up a movement. Oh, spins round the number 1, Lamalfa. Alessio Lamalfa.
Yeah, Alessio Lamalfa there, tipped round at Ozier's corner and patiently waits for a safe opportunity to pull back into the race. But unfortunately, that is the number 1 tumbling down the order now and has lost a good position, or a good chance, I should say, of gaining good points from a good starting position.
So that was Bigembi there who was trying to make the move. But it looks like we got very close for the lead now as Wolfett now looks to make a move for first place and does so.
Down the inside, the standard move through Christmas corner. Little tap on the helmet to say, let's work together and try and pull out a gap over Joshua Bigembi. He's been running very strongly so far this season. Has won races, has become a little bit of a wet weather specialist as well. So in case there's any drama with the weather later in the day, look out for Bigembi flying through the order.
Second in the championship at the moment as well. Had 2 second places in his 2 finals he's done so far this year. So that elusive win still missing this season, but there's every chance as we have a little bit more side-by-side action, this time for second place as Licata under pressure from Bigembi once again.
Yeah, quite a few overtakes on that last lap. Jack Price is up to 4th place. Here goes Bigembi down the inside of Licata, though. Takes second place through Christmas corner. And is currently the fastest driver out on circuits as well, a 53.62 last time around for Bigembi. Just to go over those position changes further down the order, Sergio Wirtz and Max Fallon.
Oh, now going for the lead.
Side by side has got it. Really good stuff from Bigembi.
Well,
Wolfett didn't like it.
Not impressed at all, was he? No. Well, he's trying to reclaim one of the positions. At least gets back up the inside into the boot on Licata. So that's second place reclaimed. Runs that a little bit wide though. Might open up the door for Licata to come back through. Not on this occasion.
Top novice at the moment, Ellis Pullen Memin, is now to 11th place overall. Back with the fight for second place, Wolfett and Licata. Wolfett defending, taking that middle line down into Christmas corner. 3 minutes of this one to go. A great scrap going on behind as well. Jack Price, Oliver Gibson Max Fallon. Fallon now up to 6th place. He's got past Sergio Wirtz on that last lap. Adam Hill is also on the move. He's got a position over Noah McNicholas. It is up to 8th place. He's fighting through there. And all over the curb is the number 81 of Gibson. And he's going to lose a number of positions now. The number 66 of Adam Hill goes through. McNicholas was in there as well.
It's a bit of a rude shove off the track, that, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, and it's a big curb on the exit of Ozies as well. In fact, both curbs on entry and exit. You don't want to be using them too much.
Massively impressed by Fallon. Started 16th, already up in 5th place, as we look like it's going to be another challenge for 2nd place. Not quite.
Not quite indeed. Down the inside there, looking one of the novices. It's Ellis Pullen-Memin in the number 64.
So mix it in there with the more experienced guys and looking to make a move on Wilson ahead of him there.
Yeah, it starts 21st on the grid as well. That's really good progress from Ellis in the number 64 there. The number 11 just behind, Callum Wilson. In fact, that's a change for that position, so that's pulling Memin now into the top 10 overall in this second heat of the day. I should mention, if there's a particular Honda Cadet driver that you're following and they're not in this race, if you're following on live timing, live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, don't worry, this is the heat that they sit out. 4 heats in total on the schedule for Hondas. Each driver competes in 3. But Joshua Bajembi continues to lead here. There's Fallon and Price, 4th and 5th place at the moment. And another snazzy chrome helmet there on the stream for you.
Fallon could end up on the podium here. If they do what they said they were going to do, work together and try and close up that gap,
yeah,
then he could very easily find himself on the back of Licata.
And they could pull the likes of Adam Hill and Sergio Wirtz along with them for company as well. Not long in this race to go, 45 seconds on the clock.
It's funny because Price was 2nd in the Heat 1 as well, and they found themselves back on track at the same point.
Yeah, it's often how you find through these heats. Randomly allocated grid slots, so each driver has the same average. But it often means if you've started 1st and 2nd together in one race, you might have a 10th and 11th in the 2nd one, and then a 19th and a 20th in the 3rd one. So you do spend the most of your heat racing together. Bit of good racing here going on. This is all around 9th position.
I was about to say Pullen-Menin had worked his way into 9th, but he's just lost that position to McNicholas. But nonetheless, very impressive driving by the number 64.
Yeah, and there's some other novices in there as well. Tyler Davis and Zach Champney having good races here in heat number 2. Time has expired, so that means that Joshua Bajembi will see the last lap board next time he crosses start-finish. There it is. Charlie Wolford still in 2nd place. Rio Licata and Max Fallon fighting over 3rd. Here they are. Can Max Fallon get the run up the hill? Licata will go defensive and positions his kart really nicely there, Chris.
Yeah, perfect of it. Absolutely calm, under pressure, but kept it together. He's got to do it again into Ashby, though. Oh, he's done it.
Adam Hill's got past Jack Price as well for 5th place. As here comes Fallon down the inside, and there's nothing really Licata can do about that. Good overspeed from Fallon out of Ashby. Gets the move done, gets into 3rd place.
So he, like me there, was not expecting the run into Wilkins.
No. So last lap then, here comes Joshua Bajembi. It's going to be his 3rd heats victory of the season, and sets him up very nicely for the rest of the day as he searches for that first finals win. Charlie Wolford, good points in 2nd place. Max Fallon, another good race. That's 1st and a 3rd now for the number 63. Rio Licata 4th, Adam Hill 5th. Jack Price, Sergio Wirtz, Oliver Gibson, Noah McNicholas, and your top novice, Ellis Pullen-Memin, all in the top 10 overall. Callum Wilson 11th. Tyler Davis 12th and 2nd of the novices. Riley Till 13th. Zach Champney 14th and 3rd of the novices. Riley Thatcher in 15th. Rory Breen, Bobby Peat, Samuel Gamio, Daniel Butcher and Victor Hansen all in the top 20 in that race. Jensen Walker, last of those not to have any issues. Alessio Lamalfa, as we saw, had a spin in the early stages. Thomas Cadogan Evans and Sebastian G wrap out the 24 runners to complete that race, but it's Joshua Bajembi with another win here at Whilton Mill.
By 3.5 seconds as well, which in this is a domination.
Yeah, that is a chasm of a gap in Honda Cadet racing, and we'll see the Hondas back out again for heat number 3 later on in the afternoon. We're going to move on though to race number 10 in your schedules here at Whilton Mill today, which will be the second heat for Army Cadet.
So, race 10, Army Cadet Heat 2, and it will be Ethan Weldon on pole position for this one, alongside Harry Curry in the number 84. That's the front row. Henry Clark and Braith Murdoch, that will be the second row of the grid. Murdoch, race winner in Heat 1, don't forget. Joseph Katsantonis and Max Horlaw on the third row of the grid. Katsantonis second in that race as well. Keep an eye out for him as well. Oscar Carpmail and Jensen Chalk on row 4. Max Mason and Aaron Richardson on row 5. Levi McGrath and Jensen Ackerman, that's row 6. Max Yule and Finley Hinds on row 7. Eric Skilsonen and Teddy Woodard on row 8. Zane Quecker and Enzo Butazari on 17th and 18th. Charlie Kitley and Jack Jones, that's row 10. Nathaniel Hodges and Jacob Narin, that's row 11. Donald Stratton and John T. Restrick, that's row 12. And on the back row of the grid is Teddy Porter and Sukumani Kera.
Thank you very much, Chris. Hello to Corin Prentice in the chat, who's cheering on Levi McGrath. Starts this race from 11th on the grid.
And we have Elaine, who's a fan as well.
That's going to be a false start, I imagine. So we'll go round again. If you've got a spare screen or a tablet or your phone and you want to follow all of the data as it comes in, live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC. Wonderful information provided to us by the team at Alpha Timing. There is a problem for, is that the number 6? It is the number 6, which is Aaron Richardson. Was due to start this race in 10th on the grid, but clearly will be going no further. So a problem there for Aaron's kart, and that's a very disappointed young driver, unfortunately, walking back to pit lane and out of this race. To go this time around, I think we are. It'll be 7 minutes plus 1 lap, although there's I think that's going to be another false start, because the amber lights were flashing. Yeah. Yes, it was.
I was about to say they were giving it some out of the final corner still.
Yeah. I just wonder, it's 7 minutes now. Does that mean we now it's plus 1 lap for the rest of the heat? We are a little bit behind schedule.
Swapping and changing going on through Christmas. Wonder if not everyone quite got the memo about the false start.
Big opportunities in this race, I think, Chris, for the likes of Braith Murdoch and Joseph Katsantonis. Both had very strong results in their first races. Braith starts this one 4th. Joseph starts it in 5th. They could really, really put the hammer down in terms of point scoring. As you say, this is all about getting good points to qualify, or qualify well on the grid for the finals, and that's when the trophies come out. This is a big opportunity for them. Are we good to go this time around? I think we are. Away we go then for the second heat of the day, and it's a 5 minutes plus 1 lap race now. So the Army Cadets have lost a bit of time here. So Harry Curry will lead them up to turn number 1. Joseph Katsantonis on the inside there of the number 98, so it's not been the best of starts for Ethan Weldon.
That outside of row 1 seems to be very popular to make a move around the outside of Oblivion, but then inside for that second corner and get the run up to Chris.
Yeah, it's a good spot to start from if you're brave into the first couple of corners. place behind Harry Curry there in the number 84.
Well, they're already pulling a gap, this top two, to the chasing pack. So if they recognise that early on enough, they can just pull away for a little bit and then have their scrap later in the race.
Good first lap from Jensen Chalk. He's up 3 positions to 3rd. He's trying to chase them down there. The flashes of green on the front of his kart. Curry defends into Christmas Corner from Murdoch. Cassantonis is there as well in 4th. Hollor in 5th. Ethan Weldon, as we mentioned, didn't have the best of first laps, has fallen down 5 positions to 8th place. Finley Hines up 2 positions, is now in the top 10.
There was a little bit of a look there.
Oh, red flag. Red flag is out for the first time today, and it's not for that incident there where Braith Murdoch's just been moved off the circuit. Apologies, not sure what it is for. In fact, there it is. I think Ethan Weldon has come to a stop in the number 98. He looks okay, which is the most important thing here. But obviously hasn't come through sector number 1. And race control have taken the correct decision there, with a driver stranded on the live circuit, to put the red flag out on lap number 2 of this second heat for Army Cadets.
Well, that's a little bit timely for Braith Murdoch there, because, as you say, he just got that shove off the road under pressure from Jensen Chalk. So he can now kind of go back, reassess. He may have to get himself back up the order again, but he'll be in a better position than he would have been.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Obviously, we'll proceedings. Let's check back in.
For this one, a lot of family tuning in, and it's great to see the support for especially these young guys who will be fighting the early stages of their racing careers. And you know, at that point the possibilities are endless, and there are so many potential talents of the future that are racing here in the Cadets today.
Let's just go over some of the confirmed results that we have had in results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC here today. Army Cadet, we have their confirmed Heat 1 results. Braith Murdoch winning from Joseph Katzentonis, Eric Gilson and P3. Harry Curry, Aaron Richardson, Jensen Chalk, Finley Hines, Henry Clark, Oscar Cartmail and Sukhmani Kira. Great drive from Sukhmani there. She's driving up into the top 10 and the top novice in that one. It's the single driver penalised in that race for an incorrectly positioned front fairing. It was the number 20 of Enzo Butterazzi in that one. Which of the results have we had come in? We've had X30 Mini Heat 1 come in as well. Aidan Hassan was the winner in that one, 3.72 seconds ahead of Jack Mowat, Fred Green, Finn Leslie and Jack Hobson. We've also had the X30 Senior one come in. Lucas Ellingham ahead of Jordan Brown, Tyne Stansfield, Nathan Amos, Archie Forber, Brennan Matchell, Kieran Ragg, Alex Johnston, Thomas Byrne and Thomas Massarella. Just hearing in my ear that the good news is that the driver of the number 98, Ethan Weldon, is on their feet and walking unaided back to the paddock. Say those are all the confirmed results that we've had in. Sometimes there can be a few elongated waits, shall we say, whilst any protests or investigations are carried on. So these are all your provisional results. Honda Cadets, 2 heats so far. Max Fallon ahead of Price and Weldon. Bajembi, Wolfit and Fallon was your top 3 in heat number 2, which we've just seen. X30 Mini, we've had the confirmed result on that one. We've had that one out already. Minimax, Daniel Amor ahead in his heat, ahead of Fowler and Hathaway to wrap out the top 3 in that one. Spencer Browham won in Junior Max ahead of Ollie Mansfield and Catherine White. X30 Junior, Henry Gregory won in that one ahead of Gabriel Stilp and Jude Fernhoe. That again is a provisional result. X30 Senior, Lucas Ellingham ahead of Alex Johnston and Jordan Brown. And then last but not least, Senior Rotax. Apologies, I said it was Catherine White in Junior Max, but of course Jessica White in Junior Max, because Senior Rotax was Tommy Edmonds, Jaden Neil Holder and Catherine White. That was your top 3. Provisionally, at least, in Senior Rotax. Those are all your results so far today here at Whilton Mill.
That's the biggest reason for the provisional results is the bumper.
Yeah, the
penalty.
bumpers, and then any race conduct investigations that may be going on. Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for liking the stream. If you do have a like to give on your account, if you've got a second account as well, just pop across the second account. Press the like button.
You'll like it. They make good videos here. So.
And should mention as well, because I was about to say Whilton Mill every 4th Sunday of the month, but that is not the case for July. Well, it sort of is for July. There will be on the 4th Sunday of July a round, but we've got another round. This is catching back up from some of the racing lost earlier in the year due to lockdowns and things of that nature. So I think, if I'm correct in saying, the 11th of July, so the second Sunday of the month, is when our next round is. Yes, it is the 11th of July. So do get your entries in for that one if you haven't done so already. And if you can't be here, you'll have the stream with myself and Chris Storer on commentary duties for that one, which will be another bumper day of Alpha Live action. And all the more reason to make sure that you subscribe to the channel.
Just on Alpha Live, I mean, I first came across Alpha Live when they were doing the 750 Motor Club Championship, and they started doing that a few years ago. And I was working in that paddock as a Autosport magazine correspondent, and so it was great to see the championship getting itself on a YouTube stream, which is the way we watch sport now.
Yeah, it is indeed, and the accessibility that it offers that previously you couldn't get for especially club motorsports is a really, really good thing for the motorsport community. You know, you get plenty of media coverage of your top echelons of the sport, but this is where, you know, if you didn't have club level karting, if you didn't have club level road racing, you wouldn't get those drivers moving up into Formula One or Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, or, you know, even just within Britain, if you take probably the BTCC or British GT series as your top level here in the country. They wouldn't have drivers going up into those series in future years if you didn't have club motorsport. So it's great work that Alpha Live do to support it.
Club motorsport is the heart of British motorsport, in my opinion. So, yeah, very happy to see it easy to access, available to pretty much anyone who has an internet connection.
So we're still under red flag at the moment here at Whilton Mill for a one kart incident on lap 2 of the second heat of the day. One of the things is that this race might be very, very short now. It had already had time reduced on it due to a couple of false starts in rolling up. But this could be very, very a bit of a flashbang wallop race with only a couple of laps to try and keep us on schedule here. I imagine what will be happening now is the drivers will be getting in the order that they were at the end of lap number 1.
Could well be. We stopped the counter with 3 minutes 34 seconds left on the clock, So what can they do with that? Can they knock a couple of minutes off that? We go down to a 90-second race?
Yeah, they could knock a couple of seconds off that, a couple of minutes off that. That will be up to race control how they deal with that situation. Not us in the commentary box. We can't be trusted with such decisions.
No. If we had it our way, they would all be like 2 minutes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. We could cause absolute chaos because we'd probably go to heck with the rules of 34 karts on the track at any one time. Because we're highly irresponsible.
or we're really enjoying the battles earlier, and we just extend the race by another 5 minutes.
Yeah, just keep it going.
Yeah.
Karts on the move again here in Army Cadet then. And we'll go around again for a formation lap.
They don't need time to warm up, do they, really? They're straight on it. I love it, and I'll give the opportunity for the mechanics and the karting dads to make their way back to the paddock. Oh, we've got one stopped.
Who's that? That looks to be the number 64 of Charlie Kitely, who, oh dear, looks to be out of the race. So a problem there, as they tried to get the number 64 running again.
That's a great shot of Inkerman's, isn't it?
Yeah, and it shows off greatly how important that curb on the inside is to try and get a little bit of your tyres on the right hand side over it, because it can pull you round. But it's a tighter corner than you think. It's very much one line through there. So it looks like here drivers just trying to sort themselves out.
Could well be a rolling start.
Yes, it will be a rolling start. Away we go then for the time remaining, which will be 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Cross start finish. Looks like Jensen Chalk's had a good start there. Braith Murdoch still at the front of the field as well, and Joseph Katzentonis in the yellow and white kart with the grey coloured lid. Into Christmas corner they go for the first time in this restarted heat for Army Cadet.
And we have got the same time left on the clock, so they haven't knocked anything off.
And they haven't indeed. Number 14 of Braith Murdoch continues to lead. So really has done well out of that red flag, because last time we saw them going through this part of the circuit, he was on the grass. Down the inside goes Katzentonis. Great move there by Joseph Katzentonis in the number 12. Takes the lead of this race.
Well, wonderful opportunistic stuff, you know, on the opening lap, get it done early, and now we could maybe try and break away from the pack as Murdoch squabbles with the rest of the field.
Does indeed. Jensen Ackerman running out wide there, and being challenged now, the number 14 by Jensen Chalk. Max Hollor behind as well. He's got some great support in the chat, I can see. The number 71 of Max Mason down the inside gets a position, takes 5th place away from Oscar Cartmail. As you say, it's not a long race this. Drivers have got to get on with it, as Jensen Chalk has another little nibble there down the inside of the number 14.
Well, he was already impatient. He was practically bumping the back of Murdoch's kart through the first couple of corners. But yeah, a bit of swapping and shuffling as they went through Ashby.
Max Mason, I think, has got past Max Hollor as well. So the number 71 is on the move. That's 2 positions on this lap. Less than 2 minutes of this heat to go. Joseph Katzentonis continues to lead out front here in the PMR entry. And it's going to lead by some 1.2 seconds over Braith Murdoch. Jensen Chalk there in 3rd place, looking to see if there is a way past the number 14 as they go up to Christmas corner. The number 71 of Max Mason, been very impressed with this drive since the restart.
Absolutely, he's worked his way through the field clinically and could well find himself in 2nd place very shortly as he's staring at the back of Chalk and Murdoch.
Just checking in with the novices. Zane Quacker, currently the top running novice, in 12th place ahead of Teddy Woodard and Sukhmani Kira. So it's very close in the novice ranks today in Army Cadet. Just over a minute to go. Joseph Katzentonis, let's just check what time remains on the clock as they come over the line. It's down the inside, looking there is Max Hollor. So it's 55 seconds on the clock, so I reckon we'll still have a little bit of time remaining as they come round again. So there should be 3 laps to go. There's the number 57 of Finley Hines in 7th place. Trying to find a way past Oscar Cartmail in the number 80 there, blue suit, white helmet. But Braith Murdoch soaking up this pressure here, Chris, very, very nicely. Looks in good control as the number 33. Is that Gilson? And yes, it is Eric Gilson off down at Ashby Corner. It's been in the grass as well.
It's a shame for Gilson because he was 3rd in the first heat, so had done himself some favours with some points for later on, but it's getting very close now between Chalk and Murdoch. And is that an opportunity for Mason to try and come through? A bit of wheel banging as they come through Pitt's corner. I think Chalk might just hang on to this. No, he doesn't. Mason goes through.
He does indeed. In fact, I think he's lost
oh, no,
sorry,
no,
he hasn't. No, he's held him ahead.
Well, he's going through now.
Mason. Oh, there's a contact between Mason and Chalk there. Chalk spins, gets recovered very well. Loses probably 6 or 7 positions. That could have been far, far worse. He's got passed by Ackerman and Ewell there. We're on the penultimate lap because our leader, Joseph Katzentonis, got across the line with about 2 seconds remaining on the clock. Zane Quecker still leading in the novice ranks, is now up to 11th place. That's as a result of Eric Gilson's spin that we saw in Ashby Corner a few moments ago. Max Mason now being challenged by the number 36 of Max Hollor and Cartmail there as well. Oh, there's a problem for Ewell, number 75. Max Ewell, who's having a really strong run, was in the top 10, but unfortunately is out of the race. On to the last lap then. Joseph Katzentonis is on for another victory here. You would think Braith Murdoch is going to be on for 2nd place as well, but who's going to finish in 3rd? That's the open question at this stage of the race. Max Mason had some fantastic speed early on in this heat. There's a yellow flag out, so no overtaking will be allowed through these 2 left-handers. That's good news for Mason because he's just got the boot remaining to defend and hold on to this position.
A bit of an imperious drive by Katzentonis here. 2.5 seconds clear of the field.
Indeed he does. Around the final corner, Joseph Katzentonis won in this heat in this class last year, and he's taken another heat win in the I-Army Cadets ranks and wins comfortably by 3.35 seconds in this reduced length race. Braith Murdoch in 2nd place, Max Mason in 3rd, Max Hollor in 4th place, Oscar Cartmail in 5th, Finley Hines, Henry Clark, Jensen Ackerman and Jensen Chalk. Those are all your non-novice runners at the front of the field. Sukmani Kira got another win in the novice ranks there in 10th place overall, ahead of Zane Quecker, Enzo Butterazzi and Teddy Woodard. Harry Curry and Jack Jones in the top 15. Levi McGrath, Nathaniel Hodges, Eric Gilson and Jonty Restrick and Jacob Nairn. All on the lead lap. There were problems for Max Ewell, Ethan Weldon and Charlie Kitely.
Obviously a great drive from Katzentonis there, but for Braith Murdoch to soak up that pressure, so many cars behind him in that battle for 2nd place, did not put a foot wrong after the restart.
Indeed. Well, we'll move on. The I-Army Cadets will have their 3rd and final heats later on this afternoon, but we'll move into the mini classes, and the first of those out on the circuit will be race number 11. It'll be the X30 Minis. X30 Mini Heat 2 is next. Let's get ready then for race number 11 on the schedule. This is the 2nd heat for X30 Mini. Jack Mowat has pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Dayton Coulthard. Row 2 has Jensen Pugh and James Kell on it. Jack Hobson and Amelia Pennington go from row number 3. Lucas Field and Ashton Wiggins start on row 4. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Kira Harris are in the top 10 for this one. Henry Jocelyn and Charlie Mills start their races from row number 6. Charlie Lockett and Fred Green will be trying to make progress from row number 7. Riley Bishop and Finn Leslie are on row 8. Aidan Hassan won the heat, the first heat of the day, starts this second one on row 9 alongside Katie Ashman. And the last 10th row of the grid, Luke Fleming and Joshua Jones are 2 novices in this class. So Aidan Hassan won this class earlier on in the day in heat number 1. Jack Mowat was 2nd, Fred Green in 3rd. So you'd think here, Chris, that Jack Mowat will be looking to take the opportunity of starting from the upper echelons of the field, get some more points and take the lead in the round at the end of this one.
Absolutely. I mean, if he came 2nd in that first heat, so if he can bag another strong result, that's surely going to set him up. Even if he has an average 3rd heat, it'll set him up nicely for the final.
Yeah, take the pressure off for that final race of the day, or the afternoon, I should say, or the heat section of the schedule. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Elaine, who's said well done to Max Allure for a good performance in the last race that we saw there. Those of you wondering, number 33, Dayton Coulthard, is son of Formula 1 race winner David Coulthard. Can we get a good result from Coulthard in this one? That's going to be a false start as the yellow flags came round, and oops, the number 21's had a little bit of a spin there, Amelia Pennington. But it won't matter because there's chance to get back into position.
Can you tell that Dayton is the son of David
Yes.
from the helmet?
As I say, great to have Dayton back. We have seen Dayton race in the cadet classes before. Obviously his dad's not here today.
No.
He's in Austria on Channel 4 Formula 1 duties.
I was watching that last night. Does a fantastic job on that.
Brilliant job. And of course BRDC president now as well, and doing a great job there as well, supporting grassroots motorsport. So Jack Mowat is your pole position driver. They're the number 23 in the blue and yellow helmet. Dayton Coulthard alongside. The cross of St Andrews proudly displayed in the number 33. Are we ready to go this time for heat number 2 in X30 Mini? Yes, we are. Good start for Jack Mowat. Will lead into turn 1. Jensen Pugh got a good start from grid 3 as well. Dayton Coulthard holding in 3rd place in the early stages of this one. I think Jack Hobson's trying to get down the inside as contact between Hobson and Pugh there, and Coulthard unfortunately had nowhere to go. Gets involved and slightly taken out by that, and the number 57 of Ashton Wiggins was down the inside as well. So a bit of a scrappy start here in X30 Mini. The yellow flags, I think, are out towards the top end of the circuit, but Jack Mowat has had a good start here, Chris, and he's leading out front.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate for Coulthard as well. He was just on the wrong side. Oh, number 6 trying to get up alongside number the 23 there, and that's Jack Hobson and Jack Mowat going wheel to wheel. There was looked like to be a little bit of a brush there into the boot, but they both get away unscathed.
So Mowat leads from Hobson, Field, Pugh, Wiggins, Coulthard, Pennington, Owen Drawbridge, Leslie, Green. Down the inside goes Hobson. Decisive manoeuvre, takes the lead here on lap number 2.
Arrived with everything locked up, but he got it done.
Big send down the inside into Christmas Corner. Lucas Fields on the move now as well. Very nice start in 3rd place.
So we've got 3 for the lead in this top battle. And Hobson and Field look to be the teammates in this one, so that could be a bit of a pain for Mowat if they start to play some tactics behind him.
So over start finish, end of lap number 2. Jack Hobson confirmed as your new leader of the race. Jack Mowat in 2nd place. Ashton Wiggins has gained a position on that last lap, is up to 4th. Finn Leslie on the move as well, up 3 positions, is up to 6th place now. Amelia Pennington, unfortunately, has lost 4 positions on that last lap, overtaken by the likes of Jack Owen Drawbridge and Fred Green and Aidan Hassan. So Hassan now up into the top 10. Jack Mowat seems at the moment, Chris, just quite happy to sit in second place, work with Jack Hobson. They are starting to get a bit of a gap over Lucas Field.
Just ever so slightly. It was very close across the line, but this lap they've really been working well together. Lucas Field actually seems to be falling into the clutches of Ashton Wiggins here. So we've got two groups of 2 karts in these top battles.
2 by 2 as they go. Ashton Wiggins has actually set the fastest lap of the race so far, 48.14. And it's now going to go for third place here, down the inside. Defended well by Lucas Field, using that outside line. The camber through Christmas Corner does assist. Now down the inside goes Ashton Wiggins, and Lucas Field's going to have to keep his nose in, but no, simply you can't keep your nose in when you're being forced towards that little almost gravelly, grassy curb on the exit of Ashby Corner. Had to yield the position, and Ashton Wiggins is through to third place.
A little bit forceful by Wiggins there, but you know, all's fair in love and war.
Warning for Charlie Locker, the number 30. Where is Locker running at the moment? In 17th position. Aidan Hassan is on the move. New fastest lap of the heat, 47.60 from the number 64 up to 7th place. Fred Green has followed through as well into 8th place. There's Finn Leslie down the inside of Jensen Pugh. That's good for 5th place. And Hassan, there he is, following through. So this is good work at the moment by Hassan. Happy to use Finn Leslie to part the seas, as it were, through this field. Do all the hard work of making the gaps appear and then jumping in them.
Absolutely, although coming back at him there is that number 64. They're trying to get back past Finn Leslie there, and does so successfully.
So, yeah, so Hassan, as I say, used Leslie's hard work to his own benefit and has now decided to take his position on the road and move on without him. Back at the front of the field, though, Hobson and Mowat. Separated by 0.2 of a second last time around.
And in the lap times, only 100th, but crucially quicker than Ashton Wiggins behind him.
Yeah, they're working really nicely together at the moment, these two young drivers. Once again, knowing that this is a heat, don't need to absolutely go out for the win in this one.
But at what point do they pull the pin and go?
I think they'll probably leave it to the last lap, but at the moment, Jack Hobson is trying to break that toe from Jack Mowat, and you never know, the pace he's going at may be all alone at the front of the field at the end of this race. There's a number 32 of Riley Bishop ahead of Jack Owen Drawbridge. Has just taken a position off Owen Drawbridge there. He's up into 10th place.
But crucially here, Mowat's not close enough for a lunge into Christmas. So he's not going to just dive bomb him and go for an unrealistic move.
Aidan Hassan has set a new fastest lap of the heat so far, 47.07. So at that pace, is going to be on the rear bumper of the number 77 of Lucas Field, going for 4th place very, very shortly. 90 seconds in this race to go.
I should say how much I love watching these X30 Minis. They snake around under braking like an old F3000 car.
Yeah. So over start finish, I think there has been a change for 4th place there. Yep, Aidan Hassan has got past Lucas Field. His next target is Ashton Wiggins. Last time around was 4 and a bit tenths quicker than Wiggins. The gap is just around a second. Mechanical flag unfortunately out for Charlie Mills. The meatball has been handed to 37, so Charlie will have to come into the pit lane. There's Dayton Coulthard. Just defending ahead of Riley Bishop. That's over 9th position in this race.
Riley Bishop, the reigning Honda Cadet champion. So he's got the credentials, and one podium already this season, I believe.
Yeah, Fred Green now trying to find a way past Jensen Pugh. This is over 7th position in this heat. 30 seconds to go. Leader starts another laps. What do we reckon that's going to be? Two more laps then for these drivers. Jack Owen Drawbridge has got through past Riley Bishop into 10th place. There's a good battle going on there with Dayton Coulthard at the front of it.
32 looks to be making a move there down into Riley Bishop again.
Yep.
Looks to be making a move into Christmas.
Time about to expire on the clock then. Here is Aidan Hassan trying to get down the inside of Ashton Wiggins. Very nice manoeuvre, and that means Hassan is up to 30. Really, really has taken this race by the scruff of the neck. Is it going to be a win? No, but it's going to be very good points in the context of this club round.
And another podium, crucially. Yeah. So 1 win and 1 podium. Can't do much better than that.
Jack Hobson is on to his final lap then. Has a good lead over Jack Mowat as they go on to lap number 10. There is Aidan Hassan, who's got the job done, has got back up to 3rd place. Ashton Wiggins in 4th. Finn Leslie. Oh, there's been a problem, I think, for Finn Leslie. Finn has fallen down the order. Let's hope that it's a transponder issue and not a mechanical failing of the kart itself. But at least at the moment, no, he's in the pit lane. His transponder has crossed the pit lane line. That means he does have a mechanical issue. But Jack Hobson is going to come around the final corner and take victory here in heat number 2. 1 second clear of Jack Mowat. Aidan Hassan in 3rd. Ashton Wiggins 4th. Lucas Field 5th. Jensen Pugh is going to lose out there on the line. Fred Green takes 6th place ahead of Pugh. Riley Bishop in 8th. Dayton Coulthard in 9th position. Jack Owen Drawbridge in 10th. Great drives from all of those drivers. Kira Harris in 11th. Amelia Pennington 12th. James Kell, Katie Ashman. Then our top novice Joshua Jones in 15th. Charlie Locker and Luke Fleming, the last of those running 2 retirements in that race. Finn Leslie and Charlie Mills. Well, the X30 Minis continue to be a very, very open class here today at Whilton Mill. They will have their 3rd heat later on in the afternoon, but well done to Jack Hobson taking victory there in that one. Hopefully he gets through all the post-race checks.
Another driver really taking advantage of the fact that his nearest rivals in the championship aren't here this week.
Yeah, getting those good points on the board. We're going to move on though. We'll see the X30 Minis out again later. Next up on your schedule is race number 12, the 2nd heat for Minimax. Quick fire break complete then here at Whilton Mill. We're getting ready for race number 12 on your schedule here at round 3 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Let's have a look at the grid for Minimax and their 2nd heat. Hugh Moulton will have pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Corey Fowler. Row 2 has Woody Radford and Harry Higgs on it. Row 3 consists of Oliver Smith and Devon Nolan. Kieran Denyer and Seth Hathaway start on row number 4. Emily Ackerts and Harrison Morrow wrap out the top 10. Edward Rose and Ronnie Coburn are on row number 6. Oliver Sander and Mac McFarquhar are on row 7. Michael Dalton and Daniel O'Moore start on row number 8. Sasha Bagley and Oliver Smith start on row number 9. Lena Summers-Kelly and Charlie DeMoncos start on row 10. We're into our novices, by the way, now. Louis Rees and George Ivanov on row 11. Josh Cook wraps out the 23 runners on the graphic scheduled to run in this race. Damien Barris-Haggett is a questionable, I think, for this next race.
I'll tell you something I'm really looking forward to seeing. Oh, number 75 hasn't made it. So there's Harrison Morrow. Well, whether that's a mechanical problem, we'll see later, but we're going to go for a start.
7 minutes plus 1 lap away we go then for the 2nd heat of the day here in Minimax. 21 karts running into the first couple of corners. Are they all going to emerge from it? Looks like that is the case. Good start from the Minimaxers. Hugh Moulton leads through Christmas Corner for the first time in his number 51. There's a bit of chaos in the middle of the field there. And the number 38 of Oliver Smith has been relegated to the bottom of the order. There's more spinning karts going through Inkermans, so a bit of a scrappy start there for Minimax. And I just wonder, oh dear, that's number 50 that is not in a good state for Edward Rose.
I was just going to say, I was really looking forward to seeing how he progresses, because we didn't see his potential in race 1. So his day was supposed to start here, and it hasn't, still beached on the curb.
Yeah, I just wonder, is there a little bit of precipitation out there? We're quite warm and dry in the commentary box, the Alpha Live commentary box here at Whilton Mill Kart Club.
77 and 44, Coburn and Dalton going absolutely hammer and tongs through the final corner and onto this next lap. But it looks like we've got side by side in the leading group. 66 making their way through. It's Radford getting up into second place.
Yeah, and Fowler taking the lead there as well. Yellow flag out at Inkermans for the recovery of Edward Rose's car. Big thanks to all of our marshals, our hard-working marshals here at Whilton Mill today. Devon Nolan's involved again in the green and black helmet at the back of this train. We saw a topsy-turvy first heat in this group.
So Fowler once again finding himself at the front of a race today. We saw him have some good battles earlier in the day, but he's got a different opponent in Woody Radford behind him now. They look super close on the run up to Christmas.
So Damien Barris-Haggett, after being a questionable in this race, is down the inside of the 51, goes to 28. That's Oliver Smith going past Hugh Moulton for third place. So yeah, it was questionable because he wasn't on our graphic, but was on the latest grid that we've got here on the laptop. He's absolutely flown through the field in the early stages. Now up to 8th place, as here go Smith and Nolan fighting over third position. And the number 27 up to 8th place now in this race. Charlie de Moncos having a good run early on here as well. 13th place overall, but crucially top novice. Down the inside of Dalton went Barris-Haggett there. So the Barris-Haggett up to 7th place now. Back with our leaders.
Yeah, and it looks closer still on the run into Christmas, and a big twitch for Corey Fowler as he breaks for the hairpin, but does not break formation, and Woody Radford still looking for a way back past and into the lead of the race. No way through at Ashby either. And again, yep, the little adjustment on the right-hand side there. But as they make their way around Ozies and back towards the boot, it's still as you were. Although I wonder, is Ollie Smith just closing down that gap slightly?
I think he might be. He's had a good couple of sectors there. And he's pulling Devon Nolan along as well. Yeah, the gap down to a new fastest lap of the race, in fact, from Smith, 47.75.
1 second covering the top 4 that time around. And oh, look at these guys. Number 77, Rory Coburn on the inside there of 51, Hugh Moulton, who seems to be struggling in this one.
Damien Barris-Haggett continuing to impress, nipped through there as well.
You know, kind of just, in fact, he's now going up the inside of Coburn, and that is brilliant stuff.
A twofer, brilliant.
Kind of used the wake of Coburn getting past Moulton to gain 1 position, and then just got past him a few corners later.
But you're not expecting it, are you? You're like, no. Oh, I've done the move, right, I'm going strong, and then, oh, somebody else has come past me.
And a little more at the back of this group as well. Change for the lead. Woody Radford has taken the lead away from Corey Fowler. And in fact, the top 3 were covered by 0.2 of a second. That is what 0.2 of a second looks like, as Oliver Smith is trying to find his way through now as well. Devon Nolan's got the best seat in the house at the moment there in 4th place.
Well, Fowler's not going to like that lead change one bit, and he's desperately trying to find a way back through, staring down the back of Radford's Kart, and they already look like they're just going to pull a slight little gap there on Oliver Smith. So maybe they need to set the squabbling aside for now and just focus on getting themselves sorted.
Yeah, these are crucial laps in the context of this second heat for Minimax. Can this top 2 break away from Smith and Nolan, drop them there on the circuit and fight for the win later on? At the moment, I don't think that's going to be the case. And the other problem they're going to have here, Chris, is Damien Barris-Haggett continuing to have very, very strong pace. He's closing in. It's down the inside goes Fowler, gets the lead back through Christmas corner.
I was about to say, he didn't look like he had the best run through the first 2 corners, but proving me absolutely wrong and taking the lead.
This has got the potential, this race, to be an absolute humdinger, because Damien Barris-Haggett has just gone purple through sector number 1. He is chipping away. He was 2 seconds behind the leader, which was Woody Radford at the last count. And surely that's going to be coming down as Radford's having a little look down the inside. No, that's not
not into Pitts Bend. No way.
Just keep an eye on that number 27.
The gap's come down again, and he's 1.5 seconds off the leader now. And so the gap is definitely coming down. He'll be with these guys very, very quickly, but we've surely only got 3 laps to go, including this one.
1 minute to go on the clock. Still Fowler from Radford, Smith, Nolan. the number 27 and 77 respectively of Damien Barris-Haggett and Ronnie Coburn. Will just be hoping that these drivers keep fighting, or start fighting more than they actually are at the moment. They're working together very well. Give them an opportunity coming on to the last lap.
It's kind of minimal time loss that they're managing to get in this battle. But look, Barris-Haggett is right there.
Big lap, really big lap from Damien Barris-Haggett at 47.19. He's going to get involved here as Woodford's going to go down the inside of Fowler into Christmas corner. Fowler tries to hold it round the outside, does so really well. Nolan's trying to find a way past Oliver Smith, but Damien Barris-Haggett is with them now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 battling for the lead here. There's somebody unfortunately retired at the top of the hill there. We'll try and figure out who that is in a moment, but this is a pulsating battle for the lead of the race. Time has expired. There will be the last lap board out next time around, but Damien Barris-Haggett with this great drive through the field. Down the inside goes Nolan, takes third place. Really good move there from the number 54. Here comes Damien Barris-Haggett up to fourth place. Oliver Smith frustrated with himself a little bit there, shuffled down to fifth. And also, there's stuff going on. I think it's Ronnie Coburn. Has Ronnie Coburn broken down? Yes, he has. He's falling down through the order. So Daniel Lamore's now up into sixth place. Battle at the front of the field. Radford tries to find his way past Fowler. Doesn't make the move stick as they go down into Ashby for the last time.
Barris-Haggett arrived on the scene, bang, immediately made his mark, but going for the lead now is Radford, and he takes it away from Fowler on the final lap. He's cut across the nose there, very sharpish. Number 27, Barris-Haggett, has made his way into third place as well. It's all kicking off at the final moments of this heat too.
This is going to go down to the final corner. Nolan down the inside of Damien Barris-Haggett. There's contact between the two of them. That's good. Oh, there's contact between the two leaders. Fowler's been tipped round. Woody Radford is going to come over the line here, classified as your winner, but that's going to be provisional with a capital P. Damien Barris-Haggett finishes in second place. Devon Nolan third. Daniel Amore fourth. Oliver Smith fifth. Hugh Moulton in sixth. Seth Hathaway in seventh. Oliver Sander, Corey Fowler and Michael Dalton wrap out the top 10. My goodness me, there was not enough cameras, I think, on the last corner to capture everything that happened there through the boot.
Absolutely brilliant.
Let's just go through the rest of the order. Kieran Denyer 11th, Oliver Smith in 12th, Sasha Bagley 13th, Charlie de Moncos, your top novice, in 14th, George Ivanov 15th, Josh Cook, Lena Summers-Kelly and Louis Rees wrap out the novice runners in that one. Amity Ackett's had problems too, retirements, Ronnie Coburn and Edward Rose.
That was bubbling away nicely. Bonkers. It was boiling and then boiled over right at the end.
Indeed. We'll see the Minimax class back out later for their third and final heat. We're going to take a short break here on the commentary and get ready for race number 13, which will be the Junior Maxes. They're out next. Welcome back, everybody, to Whilton Mill Kart Circuit, just outside Daventry in Northamptonshire. Let's have a look at the grid for race 13 on your schedule here for the third round of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. This is Junior Max's second heat, and Michael Morgan has pole position for it alongside Justin Jensen Weston on the front row. Jacob Rhodes and Daniel Sabula on row 2, Ronnie Smith and Luke Ringham on row number 3. Jensen Giles and Miles Dawn start on row 4. Riley Brown and Jake Davis are on row number 5. Casey Lynch and Alexander Adams Acton are on row 6. James Jackson was quiet in the first heat. Let's see how he does in the number 41 from row 7 alongside Amelia Nelson, Murphy Aldridge and Jack Cooper on row 8. Spencer Brown and Kai Bacchini are on row number 9. Jessica White and Ronnie Mansfield both ran very strongly in the first heat. They start this one from row number 10, Max Lee and Oliver Kerr are on row 11. Lexi Belk and Freya Belk are on row number 12. Joe Garraway and Noah Hadley starts this race from the back of those on non-novice plates on row 13. Leo Purchase and William Young on row 14. Alex Warnaby and Jacob Jukes on row 15. We are into the novices now. Alfie Bray and Ollie Ward, row 16. Hopefully Ollie will have a stronger race mechanically than the last one. And Daniels Martinonis and Joel Ryan form out the 34 Kart field. Keep your comments coming in. Keep your support for the drivers out there. Hello to Sally Morgan cheering on Michael Morgan here today. And hello to Alan Phillips cheering on James Jackson in this next race. If you haven't pressed that like button already and you've got a like to give, if you wouldn't mind doing so, that's a great help to us here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and Chris Stevens from the Missed Apex podcast on commentary duties for you today.
As somebody who's been running a YouTube channel now for several years, I can tell you hitting that like button, it does make a massive difference. In the world of algorithms that we try to beat on social media.
Yes. Must beat the algorithm.
Always.
7 minutes, I think, on the clock once again. So, yeah, we mentioned it earlier. I think there has been a reduction in race times just to try and get us back on schedule a little bit.
Well, crucially, it's less time for the people. If you're having your mid-start or back-start heat, it's less time for you to get through the order.
Yeah, no, definitely. It can subtly change these races. So Michael Morgan there in the black, amber and red. It's almost Belgian colours on that helmet on the number 54. They are your pole sitter. 7 minutes plus 1 lap here in Junior Max. Away we go then for heat number 2. Big field this running through turn 1 and turn 2. Very tricky for them all to get through those first couple of corners, but it looks like they've done so. Very good start for the number 30 of Jensen Weston. Jensen will lead through down into Ashby Corner for the first time in this one.
So once again, the outside of the front row working perfectly for the start.
There is your pole sitter. Now in second place and being attacked by the number 53 side by side. Whoa. And he's like, oh no, he's going to spin and needs to get on the brakes to make sure that doesn't collect anybody else. But that's really unfortunate for Michael Morgan. It was Riley Brown, I think, coming through.
It's gone from being on pole position for this heat to facing the wrong way in half a lap. It doesn't get much worse than that, unfortunately. But for Jensen Weston, couldn't be going any better. But he has only got a slender margin over Ronnie Smither as they break up towards Christmas. And Riley Brown getting very out of shape as they break down in there. But number 77, Jack Cooper, getting the legs on Jensen Giles, I believe that was.
Yeah, it's a bit of a break as well from the top 10. There was over a second between Cooper and Jackson. So the top 9, I should say. If they can work together, they can guarantee themselves some good points here. But at the moment, they're fighting over every single position. Oh, big collision there between the 72 and the 13. That's Jack Davis and Jacob Rhodes. And Jacob's kart is absolutely ruined there on the front panel. And there's more drivers involved. The 37, I think that's White. And the 14 as well of Kai Bacchini. So what has happened there? That's further down the order. Jessica White and Kai Bacchini.
That's a shame for Jessica White. She was on the podium in the first heat and has not been able to back that up with a good result in this heat.
And there's a red flag. There's a red flag. And I hope Kai's okay. For the second round in a row, a red flag comes out in Junior Max for a sizable incident involving the X-Kart's number 14. So, this is on lap number 3. And there's going to be a bit of repair work, I think, for some of the team mechanics. Ambulance heads out to the scene of the accident. We didn't see the start of the... I just wonder, was it a bit of a secondary reaction? We saw the contact further up the road involving, apologies, my brain's gone scrambled now over who it was who was involved. In fact, no, we have had come over the second lap. So it was Jacob Rhodes, wasn't it? Apologies. It was Jacob Rhodes and Jake Davis who originally got together coming onto the back straight. And I just wonder, as the second half of the field's come along, it's just caught them out. And they've had their own second collision that's taken out Kai Bacchini, Jessica White and Joe Garraway as well.
Could well be. It's always so hard to judge which direction you have to go, especially if a car is moving across the track. Because when you make the decision, it may seem like the right one, but by the time you actually arrive at the scene of the accident, it could be the wrong one.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So we've got 5 minutes left on the clock. They're already taken time off of this race to try and get us back on the schedule. And we've stopped with 5 minutes to go. This could end up being a very short race, actually, if they have to knock even more time off of it.
We're just going to have a little look back internally in the commentary box to try and figure out what happened there. So we're not going to show the replays at the moment because we don't know the state of the drivers. So yeah, the number 72 went down the inside of the 13. They just had a bit of an unfortunate collision. And yeah, I think the number 72 may have gone back across to driver's left out of control, and that has collected the number 14 and the 37. That's an unconfirmed report, I should stress.
It does look from that angle as well. Like they don't just don't give each other enough room. It's very unnecessary.
It's a tough one off of that corner because the exit's quite tight, and at that speed as well, early in a race.
Well, you don't want to give a centimetre you don't have to, especially in these things, because they will leak loads of time that way.
So we're under red flag once again here at Whilton Mill. You can see carts being recovered back to pit lane. That's
you can hear them getting back to pit lane as well.
That on your screen. And I think, yeah, we'll be reset back to the end of lap 1. Yeah, so that's what's happened here in race control, because the incident happened on lap 2. So Jensen Weston goes back to the top of the leaderboard as your leader, or stays at the top of your leaderboard as the leader. Ronnie Smith, Riley Brown, Jacob Rhodes, we know, is now out. Was involved. You've just seen his carts being recovered back across circuits, and Jacob's perfectly okay, which is the most important thing. Miles Dawn, Jake Davis will be out of this race. I'm just looking down as to where that next group were that got involved. So Bacchini, White and Garraway were all 18th, 19th, 21st. So yeah, I reckon that's what's happened, that the number 72 is gone back across to driver's left and has collected, or maybe in avoidance, Bacchini, White and Garraway have collected each other. Keep your comments coming in. We'll get racing back underway here very shortly. Hello to Rhys Jones cheering on Freya Belk.
It's worth saying as well, quick reaction times for race control from the marshals. Yeah. Safety is the absolute priority, and they do a fantastic job.
They do indeed. Hello to Katie Dukes as well, cheering on Jacob Dukes, who must have got through that melee very, very well, because he was right in between the 3 drivers involved in it at the end of lap number 1. So good work there from one of our 6 novices in this race.
Jacob Duke's been really impressing me as a novice. It was top novice in the last race as well, in Heat 1. And once again, so far, top novice in Heat 2. And has been just mixing it in with the more experienced guys, doing a fantastic job.
So rest of the schedule remaining today, if you're joining us here at Whilton Mill Kart Club a little bit later through the day. Each class, I should say, has 3 heats, the only exception being Hondas, because there's so many of them. We have to run each driver's 3 heats across 4 races, i.e. a driver will sit out 1 each in Honda Cadet. Once we've cleared through all of the heats, we will get into our finals. In fact, I'm just having a look at seeing Honda Cadets as 5 heats now, so I think that's been a change in the order. But yes, there will be multiple Honda Cadet heats with some drivers not taking part in some of them, but each individual races 3 times. Once all of those are done, we'll then head into our finals. There'll be a B final for the Hondas, and then all of the A finals for each of our classes, Army Cadet, followed by the 2 Minimax classes, X30s and Rotax Maxes, same for the juniors, same for the seniors, and then the A final for the Hondas to finish things off. More things for you to look forward to here on the Alpha Live network. Also going on today, we've got the Vera Tools British Kart Championships, their 4th event of the season, down at Mansell Raceway. So you can go have that on a screen as well. I mean, obviously I'm biased, don't go and watch the whole thing because that's not us. But that is being covered by Alpha Live as well. You've also got the guys up at Teesside, their owner-driver sprint series, their 3rd round of the year as well. And Double Dash Motorsport Media will be heading up to Teesside later this summer for the 2021 edition of the British 24 Hour, which you can follow here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Always a highlight of our year. You've also, as I say, mentioned it a couple of times already, next weekend we unfortunately missed the first meeting due to regulations of the unmentionable thing, because that upsets the algorithm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, Super One, great to be back giving some Super One coverage to you all. We'll be at Clay Pigeon next weekend, Alpha Live and Double Dash Motorsport Media, and yeah, there's not enough words in the English language for me to describe how excited I am about that. We had a fantastic time with it last season when we did streams both here at Whilton Mill and up the road at Shennington. Clay Pigeon, a fantastic circuit. That should be a brilliant event. Do make sure that you're tuned in for that next Sunday.
Something I've just realised about the times we live in now. Normally, if you're one of the people racing here, you would have as many family members as possible coming in to support you. Not really something we can do now. There are regulations in place at this event. We still try and keep personnel to a minimum. And so these streams are a fantastic way to bring your family to the event without actually having to bring them to Whilton Mill.
I slapped my own hand because I forgot one of the other streams going on at the moment, the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championships, their 5th round of the season, and they're at Clay Pigeon today. So plenty of motorsport for you to watch here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. We're still under red flag conditions here at Whilton Mill for an incident on lap 2 of the 2nd heat for Junior Max.
Those mini bike guys, they are crazy. I think anyone who races a motorcycle is crazy anyway, but the mini bikes are properly mental.
But they're a great paddock. I've had the privilege of being in that paddock a couple of times, and they're always really, really friendly. A friendly group of people. Sorry, I just got distracted by a comment from Ghetto Genius saying F1 in 30 minutes. No, don't go and watch that. No. In fact, shall we discuss? What do you think is going to happen in the Formula 1 today?
Oh man, that's a loaded question. I think the fact that Valtteri had that 3-place grid penalty is probably big news for Lewis, because that puts him on the front row, and we just get another Verstappen Hamilton Duke. I got to say, a few years ago I kind of fell out of love with Formula 1, and I got rejuvenated with the current cycle of regulations we have, but this year has just sparked a love for that sport.
It has been a good one. I will give it that, and we'll wait to see what happens there. But as I say, don't go and watch the Formula 1. We mentioned the Channel 4 highlights. Yes, they're very good. Give them a watch when they're on the air later, and stick with us for the live afternoon.
Later, and then also go and watch the Missed Apex podcast live race review at 8 PM on the Missed Apex podcast YouTube channel.
Absolutely. I will put the public service announcement into the chat now.
Thank you.
No F1 spoilers in the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, 100%. I got it on record at home. I'm going to watch it tonight.
Yep. Jam Stones asks, do you need a Motorsport UK license to race in WMKC? Yes, this is a Motorsport UK licensed event. And as I say, it's the starting place for many drivers. That's been another one of the things I've really enjoyed today. Once again, seeing just how many novices have been on our grids. There's Kai Bacchini. So the number 14 is out of harm's way, and it does look like we are getting going again for Junior Max Heat number 2. We'll remain to see how much time is going to be on the clock.
Yeah, so 5 minutes, as I mentioned, was the time left on the clock when we red flagged. That was already reduced from the normal time, so it was 7 minutes when we started. They could well knock a few more minutes off because they're already behind schedule.
Joel Ryan just inquiring there, I think, as to his starting position. He's in the number 36.
Well, so it does look like we're about to get underway again.
Does look like we're getting back to racing, but those involved in the cause of the red flag starting from the rear of the field. We saw this earlier with one of the previous classes. There'll be one full course yellow flag in effect, and then we'll be back to racing for the remaining time.
I think that's the right call, put them at the back of the grid. There's nothing that upsets me more than when you see a red flag and they call the race at that point, and then the people who ended up causing the incident
Get a better result,
in some cases win the race.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm talking Macau a few years ago.
Yes. No, good point on that one. So Jensen Weston will lead us away in the number 30. Jensen led at the end of lap number 1. Ronnie Smith second in the number 96. Riley Brown third in the number 53. Jacob Rhodes is not there because we saw that the number 13 was involved in the incident that caused the red flag. So Miles Dawn is promoted to 4th. Jake Davis is not there either. There is the number 89 going back out. That's Freya Belk. And looking to slot into position.
Just between
Freya.
21 and 34 there.
Yeah, so Amelia Nelson ahead there. So that's 17th place. Well, no, it won't be 17th place because we've had a couple of drivers taken out of the order in that one. So Weston from Smith, Brown, Dawn. Luke Ringham will now be in 5th position. The number 60.
Somebody in the mid pack sitting up there with their legs set up on the steering wheel. I can't imagine that's particularly comfortable. But each to their own.
Not bad. It's not
Really?
bad. Yeah, you just kind of like lean back and.
I'll give it a go next time I go karting.
It's not a very safe position though.
Oh.
Don't do that whilst you're driving.
Just on the grid.
It's like people who put their feet up on the front dash and the front passenger seat.
Oh,
of the
I don't
car.
like that.
No, don't do it. Don't do it whilst the vehicle is moving, please. Novices, just to give them a mention again, Jacob Jukes was your top running novice at the end of the first lap of the first attempt at this race. So he's going to be in around 17th position once those involved in the red flag incident are taken out of the order. And
I'm trying to imagine how that would feel to drive.
it's mainly in the response.
Okay,
It's response
so it's just not sharp.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll get this race underway very shortly. We hope indeed. With Jensen Weston leading it off the front. We'll remain to see if we do get the rest of these 5 minutes or whether it'll be reduced to 4 or 3 minutes.
It's worth saying it has been a fairly lengthy pause in the action that we've had to contend with, sadly. But this is the nature of the beast, really, and we do have to go through an awful lot of procedures, make sure everything is followed to the letter, and safety is absolutely paramount, as always, and rightly so.
Ghetto Genius has confirmed that they are still watching Alpha. Good.
Good man.
And hopefully we'll get some racing action underway very shortly. Still remaining to have their second heats, just because there will be people curious and expecting us to be into the third rotation now. Yeah. So we've still got to come in this rotation X30 Junior Heat 2, X30 Senior Heat 2, and then Senior Max Heat 2.
Yeah, so we're just over halfway through the second rotation.
So if you're wondering where we are in terms of schedule, yeah, we are, what are we? I think we're about half an hour behind at the moment. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to those cheering on Noah Hadley as well. Josh Selway Racing, a regular viewer here at WMKC. Noah, I think, was positioned 25th at the end of the first lap. So was behind the incidents that caused the red flag. So we'll have gained a few positions after that. We'll probably be starting around 20th position on this restart.
Yeah, we talked at the top of this race about the reduced length, less time for the people having their mid-grid start, or their back of grid start, less time to work their way through. They're going to have even less time now if they reduce this race any further, which could be a real possibility. If we weren't already behind schedule, they may have left it, but the fact that we already are running behind, at some point you've got to start trying to claw that back.
So just to run through the order as it was at the end of lap number 1, Jensen Weston, Ronnie Smith, Riley Brown was your top 3. Jacob Rhodes was 4th, but was involved in the incidents that triggered the red flag. So we've seen the number 13 now positioned at the back of the field for the remainder of this, well, at least for the start of this race. Miles Dawn was 5th, Jake Davis 6th, also involved was the number 72 of Jake Davis in the red flag triggering incident, and I don't think we've seen number 72 come back out on circuit, so I believe that one is done for this race. Luke Ringham, Jensen Giles, Jack Cooper and James Jackson. So James Jackson had a decent start. That was your top 10. Alexander Adams Acton 11th, Spencer Brown in 12th. Two very good starts from Max Lee and Oliver Kerr. They both gained 5 positions on the first lap. Ronnie Mansfield 15th, Amelia Nelson 16th, Freya Belk, we've seen the number 89 come back out on circuit. Kai Vicini and Jessica White. Kai's kart we've seen back out on circuit but positioned at the back. Jessica White 19th, not seen the number 37 re-emerge back on circuit. Jacob Jukes was 20th. Joe Garraway similarly, I don't think we've seen re-emerge back out on circuit but was involved before the red flag. Lexi Belk 22nd, Alex Warnaby 2nd of the novices 23rd, Murphy Aldridge 24th, Noah Hadley, Leo Purchase take us down to 26th, then a flurry of novices in the form of Alfie Bray, William Young, Daniels Martinonis, Ollie Ward and Joel Ryan, Michael Morgan Of course, we saw having the spin, if I remember correctly, coming out of Ozier's on lap number 1 before the red flag.
This has worked out quite nicely for Jack Cooper, who was 9th on that screen you read out, but he's 7th in this queue to go back out. So he's gained in this red flag period 2 spots there. For 2nd in the championship going into this weekend, you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. You take that freebie. Yeah, it's all crucial points that could mean prizes at the end of the season. I know we've got a couple of questions on are all drivers okay. As soon as we receive information on that, we will let you know. But I'm sure you understand we don't want to speculate. I just wonder, is the pause in proceedings because the medics are attending to somebody? That is the only thing that I can think would be holding us from restarting. Now, obviously, we can't restart. I'm sure that the medics will be doing a swifter job as possible. They've got to be given time. We cannot restart the race without them in position should there be another incident. Whilst we're having this extended break, let's have a little look at this Whilton Mill circuit and the challenge before the drivers today.
Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around the circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the 2 left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3 and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill. Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Fascinating insight into a lap of Whilton Mill in that first video especially. I think one thing that doesn't quite get communicated on TV, as is often the case, is the elevation change that you get at this particular circuit, especially around the back end of the circuit. A very hilly section, lots of ups and downs, and we've talked about the downhill braking into Ashby and very much the rise on the way into Christmas. Makes for a very exciting lap here at Whilton Mill, whether you're driving a rental car or the Honda Cadets or in the senior Rotax classes that we see. Just additional context on that, what I was talking about earlier, the speed of the karts that you're seeing here today is mighty impressive. The rental karts that you can hire to go around this international circuit will get you around in about 60 seconds. The kids in the Honda Cadets are going around 6 seconds quicker than that, and the fastest karts that you'll see here will be doing 44s, so they'll be even quicker than that, about 12 seconds faster than the slowest cars that you'll see here today. So the speed is certainly very, very impressive. And we've seen some tremendous skill out on display so far today. Still waiting for the Junior Max Heat 2 race to resume after a red flag incident earlier today. And if indeed we do get going, it will be Jensen Weston on. Yeah, as I was just saying, yeah, Jensen Weston will be the kart that takes to the front of the field if we get going. That number 30 kart. He had the lead at the end of that lap 1. And Ronnie Smith, we saw the queue of karts there earlier, second in the queue, number 96, followed by number 53, Riley Brown. And the karts are now moving forward, whether that means we are about to get underway again or if they are heading back to the pits, we're about to see. Still under red flag conditions technically, but we'll see if they're about to go for another start.
Let me do that. I'm afraid the answer is no. The medical team are still attending to a number of drivers. Apologies, I don't have the names of who those drivers are. But yes, you can see the field going into Parc Fermé now, and this will also mean that the next race on our schedule will be held as well, whilst the medical team attend to those drivers who need their assistance. So we're going to go to a break here on the commentary here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Do stick with us on the stream, keep it on in the background. We'll be back with racing here at Whilton Mill for the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships as soon as possible.
So we're back racing again at Whilton Mill, although a false start has just been called for the X30 Junior Heat 2. And it seemed like there was a bit of bodywork that went flying off of one of the carts there, which may be the reason for the false start. But we'll get back underway shortly. So Remy Gilbert at the front of this one, ahead of Sam Longley, who will be on the front row for this one. So Remy Gilbert there in the number 55 on the right side of the screen, and we're away now. Green flag's been waiting for 7 minutes plus 1 lap in this Heat 2. And getting out a little bit wide there was that number 12, Gabriel Stilp, but he's trying to make the moves around the outside at Christmas. And it looks like he's made that one stick into second place. Still Remy Gilbert leading, it would seem, in the number 55 up at the front of the field. Although I don't think he is, actually. I think Sam Longley, or Gabriel Stilp, has got past. We'll get confirmation of that as they come over the timing line. There is that number 55, who started on pole for this one. And there it is ahead of him there, I believe, is it's Gabriel Stilp who leads at the end of lap 1. So a great start for him in this second heat. And Remy Gilbert is in second place. He's coming under pressure now from Mon Junior Canini, the number 23, into Christmas. Hasn't made that one. Oh, yes, he has. So he's gone through at Ashby as well. And we've got 2 carts off there. It's number 36 involved in that, and I couldn't quite make out the number on the other cart. But green flags elsewhere, and there is your race leader, Gabriel Stilp, having claimed the lead on the opening lap and doing a cracking job out there at the moment. And there is confirmation on the timing screen that Monday Junior Canini has made his way into second place. And now it looks like could be under pressure now. It's a 3-cart battle as number 52, Reese Lomax, makes a move on Remy Gilbert as well. So Gilbert's going backwards, unfortunately for him. Started this race on pole position and is now down to 4th place. Lomax, the latest driver to make that move up into Christmas. Just behind them we have number 34, Jaden Gregg. And Marseille hitter, Mika Taylor as well, right up in there as well. Mechanical flag for car number 12, Gabriel Stilp, the race leader. Now, was it his cart that we saw a bit of bodywork falling off just after the false start? The mechanical flag being waved for him would indicate that that is indeed the case. So the race leader is going to have to come into the pits, and that is going to be a big blow for him. He finished second in Heat 1. He's in the lead of this race, but he is not, by the looks of it, he's going to be scoring points now. And that will effectively put Monday Junior Canini into the lead of the race in the number 23 car. Although, has he now, in fact, been passed? Yep, so Lomax has got past him as well. So it will be, black flag now for Gabriel Stilp because he has ignored the mechanical. He stayed out. And I think that little hand gesture there is now the acknowledgement of that incident. So still circulating out on track, but this is effectively the battle for the lead. Number 34 now looks to make a move. That's Greg, Jaden Gregg getting through as well. Into Ashby now, and there is that number 23, Monday Junior Canini, who is now effectively in second place in this race. Will Gabriel Stilp come into the pits this time around? He does indeed. So here is the race leader stopping for a mechanical flag and having been black flagged for not coming in as well. So that puts now Reese Lomax into the lead, Monday Junior Canini into second place, Remy Gilbert in third, and Jaden Gregg, after that latest move, into fourth place, although he's making another one third place, although yep, getting past Remy Gilbert there into third place. So Jaden Gregg really making the moves at this stage in proceedings. A little over 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. Still Lomax and Canini the top two, but Jaden Gregg now into that third place spot ahead of Remy Gilbert. And another move being made. This time it's 48. Micah Taylor getting past Remy Gilbert as well. So, and yep, Jaden Gregg confirmation now third in this race. Micah Taylor fourth, Remy Gilbert in fifth. Henry Gregory has just made up moves behind them as well. Down the inside, number 77. And that is Henry Gregory now getting past Remy Gilbert as well. Next in the queue will be the number 33, Marseille Hitter. And as there's contact down at Christmas Corner, that looked to be the number 72, which was Luke Sintler, facing the wrong way. And, oh, it's just got a warning, I imagine, for contact down at Christmas Corner. Number 33 here, Marseille Hitter. Next man to line up Remy Gilbert for a move, it would seem. That's down towards Christmas. Number 48, Micah Taylor now looks to the inside of Jaden Gregg, and he now puts himself up into third place. And yeah, Monday Junior Canini still holding that second place. Not for long though, because here comes Micah Taylor up the inside. And that is second place. Now, Reese Lomax storming clear, though. He's 1 second clear of these guys, and I imagine that gap will be even bigger as they've been squabbling. It's 4 karts battling over second place in the remaining 45 seconds plus 1 lap of this race. So Micah Taylor now in second place ahead of Monday Junior Canini. Is there going to be a chance for a repass? Not from Canini, because he's now coming under pressure into Christmas Corner. Could lose 2 places here as 77 and 34 go through. Henry Gregory and Jaden Gregg both get past out of Christmas Corner. And so Monday Junior Canini, having looked pretty strong at the start of this race, now finds himself in 5th place. Coming down to the end of the timer. They might just sneak over the line for 1 more lap. It's at 0, and this will be the last lap. So Reese Lomax starts his final lap in the lead of this race, 1.08 seconds clear of the field. Micah Taylor in second, Henry Gregory and Jaden Gregg. And now look at this, 48 and 77 going wheel to wheel for second place. That's Henry Gregory taking the position away from Micah Taylor. So all action in the closing stages of this race, and Micah Taylor once again coming under pressure. But for this man, number 52, Reese Lomax, it's been plain sailing since he took the lead of the race, and is going to come through to take victory in Heat 2 for the X30 Juniors. And Henry Gregory gets second place in the end there. So he's yep, made up the place at Christmas Corner ahead of Micah Taylor. Jaden Gregg is 4th, Monday Junior Canini in 5th, Leo Brown in 6th, Marseille Hitter in 7th, Finley Harrison 8th, Remy Gilbert 9th, Jude Fernahue in 10th place, Zaki Hussein in 11th, Benjamin Doty in 12th, Thomas Mullett in 13th, Kian Gohill in 14th, Sam Longley rounds out the top 15. In 16th place there was Luke Taylor. And then the top novices, Kian Gamau in 17th overall. Jack Collins, another novice, in 18th place. Luke Sintler, we saw him facing the wrong way out of Christmas Corner. He was in 19th. Benjamin Rowe, another novice, in 20th. Harry Ewell in 21st. Kai Carrington, 22nd and 4th of the novices. And Jake Yanagisawa in 23rd place there, although a lap down on that one, I think. And so that rounds out the action for Heat 2 in the X30 Juniors. Next up will be the X30 Seniors. So the heat for this X30 senior race will be Archie Forber on pole position for this one, ahead of Cameron Coombs on the front row. Alex Keynes in third, Anki Stenning on the second row, Benjamin Watts and Brandon Matchell, that's your third row. Thomas Massarella and Ellis Bourchier on row 4. Kaelin Burbridge and Thomas Byrne on row 5. Vishal Patel and Benjamin Southgate on row 6. Lucas Ellingham and Oliver Henwood on row 7. Nathan Amis and Daniel Hackett on row 8. Ty Stansfield and Mason Weir on row 9. Kieran Ragg and Mick Banner, that's row 10. Christian Brooks and Jordan Brown on row 11. Hugo Gilbert and Alex Johnston on row 12. Thomas Glyde and Jack Davies on row number 13. Curtis Liu and Matt Ocote. And the last two carts, I will try and find them there as they make their way out onto the grid. Martin Alga and Harrison Pugh, that makes up the back of the grid. Apologies, this looks to be the X30 juniors out making up for their lost heat, and number 65 already facing the wrong way, unfortunately, down at Christmas Corner. So just to confirm, this is the juniors out again, and so Jensen Weston leading away, and this will be a 5-minute heat. So what we were missing at the end of that heat that looked to be cancelled, but we're running it now, and there's more contact down at the boot. Number 55 facing the wrong way, and that is Jensen Giles, unfortunately for him. So Riley Brown has made his way. He's made up 2 places on that opening lap, ahead of Ronnie Smith, and Jensen Weston now finds himself in 3rd place as we see more moves being made down into Ashby. So certainly an action-packed opening lap there for Riley Brown, at least. And there is that number 53 leading number 96, Ronnie Smith. And there's just a small gap back to Jensen Weston there in the number 30. But very much the lead pack as Ronnie Smith puts in the fastest lap of the race, although it is immediately beaten by Max Lee. And here we go for the lead of the race, number 96 up the inside. That's Ronnie Smith making his way past Riley Brown and into the lead of the race, into Christmas Corner. Now the question will be, has Riley Brown got a rebuttal for Ronnie Smith there? As, oh dear, number 41 going very slowly, unfortunately. 41, that's James Jackson. He was in 8th place, but is now running slowly. Is this now a top 3 going for it? Although this is the battle for 4th place, currently being headed by well, I believe it would be Miles Dalton. It is indeed. Yep, sorry, timing's going to take a little bit of time to update itself there as well. The order's about to change anyway, as Dalton found himself on the grass there on the outside of Christmas Corner. And that number 19 car, yeah, Miles Dawn drops another couple of places. And Jack Cooper and Ronnie Mansfield work their way through. This is slightly lower down. We're looking at Lexi Belk in 10th place there. This is number 22, just in front of Oliver Kerr. A confirmation on the timing screen there that Jack Cooper and Ronnie Mansfield made their way past Miles Dawn for 4th, 5th and 6th. Another dive up the inside there. Number 77 getting passed by Ronnie Mansfield down into Christmas. So that is for 4th place. That battle continues. 1.5 minutes plus 1 lap left on the clock. And this is that lead battle that's been unfolding. Ronnie Smith and Riley Brown. And it was just 0.2 of a second as they came over the line was the gap last time around, and it's still 0.2 of a second. Ronnie Smith was just a fraction quicker on that previous lap. Heading down into Christmas. Oh dear, number 60 has got a problem as well. That's Luke Ringham, who's had to stop. But for the lead of the race, it's absolutely nose to tail, bumper to bumper now. They have gapped Jensen Weston in third place there, so they've got a bit of time to play with. They want to squabble. So 96 Ronnie Smith leading Riley Brown. And we're coming up to the closing stages of the race. 40 seconds plus a lap remaining. So probably 2 to go when they cross the line. And Riley Brown there looking for a way past, although seems like the gap has gone out ever so slightly again. Still very close though, 0.2 of a second, and with 2 laps to go. And a big squirm under braking as he tries to close the gap to Ronnie Smith there. And nothing doing in this battle so far. Actually, Jensen Weston is the man who should be looking over his shoulders. We have a mechanical flag for number 18, Alexander Adams-Acton. He's down in 18th place at the moment, but Jensen Weston there should be looking over his shoulder for Ronnie Mansfield, who is absolutely flying at the moment, 0.7 quicker on the previous lap, as Ronnie Smith comes around that final corner and starts the final lap. And he has edged that gap up now to 0.3 of a second. And Ronnie Mansfield has made his way past Jensen Weston to secure himself a top 3 finish. Although we'll see how that unfolds in the closing stages of this race. We've got a bit of a squabble going on there. Number 22, Oliver Kurt, defending away for 7th place. And that battle now heads up into Ashby and down the inside. There's a good bit of action there as number 53. Oh, this is Ronnie Brown. And they make contact. The leaders make contact. They're both on the grass. And is that going to be the open door for Ronnie Mansfield to take the lead of the race? It is. So Ronnie Mansfield started this last lap in 3rd, but Ronnie Smith and Riley Brown tripped up over each other, and right at the crucial moment, Ronnie Mansfield was there to pick up the pieces. He wins Junior Max Heat 2, ahead of Ronnie Smith, who did recover to the circuit there. Jensen Weston gets himself in 3rd place, Max Lee in 4th, Jack Cooper in 5th, Noah Hadley in 6th, Riley Brown was battling for that lead, now in 7th across the line, Lexi Belk in 8th, Oliver Kurt in 9th, and Leo Purchase. That's your top 10. Murphy Aldridge in 11th. Alex Warnaby, the top rookie, top novice, in 12th place there. Jacob Rhodes, Kai Piccini in 14th. Miles Dawn in 15th. William Young, another novice, in 16th. Spencer Broham in 17th, which is a bit of a step down from where we saw him earlier in the day. Ollie Ward, another rookie, in 18th, Amelia Nelson 19th, and Freya Belk. That's your top 20.
So Junior Max Heat 2, at long last, get to the end of that one.
Worth the wait.
Worth the wait indeed, and Ronnie Mansfield takes his first victory of the day. We will see the Junior Max runners out again for their 3rd heat later in the afternoon. We're going to take a short break, reconfigure the schedule, and be back here very shortly for more racing from the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. X30 seniors heading out on circuit now for their 2nd heat of the day. Let's have a quick fire run through their grid. Archie Forber has pole position alongside Cameron Coombs, Alex Keynes and Anki Stelling row 2, Benjamin Watson, Brendan Matchell row 2, Thomas Massarello and Ellis Bourget row 4, Caleb Burbridge and Thomas Byrne row 5, Vishal Patel and Benjamin Southgate row 6, Lucas Ellingham and Oliver Henwood on row 7, Nathan Amos and Daniel Hackett on row 8, Ty Stansfield and Mason Weir row 9, Kieran Ragg and Mick Banner row 10, Christian Brooks and Jordan Brown row 11, Hugo Gilbert and Alex Johnston row 12, Thomas Glyde and Jack Davis row 13, Curtis Louis and Matt Okoton row 14, Martin Auger and Harrison Pugh wrap out the 30 kart field for this second heat in X30 Senior. Kart's coming around the final corner. Archie Forber, number 14, has pole position. Away we go then for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. All looking very clean through the first corner. No, I spoke too soon. There's a yellow flag out for that. That is a mess. That is the number 32 and the 58 involved. The 58 of Ellis Bourget. So that's from quite... It's Caelan Burbridge and Ellis Bourget who were alongside each other, or almost alongside each other, 8th and 9th on the grid. So that's from quite high up the order that's happened. The race start has been called good, though. We won't go for a restart. Archie Forber leads, going onto the back straight, but being challenged now by Alex Keynes. Up the inside goes Keynes in the number 62. Very nice move into the toe of the boot. And he will lead at the end of lap number 1 here in X30 Senior. So it's Keynes from Forber. Massarella had a good start up to 3rd place. Coombs, Stenning, Byrne, Brown, Matchell, Stansfield and Amos. That's your top 10. Down the inside there is Anki Stenning. But it looks like the number 89 has held him off. Has another go down into Ashby Corner, and I think Thomas Byrne's trying to get involved as well. In fact, Thomas Byrne's nipped through both of them. Elbows out racing here in X30 Senior. I think there was a move being pulled off there by Oliver Henwood. There's number 89 of Coombs getting back through. The number 22 of Ty Stansfield is trying to gain positions. Has actually lost one there to Nathan Amos. X30 Senior serving up fast-paced, frenetic racing once again here at Whilton Mill. On to lap number 3. Stenning again tries down the inside of Coombs. This time has got him. Has got the move done, and that's 6th place for the driver of the number 30. So Alex Keynes leads, Archie Forber in 2nd place, Thomas Mazzarello in 3rd. They've broken away from this group now as down the inside of Coombs goes Amos. Has got the move done there. Great overtake from the experienced driver in the number 36. Ty Stansfield is going to be the next driver to try and get through. In fact, no, Stansfield's lost another position, that time to Alex Johnston. So Johnston up to 9th place now. It's all going on in the top 10 there. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Harrison Pugh, by the way, is currently your top novice in this race. He's in 23rd position. Jordan Brown, the number 80, was very impressive in the first heat of this class. Finished in 3rd place. We'll be quite happy to work with Thomas Byrne. Still in the early stages of this one. We've not got to the halfway point. The gap to the group ahead is 1 second, as who we're looking at here? Well, Lucas Ellingham's involved, going down the inside there. I think that was Vishal Patel in number 95. Yes, it was indeed. So the championship leader working his way through. This is the race where he starts towards the back of the field. It's not his optimum grid position, so he's just trying to gain positions and gain points to secure a strong grid position for the final later on in the late afternoon. He's doing just that at the moment. He's up to 10th place. Here's your fight over 2nd place. In fact, that's a change for 2nd place. Massarella ahead of Forber. So Thomas Massarella has been putting the pressure on Archie Forber the last few laps, and it's told. He's got through and into 2nd place, but how close now is Thomas Byrne and Jordan Brown in 4th and 5th places. Thomas Byrne was the fastest driver out on circuit last time around, 44.95. However, that's just been beaten by you-know-who, Lucas Ellingham, 44.75. He's on the move into the top 10 now. So Keynes leads by half a second. Massarello in 2nd, Forber in 3rd now. And the gap has closed back to Thomas Byrne. About 1/4 of a second now between 3rd and 4th place out there on the road. That has rapidly closed down. Here goes Jordan Brown though, down the inside. He's decided this is the time to move. Takes 4th place away from Thomas Byrne. We've seen quite a few drivers do this across the course of the day so far. sit in the toe of a driver making progress, let them do all the hard work, and then nab their position once it all starts to calm down. Now, can Brown continue this progress and get through past Thomas Byrne and Thomas Massarella? That remains to be seen. Anki Stenning, unfortunately, has fallen 3 positions on that last lap. Is now down to 9th place. Christian Brooks is on the move as well, up 2 to 17th. It's got past both Hugo Gilbert and Kieran Rack on that last lap. Less than 2 minutes to go then of what has been a very fast-paced X30 junior heat, X30 senior heat rather. Lucas Ellingham has got past Nathan Amos on that last lap and is into the 44s as well. That's 7th place for him here. Get down the inside goes Byrne. He's got it done on Massarella, so he replies with another move and gets 2nd place back for himself. Now, can he charge on and catch up to the back of Alex Keynes, who's controlled this race really, really well so far? It's all been kicking off behind him, and he's all of a sudden 64 seconds away from expiring time plus 1 lap. That's what he needs to negotiate to get this race victory. There's Jordan Brown in the number 80. He's now got Thomas Massarella ahead of him. That move by Thomas Byrne confirmed on timing. In fact, Byrne does look to be crossing the gap now. Massarella defending for 3rd place ahead of Jordan Brown. Jordan Brown looking this way and that. He's not going to be able to get through over the top of the circuit there, through the corner with no name that we unofficially call Boxing Day, because it's the one after Christmas. But a really tense heat this. Could go either way. We saw with the juniors a clash between the 2 leaders late on, which changed the race result. Blue flags out as well. There's a bit of traffic involved in this race as well. There's going to be 2 more laps as the drivers cross start finish with 6 or 7 seconds remaining on the clock. There are your leaders. There is the back marker just keeping to one side. That's good driving by the number 33 of Matt Urquhart. This is his first time here today. So giving the drivers the respect they need. Up the inside, Archie Forber. Great move on Jordan Brown. And look, here comes Lucas Ellingham as well. Lucas Ellingham's gone down the inside, going for 5th place. Did he get the move done? Yes, he did. So Jordan Brown, I think, caught a little bit napping there, maybe preparing himself for the last lap. As a result, he's lost 2 positions. Last lap board is out then. Keynes still leads from Byrne by 1/4 of a second. You'd think it's one of these top 2 to win it. Massarella in 3rd place. Ellingham down the inside up to 4th place. Gets past Forber. This has been another great drive from Lucas Ellingham, showing his prowess at this senior level. There's a battle between the number 17 and the 89. That's Oliver Henwood going past Cameron Coombs for 13th position. As here we go into the final couple of corners. Can Alex Keynes hold on for this heat victory? He's got Thomas Byrne right there. He's kept it calm. He's going to get good points either way. Across the line, there it is. Alex Keynes wins from Thomas Byrne. Who's going to take 3rd place? It is going to be Thomas Massarella. Lucas Ellingham fights back to 4th place. Jordan Brown 5th. Archie Forber 6th. Alex Johnston 7th ahead of Nathan Amos in 8th. Anki Stenning and Vishal Patel wrapping out the top 10. Ty Stansfield, Brandon Matchell, Oliver Henwood, Cameron Coombs and Christian Brooks take us down to 15th. Mason Weir, Benjamin Watts, Kieran Ragg, Hugo Gilbert and Daniel Hackett all in the top 20. Harrison Pugh was your top novice in 21st. Benjamin Southgate, Ellis Bourchier. This is running into the drivers who had troubles in that race. Ellis Bourchier and Kellen Burbridge in 23rd and 24th positions. Jack Davis, the 2nd of the novices, in 25th. It was then Thomas Glyde, Mick Banner, Martin Auger, Curtis Louis and Matt Urquhart wrapping us out in that 2nd heat for the X30 seniors, and they had to wait a long time for it, so well done to all of our senior drivers there. Means we have 1 remaining heat in this rotation, and it will be the 2nd heat for the Senior Rotax Max class. They're out next.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Whilton Mill, a beautiful circuit situated in the countryside of Northamptonshire. Let's take a lap around this circuit. We start the lap off with Oblivion and Crook, the fastest part of the circuit where it's pretty much flat out if you're brave enough. You come in and clip the first apex, clipping the second and not running out too wide onto that rough tarmac area. We then head uphill into the heavy braking zone of Christmas Corner, a very tricky corner on this one where it is very easy to compromise your exit speed as you fight for track position. You head round the kink and start sector 2 through Inkerman and the Ashby hairpin. Try to avoid that inside curb as it can massively unsettle the kart. Heavy braking in the downhill hairpin of Ashby, again not running out too wide. We head into the two left-handers now of Wilkins and Oisiers. Great for overtaking opportunities, but really easy to make any slight mistake. Downhill into the braking zone on this one, trying to watch that inside curb, slightly running out wide as you want a good exit onto the back straight. We start sector 3 and the boot, the trickiest part of the circuit now, as it's very high curbs, very bumpy through here as well. As you hit both those apexes, round the final corner we head in towards Pit Bend, avoiding that inside curb and finishing the lap here at Whilton Mill.
Thank you, DJ. Let's have a quick run through this grid for Senior Max Heat 2. Olivier Bouillon and Ellis Puleo on the front row. Alfie Brooks and Luke Evans, row 2. Alex Quinn and Sebastian Marlowe, row 3. Brandon Haig and Charlie Verity, row 4. Will Barnes and Ethan Ling, row 5. Ben Davis and Jack Lilly, row 6. Harrison Crook and Alex Bentley, row 7. Catherine White and Tommy Edmonds, row 8. And I think we are underway here. We are indeed for 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Senior Max in their second heat. They've had to wait quite a while for it. And heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time, I think it's Alfie Brooks who's got the best start and is leading down towards Ashby Corner now in his number 17 karts. Yes, it is indeed. The rest of them trying to find their way through Ashby Corner for the first time in this one, but it's looking like a clean start here in Senior Max.
Absolutely crucial getaway for Alfie Brooks there, just to get to the front and see if you can make a gap while a lot of the quick guys are trying to fight their way through the field as well.
So coming around to finish lap number 1 then, let's count them through and update you on the order. Brooks, as we say, leads. Bouillon in second place. Apologies, we've got a transponder error in third place. We'll sort that out in a moment. Alex Quinn 4th, Luke Evans 5th, Brandon Haig 6th, Marlowe, Davis, Ling and Lilly wrapping out the top 10. So good start there for Ben Davis, up 3 positions. Also a very good start for Archie Elliott. He's in the middle of the pack in 18th, but has gained 8 positions on that first lap.
We had a look down the inside there from the number 1, 2, 4. Luke Evans there trying to get past Alex Quinn.
Yeah, Brandon Haig there as well in the number 19. See the 86 of Ben Davis up towards the front of this field as well. 5.5 minutes to go. Alex Quinn confirmed up to third place then.
clinical. It was a beautiful, classic move up the inside.
3 laps down then in this heat.
I think Brooks is doing exactly what we thought he would. 1.3 seconds clear.
Yeah, he's pulling away from the rest of the field now. This is a bold, bold move from Brooks at the start of this race, and could be one that gives him a race-winning position. Ben Davis continues to be on the move. Fastest driver out on circuit in 6th place. Down the inside as well, I think that was Jaden Neil Holder trying to make a couple of moves down into Ashby Corner. We saw him have a great race in heat number 1, got 2nd place.
Well, Bullion's got just a train of karts behind him, about 5 of them separated by just a second, and it's all getting very tight in this battle through the boot.
Yeah, you can see Ethan Ling there as well, number 36. The Welsh Dragon proudly displayed on the back of his helmet. Tommy Edmonds has had a big lap there, has gained 4 positions, is up to 13th. Archie Elliott, as we mentioned, is also on the move. Here's the fight for 2nd place. And Bullion defending round the outside there and holding on to 2nd place.
Ben Davies having a little bit of a nibble there, the 2nd DHR kart, as number 92, Alex Quinney, is trying to get up on the inside. It didn't quite work. They bang wheels. I'm amazed they came out unscathed in that one.
Yeah, they were a little bit fortunate on that one. Davis chops across the front.
We might have him now.
Behind, side by side through Pitts Bend, and running quite wide there was the 144 of Bullion. It's lost him a lot of positions. He's down to 6th place as they come over the line.
This huge pack of karts, that one little mistake, that's cost him 4 places.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the things, it's very, very difficult for drivers to go side by side through that final corner of this international layout.
I think that was Ling passing about 2 or 3 people around the outside as they're all bottled up. Oh dear, who's that? That's Bullion again, being pushed out wide there, and he may have found the grass a little bit wetter than the tarmac.
Yeah, it is holding on to a lot of water at the moment. Catherine White, by the way, is fastest driver out on circuit at the moment, 45.20 for the driver in the number 33. There is Alfie Brooks in a dominant position, 3.6 seconds, Chris, ahead of the rest of the field. No, sorry, make that 4.4 seconds ahead of the field. He has got this race won, surely.
Absolutely untouchable at the moment. 7 tenths quicker on that previous lap, while this lot are all squabbling and taking time away from each other. That pack is starting to break up a little bit now into some smaller segments, as we saw Jack Lilly there desperately trying to find a way past the kart in front. I think was Brandon Haig.
Yeah, Ben Davis and Ethan Ling have fought their way through. They're up to 2nd and 3rd places respectively now. Onto the back straight. See the 1-2-4 there of Luke Evans is up into the top 10. Sebastian Marlowe with the number 97 just behind. Jaden Neil Holder's progress has been stopped, and there's been problems, I think, for Will Barnes and Catherine White, who've fallen down the orders. Here comes the number 19. Good move by Brandon Haig down the inside, takes 4th place away from Alex Quinn through Christmas Corner there. As yet, unfortunately, Catherine White does come into pit lane to retire. It's not been a good day so far for the Whites. Down the inside goes Lilly. That's another nice move. And poor Alex Quinn might be feeling a little bit punch drunk at the moment, because he's being attacked from all quarters. As there's a spinner in the boot there. Can't quite make out which kart it was. We'll see someone falling down the order. It's Bentley. It's Alex Bentley, the number 18. Here's your battle for 2nd place. Ben Davis in the DHR machine, denoted by the blue, white and yellow livery. Just ahead of Ethan Ling, another very accomplished driver in this Senior Max category. And Ling's down the inside, it's got 2nd place. Very decisive move into Osiers there. Could probably sense that Brandon Haig was closing in rapidly on them as a duo. Is currently, in fact, Haig is the fastest driver out on circuit, so for me, Chris, Ling had to make that move there and then if he's got any hope of holding on to this 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely. And we may only have 2 laps to go, but I think Brandon Haig would have at least attempted to try and find a way through. Davies trying to reclaim that 2nd place, but also defend from Haig behind him. Or is that having a look up the inside of Ashby? No way through that. You can't just half-heartedly show your nose and try and sneak one through there. Not with a bit of wheel rubbing, at least.
It's a difficult position, this, for Davis, because he'll want to attack but also defend at the same time. And he might not have an option, actually, because here comes Haig down the inside. Got a great run off of Osiers and has got through into third.
I'll tell you who else is arriving on the scene now is Jack Lilly.
Is indeed the driver of the number 30. Ellis Pulio is fighting back, is now back up to 6th place, has got past Alex Quinn, who's stopped the rot, I'd say here. He's holding a position there in the top 10 very nicely. Tommy Edmonds has continued his drive from the back of the field, is now up to 8th place. We are on the last lap. Alfie Brooks has a 5-second lead, there or thereabouts. And just saw Rob Ellis defending there from Joshua Pickford and Joshua Vallance in this race as well. Good to see him getting some points on the board after the disappointment of earlier. But Alfie Brooks is going to come around the final corner and takes a very easy victory indeed. Ahead of Ethan Ling there in 2nd place, Brandon Hagen 3rd, Ben Davis 4th, Jack Lilly 5th, Ellis Pulio in 6th place, Alex Quinn, Tommy Edmonds, Sebastian Marlowe and Luke Evans in the top 10. Archie Elliott, some great overtaking there from the number 54, finishes in 11th. Harrison Crook is 12th. Carl Dunford, a competitive 13th. Oliver Bouillon in 14th with a personal best on the last lap, as there's a problem there for the 31 of Charlie Verity on the last lap. That's a shame for Charlie. Where were we? Oliver Bouillon in 14th. Rob Ellis 15th. Maybe a little bit disappointed in that. The driver of the 46. Joshua Pickford followed in by Joshua Vallance, Jaden Neil Holder, Lucas Ivaskevicius and Kieran Murphy. Take us down to 20th. Mikey Austin, Johnny Elliott, George Hunt 23rd. Top novice was George, Will Barnes, Alex Bentley, Thomas Lee Davis, Bradley Philpotts, the last of those across the line on the lead lap. Then 4 retirements, Charlie Verity, as we saw there on the last lap, Alex Jackson, Joshua Taylor and Catherine White. Well, that completes our second rotation of heats here today at Whilton Mill. And before we get going with the third and final heats rotation, let's have a quick word from our sponsors. Thank you very much to FastR, sponsors of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Let's have a look at the grid then for the third heat for Honda Cadet, race number 17 on your schedules today. Rory Breen is on pole position for this one, Joshua Jarvis alongside on the front row. Sergio Wirtz and Finlay Lyons start on the second row of the grid. Emily Cooper and Alessio Lamalfa start on row number 3. Joshua Bagembi and Callum Wilson start on row number 4. Sebastiano Tuzio and Max Fallon, who's been having a very impressive day so far, start on row 5. Riley Till and Noah McNicholas start on row number 6. Ben Simpson and Mayan Patel start on the 7th row of the grid. Zach Starbuck and Rio Licata are on row 8. Lucy Wheeldon and Harrison Leach are on row number 9. Harrison, the first of the novices in this race. Here are the rest of them. Ellis Pullen Memin and Thomas Butcher start on row 10. Zach Champney and Victor Hansen on row 11. Logan Giles and Riley Morgan are on row number 12. And Lorenzo Martin and Tyler Davis on row 13. It's a 26 kart field. So the Hondas forming round to have their gridded standing start. Very interesting grid, this, Chris. We've got some drivers towards the front of the field that we haven't talked about much so far today. The example being Rory Breen there on the first row of the grid.
Well, it's the beauty of the format, isn't it? The heat format that is utilised in karting. It gives everyone a chance to go and compete up at the front of the field.
Does indeed. Alessio Lamalfa will be looking for a better run this time. The number 1 there on the right-hand side of your screen. Third back from the front of the field. Had issues in the last heat.
Last minute words from the mechanics and karting dads.
Very quick turnaround here. Looks like we are ready to go then for the third heat of the Hondas today. Don't worry if a particular driver you're following is not on this grid. This is the heat that they sit out. We're under starters orders. Yellow number boards, the regular drivers. Black number boards, the novices. Novices start their heats from the back of the field. We're ready to go then, under starters orders for 7 minutes, plus 1 lap here in Honda Cadet for the third heat of the day. Away we go. Solid start from both sides of the grid. In fact, no, very good start for Rory Breen. Got an absolute flyaway from pole position and will surely lead up towards Christmas Corner on this first lap. Finley Lyons has had a good start as well in the number 9 and is having a half look for the lead. Are they all going to get through Christmas Corner for the first time? They are. That is another very good start from our Honda Cadets.
Absolutely, really good stuff from these youngsters, and impressive as always as they're chomping at the bit to get going, and so far a very clean opening lap. Green flags all the way.
As a number 44, Riley Till, looking to make some progress. The grey suit and the white helmet. Down the back straight we go. So Joshua Jarvis has held a decent position there. He's currently in 3rd place. At the end of lap 1, let's count them across. It is indeed Breen from Lyons, Jarvis, Sergio Wirtz up to 4th place, Emily Cooper 5th, Callum Wilson, Joshua Bugembi, Alessio Lamalfa, Max Fallon and Sebastiano Tuzio, the top 10. Biggest mover, I think, on that first lap. Chris was our top novice, Ellis Pullen-Memin, who's up to 15th place, 6 places gained.
There's plenty of jostling going on towards Christmas Corner, and again at Ashby, I'm sure there may have been a bit of a bouncy rejoin onto the track there for number 11, Callum Wilson, and is now under threat from the number 8, but up at the front it seems to have closed up quite dramatically.
It has indeed. Lyons and Jarvis trying to work together at the moment to keep Breen honest. This is giving me the feelings that this is going to be your classic Honda Cadet race where the leader just cannot break away. The toe is a big thing in this level of racing. We've quite often seen over the years here at Whilton Mill the pack at the front stay very close. It's up the inside, goes Lyons. The number 14 has a half spin, has a bit of contact with Bugembi there. But Joshua Jarvis was just a little bit too hot into Christmas Corner. At least he's still pointing in the right direction. He's not out of the race.
I hope Bugembi didn't pick up any damage from that or lose too much momentum. He just made up 2 places on that previous lap and is going strong at the moment.
Is indeed. Noah McNicholas is going along pretty nicely as well. Has just gone and set the fastest first sector of the race so far. Contact warning for the number 14, which is Joshua Jarvis. As here fighting for the lead, Breen and Lyons. Lyons trying to look for a move down into oblivion. That's a very brave place to go for an overtake, and he's done it. What an overtake that is from Finley Lyons. Respect to Rory Breen, he gave him room, and here comes Bugembi as well, trying to get past 1 and 2. He's taking the lead. A brilliant drive down the inside. Breen's fighting back against Lyons, gets shuffled down to 3rd. Wirtz is in there as well. But Joshua Bugembi doesn't need the wet conditions, it would seem, here today. He's absolutely flying.
Well, a bit more wheel banging as number 9 again bouncing up over the grass there. Finley Lyons as he's squeezed out again.
Full rallycross at the moment for the number 9. There's the number 11 of Callum Wilson. Recovering through the course of this race. Zach Champney, by the way, is currently the fastest driver out on circuit. So the Champneys once again showing their talent as a family. The novice driver, although he's just been beaten that pace by Max Fallon, who's now set at 53.92 up there in 7th place. But good stuff from Champney in 15th place. Down the inside of Breen goes Wirtz, so that's Sergio Wirtz into 2nd position. And the number 20, ooh, almost tripping over Wilson's rear bumper there. It's Mayan Patel. Max Fallon getting involved now as well in the number 63. Two and a half minutes to go here. 3rd heat of the day for Honda Cadet.
This battle for 3rd place, they've got to be careful. The battle for 2nd, I should say, because they're getting seriously detached from Bigembe now. It's 1.5 seconds clear. I think at that point you can just bolt if you're the race leader. So we're now looking at 2nd place. It's very, very wide there. That looked to be Sergio Wirtz on the exit of Crook, and he's lost 1, 2, 3 places.
Has indeed. And he's still holding himself up there nicely in the top 10. The driver using the opportunity of a good grid slot and turning that into points at the moment. 2 minutes of this race to go. You can see the number 63 there of Max Fallon, as down the inside is looking Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel goes through past Callum Wilson. Fallon follows. Good racecraft there from Max Fallon. Looking for the opportunities and taking them. Seeing a sight there of the number 64, Ellis Pullen-Memin, the novice, denoted by the black plate. Ellis now up to 10th place overall in this race, having a fantastic run.
I need to back up and say it was actually Rory Breen who was losing those places down into Christmas on that previous lap. Sergio Wirtz still running strong in 2nd place.
So Joshua Bigembe leads. 53.63 is a new fastest lap of the heat so far for the number 52. 2.11 seconds is the lead. Here you're looking at the fight over 5th position, currently held by Callum Wilson, but he's got Finlay Lines tucked up behind him, and the number 14 of Joshua Jarvis as well.
Up on those curbs again. Looks like he's found the line into the pit's bend and makes up a place there. Although, did he go very, very wide on the exit of that corner? He did
rather a little bit. Mayan Patel side by side with Wirtz. This is over 2nd place. And this is crucial because Max Fallon's in there as well. He's been having a strong day so far. Could be on for 3 top 3s across the course of the morning so far. There is your leader, Joshua Bigembe. He's on for a 2nd win of the day so far, at least on provisional results. Oh, wide there, a mistake from Callum Wilson, and he's going to lose a number of positions. There goes the number 64 through, and the number 18 of Noah McNicholas is there now as well. So Callum Wilson trying to fight to stay in this top 10 now.
Could be a very well-timed move for Mayan Patel. He's going to be in 2nd place going on to this last lap, which has just been started by Joshua Bigembe.
Yeah, 3.52 seconds for Bigembe. It's not going to be, surely it's going to be his win now, but the battle for 2nd place still rages on. Patel defending from Fallon there, positioning the kart absolutely correctly, but here comes Finlay Lines again. So Finlay Lines coming back into this squabble over 2nd place. I remember a few years ago we had 5 karts in a Honda Cadet class going into the final corner, and it was the driver in 5th place on entry who won the race. So Finlay Lines doesn't want to give this up. There could be things coming to him in the last couple of corners. Wirtz has a little look over the shoulder there. We are on the last lap of this race. Joshua Bigembe is going to come round the final corner. He's having an even stronger round here in round number 3. Takes another victory. Mayan Patel is going to hold on for 2nd place. A very good drive. 3rd place for Max Fallon. So that's 3 top 3s for Max so far today. Sergio Wirtz in 4th. Finlay Lines 5th. Joshua Jarvis, Rory Breen, Zach Starbuck, top novice in 9th. Ellis Pullen-Memin and Rio Licata wrapping out the top 10. Callum Wilson, Noah McNicholas, Alessio Lamalfa, Zach Champney and Tyler Davis in the top 15. Champney and Davis 2nd and 3rd in the novice category. Riley Till, Lucy Whilton Harrison Leach, Victor Hansen and Emily Cooper are all in the top 20. It was Lorenzo Martin, Riley Morgan, Logan Giles, Thomas Butler and Sebastiano Tuzio who was a lap down. That was your field in Honda Cadets Heat 3.
Well, crucially for Fallon, he's put himself on the podium in all 3 heats.
Yeah.
He's got to be right up there for the final.
Absolutely. Well, we've still got a couple more heats of the Hondas to go, but you're absolutely right, Chris, that Fallon has done pretty much as well as he can do with those 3 top 3s. We'll see where that puts Fallon on the grid as the course of the day goes on. We're going to move away from Honda Cadets now, though, and head to the 3rd and final heat for the iArmy Cadet class. iArmy Cadet Heat 3 is next out on circuit. Let's have a look at the grid then for this next race, race 18 on your schedules. Eric Gilsonen on pole position in iArmy Cadet alongside Oscar Cartmail. Finley Hines and Max Holler on row number 2. Max Ewell and Joseph Katzentonis on row number 3. Jensen Ackerman has had a mixed day so far. Starts this one from row 4 alongside Braith Murdoch, who's had a very strong day so far. Levi McGrath and Henry Clark on row 5. Aaron Richardson and Harry Curry start on row number 6. Max Mason and Ethan Weldon are on row 7. Jensen Chalk and Sukmani Kira on row 8. Sukmani's been having a great day so far. Jack Jones and Teddy Porter next up on row number 9. Charlie Kitely had a mechanical issue last time round. Starts on row 10 alongside Jonty Restrick, Enzo Buttarazzi and Donald Stratton on row 11. Zane Quecker and Jacob Nairn on row 12. And then Teddy Woodard and Nathaniel Hodges wrapping out the 26 kart field. Away we go then for 5 minutes. No, we don't. That is a false start. So it looks like the length of these 3rd heats has been reduced. Again, because we are a little bit behind schedule as a result of a couple of delays, a couple of red flags. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Jojo Pickles, who's cheering on Zach Starbuck in this next race. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure I just read Zach's name out. Or was that in the previous race? I've got myself quite horrendously confused. Hello anyway to Jojo Pickles. Keep your comments coming in. As you say, I'm pretty sure I just saw 5 minutes being noted on the timer there before that full start was called. So the number 33 is your pole position holder in this one. Eric Gilsonen had a spin in heat number 2. Oscar Cartmail alongside on the front row. This time we are good for a race start. Away we go then. 26 karts heading into turn number 1. Will we have 26 karts coming out? There's already a bit of a split in the field, actually, as Eric Gilsonen holds on to that lead, leaves space on the inside for Oscar Cartmail to get through Christmas Corner. What's happened to Max Holler? I think he's lost a couple of positions already at the start of this race. Finley Hines there in number 57 trying to go around the outside of Joseph Katzentonis. Braith Murdoch has not come through sector number 1, and neither has the number 84 there. In fact, there's a couple of drivers off there at Ashby Corner, as you say, Chris.
It's 82 and 71. So Max Mason.
I think Harry Curry's
Henry
in there.
Clark.
Is Harry Curry in there as well?
There's another one as well.
84?
Yeah, I think that is 84. So a bit of a messy start to this 3rd heat, unfortunately.
Yeah, Braith Murdoch has also, as I say, not come through sector number 1. So a couple of our front runners involved in incidents in the early stages of this race. Joseph Katzentonis, though, is on form again and looking to try and take the lead here. I don't think he'll have the opportunity into Ashby. I imagine there's yellow flags out for the recovery. And full course yellow, full course yellow. The Battenberg flag is out. Ooh, now, did Katzentonis get ahead of Gilsonen before the Battenberg flag came out. And that's a very sensible move there, young Joseph. That is a wise head on young shoulders. No point taking a risk and getting a big old penalty when there'll be plenty of time to get the move done.
Well,
it was 50-50 for me, but I think that's very clever from Joseph to let Eric back through.
I was going to say, we obviously we can't see absolutely everything, but I didn't see the Battenberg flag being waved out of that particular marshal post right when he made that move.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was really, really tight, and it probably would have been in his peripheral vision. We've got Nature Watch going on now up at Christmas Corner. But yeah, no, I like that. Don't take the risk. Give the position back. Back yourself to get it again later in the race. Now,
especially in a heat.
Oh, yeah. So 2.5 minutes to go. We're under full course yellow conditions in effect. If you're unaware of if you've not seen that flag before, because it's not one that you see often in road racing. There's a couple of our drivers recovering back to the pit lane. Max Mason. So yeah, actually let's run through the drivers who are not running. Henry Clark, Harry Curry, Max Mason, Braith Murdoch, all not running out there. So we're down to 21 drivers. Now what this will do, and in fact I tell you what's interesting here, is look at the number of novices high up the order here.
Well, there are certainly a lot of them in this field to begin with.
Yep. Teddy Woodard is currently the top runner of those novices. So what's happening there with Sukmani Kira? I think just getting back into position. But looking at the circuit, I imagine we're fairly close to getting back to green running, although there's still a kart being recovered there at Ashby Corner.
Looks like there still needs to be some shuffling and reordering going on as well.
No, we're going to have at least one more lap of full course yellow, and I'm just looking at the top. We may have a one-lap race here, because that was a 65-second lap last time around, and well, if they do that again, they're going to expire time on this one.
Well, it would be a great shame. Obviously, Army Cadet provide an absolutely fantastic spectacle, being some of the lower-powered karts that we see of the day. And we've seen the evidence of that in the Honda Cadets as well. So hopefully they do just pick the speed up a little bit, and then we get the green flags in on this lap.
Trying to catch a sight of the scene down at Ashby Corner there. You can see Katzenton is trying to warm his tyres up there because he knows he may only have one opportunity to get this done. Looks like everything is clear down at Ashby Corner. Oh, now drivers want to be careful. I think we may have a few dropped bumpers there. We are going to go back to a one-lap sprint to decide this heat. And Katzentonis has got it. There a problem there for Gilson. He was very, very slow away, but Katzentonis was absolutely on that and has got the lead ahead of Gilson. Hollow's gone through as well. The rest of them all filing up. Big opportunities for points for some of our novice drivers. There is the number 6 of Aaron Richardson going for a move down the inside, but Joseph Katzentonis played that absolutely perfectly, Chris.
He was absolutely ready to go, weaving and warming up the tyres on the way to the restart. He was absolutely on it. Gilson caught napping, unfortunately.
That's the number 44, Sukmani Kira, trying to pull back some positions. The number 6 again, Richardson, trying to fight through. Oh, apologies, that's the 86 of Donald Stratton. But round the final corner, quite a strange race for Joseph Katzentonis, but another win for Joseph Katzentonis. He takes victory ahead of Max Holloway, Eric Gilsonen, Jensen Ackerman, Oscar Cartmail, Finley Hines, your top 6. Sukmani Kira is your top novice there in 7th, ahead of Teddy Woodard, Jack Jones, Donald Stratton, all in the top 10. There's a spin for Levi McGrath on the last corner as well. Ethan Weldon Nathaniel Hodges, great drive that from Nathaniel from the back of the field. Enzo Butterazzi, Jensen Chalk, Zane Quecker in 15th. Aaron Richardson, Jonty Restrick, Jacob Nairn, Charlie Kitely, and Max Ewell in the top 20. Levi McGrath, the last of our runners there at the end of the race. Henry Clark, Harry Curry, Max Mason, Braith Murdoch were all non-finishers, all retired on the first lap. But there's your winner once again, Joseph Katzentonis.
So obviously patterns are a real thing. So far, our Heat 2 and Heat 3 winners in both Honda Cadet and Ayama Cadet are the same. So going into the next round, I guess we only need to look at the Heat 2 winners.
Maybe so. We'll see if that pattern continues next. Next on your schedule, race number 19 will be the X30 Mini Heats. X30 Minis heading out for their final heat in a moment. Here is your grid for the next race. Kira Harris has pole position. Aidan Hassan joins Kira on the front row of the grid. Katie Ashman and Ashton Wiggins are on row 2. Finn Leslie's been pulling out off some great moves today. Starts on row 3 alongside Lucas Field. Riley Bishop and Amelia Pennington start this race from row number 4. Fred Green and Jack Hobson start inside the top 10 on row 5. Charlie Locker and James Kell start on row 6. Second half of the field now. Charlie Mills and Jensen Pugh row 7. Henry Jocelyn and Jack Owen Drawbridge row 8. Dayton Coulthard and Jack Mowat on row number 9. And then last but not least our 2 novices, Joshua Jones and Luke Fleming on row number 10. So the X30 Minis have put up a really good couple of races so far today.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they go in this third heat. We've had quite a mixed bag.
Yeah.
And I know I just made the joke about Heat 2 winners winning Heat 3 in the last 2 classes as well, but I don't suspect that's going to continue in this one.
Aidan Hassan, I think you've got to say, is probably your favourite for this one. Starts on second on the grid. Has obviously done his first 2 races from the middle and the back, and has always been there or thereabouts right at the end of the race in terms of top 5. He's got some very good speed indeed.
I'd say keep an eye on Riley Bishop, number 32, starting in 7th place as the reigning Honda Cadet champion. And he has been on the podium once already this year, so we'll see if he can make it a twofer.
Absolutely. I'm just looking through as the karts head out on circuit. My mind may be playing tricks on me. It is playing tricks on me because I'm looking at the wrong. Oh, there's a problem there for, was that the number 52?
Just out of our sight, unfortunately.
Pulling off circuit, unfortunately. Sorry, I was looking on the board on the wrong mini heat. I was like, where's Radford? And then realising, hang on, he's in the minis. He's in the mini maxes, rather. Never mind. But yes, Aidan Hassan has had a very good day so far. And I'll just mention it again because he was one of the highlights of it last year. Next weekend, Sunday, myself and the Alpha Live team will be down at Clay Pigeon Raceway in Dorset for the 3rd and 4th rounds of the Super 1 Championships, all live here on Alpha Live. Unfortunately, we weren't able to be at Glanigors for the first 2 rounds of the season. All of that to look forward to. Away we go then. No, we don't. That's a false start. The grid not formed up to race control's liking.
I was just going to say, Aidan Hassan looked to be quite behind
far back
where he should have been.
Yes, I think you're right on that one, Chris. So we'll go round again. We do hope they can clean up these starts because this is what loses us racing time. Having to do multiple unplanned formation laps. But no, as we say, Super 1 next weekend, next Sunday. We're having round 4 broadcast live for you. I think we're planning to be down there for round 3 for a little bit of the day as well, to catch up with some of the drivers. But now, if you missed the racing last year, in the couple of rounds that we broadcast here on Alpha Live, they were some of the best days of racing that I commentated in all of last year. So there's your advert for next week.
There you go, Hassan, much further up alongside Harris this time, so hopefully we're good to go now.
We should be good to go. Kira Harris, number 20 on the left of your screen on pole position. Aiden Hassan alongside. There's a little bit of bunching towards the back of the field. Away we go for 5 minutes plus 1 lap. And I think there was a problem there, and it's absolute chaos. Kira Harris was in trouble and is off the road. The number 21 of Amelia Pennington is involved as well. Aiden Hassan, though, got a great start round the outside as the rest of the field find their way through Christmas Corner. Dayton Coulthard has a huge slide, big save, and manages to hold on to it. And has been shoved off the road now. Is going sideways again, more akin to rally style driving than karting at the moment. It's been shuffled down the order. There's the number 77's involved there as well, Lucas Field. This is a very jumbled up first lap for the X30 Minis. But I think Aiden Hassan has held himself out front. Finn Leslie survived all of that. And yes, indeed. So it's Hassan from Wiggins. Riley Bishop, you're absolutely correct to keep your eye on him, Chris, because he's gained 5 positions on that first lap. He's up to 3rd.
Well, I tell you, Wiggins is not happy with just second place. He's haunting the back of Hassan's kart.
0.3 of a second between them at the moment. Down the inside there was that Jack Hobson going for an overtake. Katie Ashman's up there as well in 6th place. Who was your biggest mover on that first lap? It was Jack Mowat, up 7 positions into the top 10. Joshua Jones has had a good start as well. The novice is just behind him in the number 84.
Wiggins was practically pushing Hassan through the first section of the boot, and especially out of Aussie. We'll see what kind of a run he can get on him out of Crook and down this back straight. Is he going to have a lunge? Nope.
Well, Riley Bishop is not too far behind at the moment. 1.2 seconds is the gap between 2nd and 3rd place.
Oh, so I think there was a bit of a nudge there into
There was
Ashby.
a little bit of a nudge through the braking zone, but I don't think there would have been enough to dislodge any bumpers. The number 84 of Joshua Jones fighting there with Charlie Mills, the number 37. Dayton Coulthard's gained 2 positions on that last lap, is up to 12th position. Jack Owen Drawbridge also attacking through the field. Another driver who's come through the ranks here, racing in Honda Cadet in years previous. Here he is in X30 Mini, now up into 9th position. Fred Green as well. Look out for Fred Green in the number 15. He's now in 6th place. But the tactics definitely at play here, Chris. These top 2 trying to work together, trying to get that gap back to Riley Bishop a little bit larger than it is at the moment. And to be fair to Bishop, he is closing in.
I was just going to say, I don't think the tactic's really working because he was 0.2 quicker on the previous lap. That gap is now 1.2 seconds. So they may need to sort themselves out first.
Jack Hobson currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 48.03. Around the final corner go the leaders, end of lap number 4.
He's bolted there, isn't he, Hassan?
And now the top 3. The top 3 are all in the 47.8s. Jack Hobson a 47.64. Couple of movements further down the order. Lucas Field has gained 3 positions on that last lap, is now up into the top 10. Joshua Jones has lost out to I think Field and Dayton Coulthard. There is Dayton Coulthard fighting with Katie Ashman, the number 53. The number 84 novice just behind as well, Joshua Jones. It's good racing all up and down the order, everywhere you look at the moment. Coulthard holds to the outside there, trying to get past Ashman here. Will they be side by side as they go down the back straight? Yes, I think they will. And surely Coulthard will have the inside line into the boot. Calmly done. Oh, Ashman tries to fight back through the toe of the boot. Hobson continuing to put good lap times in, a 47.54 for the driver of the number 6 now. And yes, Coulthard did get through, so good work there from Dayton Coulthard, up to 11th place.
They also got past Ashman as
Change
well.
for third place. Jack Hobson through past Riley Bishop. He's absolutely flying. He's setting purple sectors every time I look at the timing screen. Thing is though, Chris, has he got enough time to cross that gap to the top 2?
Well, he's got 2 laps to close that 1 second gap that he has up to Wiggins in front of him. And Wiggins at this point doesn't look like he's going to challenge Hassan, so he's not going to have the benefit of them squabbling.
No, I think you're absolutely right. So he did right to move through into third place, because that might be the maximum he can get in this race.
Quick look over the shoulder there from Wiggins just to see how far back Hobson is. I think he'll have recognised the fact that he isn't going to come under pressure at the end of this race. So if he's got anything left to give, he's got to give it now.
All of these drivers going quicker and quicker at the moment. There's only 2-3 drivers who didn't set personal bests on that last tour of the circuit. This has been a very fast-paced heat for the X30 Minis. But Aidan Hassan, I think you're right, Chris, has just broken the resistance of Ashton Wiggins there, and Ashton Wiggins is holding on a bit now. We're on to the final lap of the race. 47.4 from Hassan, 47.64 for Wiggins, 47.35 for Hobson. Now that should be enough for Wiggins to hold on to second place, and it'd be this 1, 2, 3, 4 across the finish line. Who else is trying to make moves towards the end of this race? Jensen Pugh's got up another position. In fact, make it that another position. He's now up to 12th place, past Joshua Jones and Katie Ashman. But Aidan Hassan really got it all done at the start, didn't he, Chris? He got that fantastic run from P2 on the grid and hasn't looked back.
Absolutely. The start can be absolutely critical and sets up your race, and Aidan Hassan's proved that point absolutely here in this race.
Round the final corner, Aidan Hassan takes the final heat of the day in X30 Mini here at Whilton Mill. Ashton Wiggins in second, Jack Hobson a strong third, Riley Bishop in fourth, Finn Leslie fifth, Fred Green sixth, Jack Mowat in seventh, Jack Owen Drawbridge in eighth, Charlie Mills ninth, 10th for Lucas Field. Dayton Coulthard finishes there in 11th place ahead of Jensen Pugh. Strong finish for Jensen Pugh there in 12th. Joshua Jones, top novice in 13th. Katie Ashman, Amelia Pennington, Luke Fleming, Kira Harris and Charlie Locker run out the 18 drivers who were running in that heat. Another entertaining race from the X30 Minis. We will see them out again for their final later on this afternoon, but Aidan Hassan is looking in pretty good form.
Yeah, second win of the day. So not the Heat 2, Heat 3 repeat, but a Heat 1 repeat winner.
So into the paddock come the X30 Minis. As I say, we'll see them later on today for their final. In the meantime, though, we're going to move on. We're going to move to the next heat, the next race, which will be race number 20 on your schedules. It's the third and final heat for Minimax. Getting ready then for the third heat in Minimax. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Oliver Smith has pole position, Emily Ackett alongside on the front row. Sasha Bagley and Seth Hathaway are on row number 2. Daniel Amor looking for a good opportunity this for Daniel Amor from row 3 alongside Kieran Denyer. Good chance for a good result. Michael Dalton and Devon Nolan are starting on row number 4. Mac McFarquhar has not had the best of luck so far today. Starts this one on row 5 alongside Oliver Smith. Oliver Sanders had some very, very good pace and will be hoping for a good result from row number 6 alongside Harry Higgs in this one. Ronnie Coburn and Woody Radford are on row 7. Edward Rose and Corey Fowler row number 8. Harrison Morrow and Hugh Moulton on row number 9. Josh Cook and Charlie DeMoncos are on row number 10. George Ivanov and Lena Summers Kelly row 11. Louis Rees on row number 12 there to wrap out this 23 kart field.
So you mentioned Mac McFarquhar not had the luck today. Neither has Edward Rose.
No.
And both of them need a good result, but their grid positions for this one aren't in the best. Edward Rose starting in 14th, I believe, yes, and Mac McFarquhar starting in 9th. So they're in the thick of the action. If they can get a clean start, they should be able to start working their way up the field. But it's going to be hard to look past Daniel Amor for the win in this one.
Finley and Bradley on the chat were asking where's Michael Dalton. Well, he's out on circuit right now. Starts 7th on the grid in this one. And we are ready to go then for this third and final heat for the Minimax class. 5 minutes plus 1 lap, and that is, unfortunately, another false start. So we'll go around again. Just to remind you of the order, Oliver Smith and Emily Ackett's on the front row of the grid. Was it the number 29 that was out of position, which was Corey Fowler? Of course, we saw a lot of drama in this this class at the end of their second heat.
Yeah, it was not a slow burner, but it boiled up nicely, that last one.
Woody Radford was your winner, at least provisionally. I should admit I've not checked the results since heat number 2. In fact, yes, there were some corrections. So away we go then for this one. Much better start this time. 5 minutes is underway for the Minimaxers. They've all got through the first couple of corners safely. Kieran Denyer has had a very good start there in the number 13 and will lead as they go off of Christmas Corner for the first time. Oh, there's a problem for the number 18, trying to keep out the way. Got back on circuit, that's Amelie Ackett, so that's a real shame for Amelie because a front row start has now turned into a back of the field running position.
Well, Seth Hathaway was the one making the moves up into Christmas Corner, and I believe now actually in the lead of the race ahead of Kieran Denyer.
Yeah, so really good stuff there in the middle part of the first lap of the race.
There he is. Confirmation. Seth Hathaway leads at the end of lap 1 ahead of Denyer. And Michael Dalton in third. Daniel Amor already made up 3 places.
Has indeed. I'm just having a look back at the result from race 2. My goodness, did we have a lot of bumper penalties. A side-by-side bit of contact between Dalton and Amor there. I don't think Dalton will be too pleased about that one. So forget everything that we said about the result from heat number 2 because it went completely out the window. So Devon Nolan won that one in the end, but never mind, let's focus on this one because there's not long of it to go. There was Devon Nolan making a move through the field in the black and green helmet. This really does feel like a very open class here today, Chris.
Absolutely. The racing's been on point, some of the best we've seen all day. The action has been second to none, frankly. But for Seth Hathaway, that lead, nearly 1.5 seconds, but it looked very, very close between Amor and Denyer as they went into oblivion.
Yeah, and Smith trying to fight through in the checkered helmet there, the number 38. And I think the good thing for Hathaway at this stage, we've seen him end some of the heats so far today very, very strongly. So to be in this sort of position, still with 3 minutes of this one to play out, you know, it's normally in about another minute's time that he really turns up the burners and gets going, and he's already got a 1.5 second lead.
Absolutely. So, well, now he's got Daniel Amor right, behind him as well. We'll see if that gap comes. I wouldn't expect him to close down that 1.5 second gap, but certainly can't afford any kind of a mistake because it will put Amor right on his tail.
1.8 seconds now the gap between Hathaway and Amor. Amor's move into second place confirmed there on timing. Look at this. Scrap for third place. Denyer defending already. He's going to try and do the long haul as Dalton's trying to go around the outside. That could leave him vulnerable. He's got 4th place off it. That's a fantastic move by Dalton. Getting past Smith, and I think McFarquhar was trying to fight through into 5th place as well.
He's trying to do another one into Ashby as well. Didn't quite make that one work. I thought he was going to take 2 into Christmas there, but not quite.
Want to go down the inside there in the number 77. He's won races around here in the past. He's a very, very well accomplished driver. Oh, there's a bit of bumping and barging. And surely there's going to be a bumper down in all amongst that. And I fear it may be Michael Dalton's. There's always the risk. when you get yourself in close quarters like that. And as I say, we saw a lot of bumper penalties last time. Yeah, look at that bumper. I think that's
oh yeah,
that may have fallen out of its clip, unfortunately.
Well, Mac McFarquhar having a much better run of it in this race, up in 5th place at the moment.
Poor number 28's been bullied out the way there. That's Oliver Smith. Oh, of course, this this is the class where we have 2 Oliver Smiths.
Yep.
One in the 38, one in the 28. So we very much need to get the numbers out here to make sure we know which one's which. 65 seconds to go. And Kieran Denyer doing a very good job here at just... Whoa! So a bit of contact with Dalton.
Well, he's got the penalty already, pretty slam dunk already, so he may as well go all out for it now. As he had a look into oblivion, that was brave stuff, but it's cost him. It's cost him massively. He's going to be so slow down the straight now. He's lost 1, 2. It's going to be even more now.
Well, they're all forming up behind Kieran Denyer. Oh my goodness, there's a bunny hop in the air. And the number 38 of Smith, Oliver Smith's involved, and the Damien Barris-Haggett, the number 27, who was having a strong run. And my goodness me, Michael Dalton, well, took a frog leap there off the front of Oliver Smith's kart, and thankfully he's okay. His race is absolutely ruined.
Shame for Barris-Haggett as well, second in Heat 2 earlier today, and that's pretty much undone all the work that he did earlier on, and that is the remains of the number 27 kart.
Yeah, that's Barris-Haggett's machine, or what's left of it. Time is up then on the clock, and Seth Hathaway just continues to pace this really nicely. Devon Nolan trying to fight a way through, gets past Mac McFarquhar, has I thought he was going round then, and somehow held on to it.
It was a heck of a slide, but he managed to hang on to it. Nicely done.
So what else is going to happen in the remains of this Minimax race? So much has happened already. There's Devon Nolan trying to move past Moulton. Kieran we haven't mentioned that Ronnie Coburn's managed to find his way through all of this. He's actually going to get a really good result as a result. A result of that move. He's kind of sneaked through there past Kieran Denyer. Down the inside now is Moulton, and Nolan's going to follow through as well, and Fowler. Mac McFarquhar's fighting with Edward Rose as well. Down into Ashby Corner they go.
That's an unlucky pairing to have right next to each other on this particular day. But and the 51 getting a bit of a push out wide there by the 54.
This is all over 4th place now. But here comes Seth Hathaway, another driver to get the hard work done in the early stages of a race, and he takes a heat victory as a result. Daniel Amore's going to finish in 2nd place. Ronnie Coburn is going to finish in 3rd. 4th place for Moulton, 5th place for Nolan, Fowler, Denyer, McFarquhar, Rose and Oliver Smith in the number 28 finish in the top 10. Sasha Bagley in 11th. Harrison Morrow gets some points on the board in 12th. Oliver Sander in 13th. Top novice was George Ivanov in that last race. 0.41 of a second ahead there of in 15th place, the number 47 of Louis Rees. Charlie de Moncos in 16th. Josh Cook 17th. Amelie Ackertz had problems in that race, finishes 18th. 19th place for Elena Summers-Kelly. Quite strangely, Oliver Smith in the number 38 finishes in 20th with the fastest lap of the race right at the end there. Michael Dalton in 21st. And Damien Barris-Haggett was a retirement in the number 27 there in 22nd place. I've just noticed Daniel Amore's bumper. I love that. That's great. It's coming home, boys.
Oh.
Well, if we can get past the Germans.
There's some delusion there.
Ronnie Coburn, 3rd. Moulton, 4th. Nolan, Fowler. That will be an entertaining final. A very, very entertaining final when we get round to it for the Minimaxes, and we'll see them out again later on. We're going to take another short break on the commentary here at Whilton Mill. And next out on circuit will be race number 21, and it will be the 3rd and final heat for Junior Max. Here's a grid for Junior Max. We've just received some information that we'll transpose to you in a moment. Leo Purchase and James Jackson are on the front row for this one. Noah Hadley and Alexander Adams Acton row 2. Joe Garraway and Casey Lynch row 3. Freya Belk and Jake Davis are on row number 4. Lexi Belk and Riley Brown row 5. Oliver Kerr and Miles Dawn row 6. Max Lee and Jensen Giles row 7. Ronnie Mansfield and Luke Ringham on row 8. Jessica White and Ronnie Smith start on row number 9 in this heat. Kai Vicini and Daniel Sabula row 10. Spencer Brown and Jacob Rhodes on row 11. Jack Cooper and Jensen Weston on row 12. Murphy Aldridge and Michael Morgan start from the rear of the field on row 13. Amelia Nelson and Joel Ryan on row 14. Jacob Jukes on row 15 alongside Daniels Martin Onsis. Alex Warnaby and Ollie Ward row 16. William Young and Alfie Bray wrapping out the 34 kart field. Schedule change to let you know about and it mainly affects the Honda Cadet field. As I say, they're running with 5 heats. We already were notified of that. But the B final has been cut for the Honda Cadets. So once we get into finals racing, it will be A finals and A finals only for the top 34 in each class, which is say for Honda Cadet means that some drivers will miss out on that because there's 41 of them registered. But that is the news that we've received from Race Control. And as we say, we are getting ready for this next race. Green flags out for Junior Max to head out, and hopefully, Chris, they will have a nice, clean, straightforward race after the events that we saw in heat number 2.
Absolutely, and hopefully a clean start at the first try. We've seen quite a few false starts in this third rotation of heats so far. Hopefully we can get going straight away and keep it clean from then on.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. We really do value your support here for the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. And if you wouldn't mind sharing the stream, liking the stream, clicking the subscription button and the notification bell, all the things on the social media networks. We are ready to go then for this third and final heat for the Junior Maxes. A little bit scrappy there, and that is a false start.
Well, we've stumbled at the first hurdle, but hopefully it's good from here.
I think the tyres of second place were a little bit cold there. Bit of an understeery moment for them. But we'll go around again for another formation lap.
Oh, somebody's taking the shortcut back towards the pits. Didn't quite see who that was.
So yeah, someone presumably with a bit of an issue there. James Jackson, this is a good opportunity for James. Not had the best of days so far.
You can see that's the car that was that 41?
If it was 41, then it is James Jackson. So to be starting this race from second on the grid.
Ah, there we go. Resumes his position.
Yeah. So here we go then. Hopefully for a better start this time. And no, I think that's a false start again. The yellow lights came on. The grid not formed up to Race Control's liking. So we will go around again for another formation lap. Yeah, I think there's a couple of karts still not in position where they need to be. You can see a couple of stragglers out towards the back.
Well, third time's the charm, hopefully.
Hope so. But yeah, all of these heats now 5 minutes plus 1 lap. The finals as well, I think, have been shortened. So the finals now down to 8 minutes plus 1 lap. They're normally a little bit longer. Unfortunately, the time pressures have made that decision for Race Control today. hopefully this time we are good for Junior Max's third heat to begin. Leo Purchase on pole position in the number 71. James Jackson alongside on that front row in the number 41. Around the final corner we go. And away indeed we do go for 4 minutes plus 1 lap now, because they've lost another minute because of those false starts. Yellow flag is out at turn number 1, so somebody has not come through the first part of the course. We'll try and find out who that is in a moment's time, but Leo Purchase has the lead as they head over the top of the hill and dive down now into Ashby Corner.
It didn't look like the greatest of starts for Jackson, but he seems to have, well, picked himself up again now. He's at least running at pace.
No, he was a little bit slow across the line there. That benefited those starting on the pole side of the grid, because Hadley and Garraway both got across the line before Jackson did. They were starting in P3 and P5. So let's count them through as they finish lap number 1. It's Purchase from Hadley, Garraway, Jackson, Lexi Belk, good start, up to 5th place. Alexander Adams Acton in 6th, Freya Belk in 7th, Max Lee, Jake Davis and Ronnie Mansfield wrapping out the top 10. There's a move being put there by the number 62 of Ronnie Mansfield on Jake Davis up to 9th.
Could well have been a change for the lead as well. They were side by side going into Oblivion. I think still going hammer and tongs on the way into Christmas. So we'll see how they emerge later on as the 25 gets a bit of a push out of Wilkins there.
Absolutely belting start though from Alex Warnaby in that number 25. Was up 9 positions at the start of the race and is currently the top novice running around out there. There is James Jackson. Needs a good result here. It's not been a good day so far for the Welsh driver.
Yeah, Noah Hadley, confirmation on the timing screen there. He's got past Leo Purchase on that lap.
2 minutes 15 to go. There goes another move by Ronnie Mansfield. This time getting past Alexander Adams Acton. I think Jake Davis followed through as well. So it's a good response actually from Jake Davis, because of course we saw Jake involved in that incident that brought out the long red flag in heat number 2.
Hasn't phased him.
No. I should mention, I don't think we have Jessica White running in this race, who was one of the drivers being attended to earlier on in the day. And so if we get any news on her condition, we will let you know. So Noah Hadley leads from Leo Purchase. Joe Garraway 3rd, fastest driver out on circuit at the moment. James Jackson in 4th. That top 4 covered by 2 seconds. Alex Warnaby and Ronnie Smith both gained 3 positions on that last lap, and Murphy Aldridge is on the move as well. He's up to 13th place in the number 44, a gain of 5 last time around.
So I was saying some of our contenders from earlier on in the day are also making up places as well. Ronnie Mansfield in 7th place at the moment, ahead of Jake Davis and Alexander Adams Acton in 9th. And I saw Spencer Broffen, he did fall down the order on that last lap, lost 10 places, so that's a bit of a tough one for him. He won the first heat. Hopefully that's enough to get him a good grid position for the final. But these two, Hadley and Purchase, still not breaking formation. We've seen one change of position so far. Could we see another in the final moments of this race?
Freya Belk, unfortunately, has had an issue as well. Has dropped 13 places, is now into 23rd place. Ronnie Mansfield, new fastest lap of the race so far, 45.89. 2 more laps to go then in this 3rd and final heat. Noah Hadley holding on to this lead at the moment, ahead of Leo Purchase. Across start finish they go. New fastest lap from Hadley, 45.83. Really starting to turn up the pace now. Putting the question to Leo Purchase, what can you do? What pace can you do there in the number 71, as down the inside again goes the number 12. This time Max Lee getting past James Jackson for 4th place. This is quite a statement from Noah Hadley at this stage of the day.
Absolutely, just banged in the fastest lap right there, 1/10 quicker than what Purchase could do on that previous lap. I wonder if Purchase got any kind of a rebuttal for him.
2 heat wins so far this season for Noah Hadley. Was disqualified from the final in round number 2, so that's partially the reason why he's currently down in 6th place in the championship. Leo Purchase behind him in 7th, and behind him in this race as well. But Purchase is digging deep here. This is great stuff to see from these two drivers. Purchase responding. He's not letting himself be dropped, but he's not got long to go now to make this move for the lead, as we are on the last lap.
That gap just went out another 600. I think that was just enough to put Hadley on the edge of being safe-ish for this final lap, but we haven't seen an attempt from Purchase yet, and he's running out of corners.
Into the boot for the final time they go then here in Heat 3 for Junior Max. One more corner to go. Noah Hadley should have this secured. Round the final corner, indeed, Noah Hadley takes Heat 3. Leo Purchase a strong second. Joe Garraway, good points and a good response there after the incident earlier on in the day, finishes in 3rd. Max Lee 4th, Lexi Belk 5th, James Jackson 5th, Jake Davis in 7th. Another good response from someone involved in the incident in Heat number 2. 8th for Ronnie Mansfield, 9th for Ronnie Smith. Murphy Aldridge fights into the top 10. Alexander Adams, Acton, Oliver Kerr, 11th and 12th. Alex Warnaby, top novice there in 13th place. Spencer Brown in 14th. William Young, another good novice drive there in 15th place, second of the novices. Riley Brown, Michael Morgan, Luke Ringham, Freya Belk and Alfie Bray, third of the novices, wrap out the top 20. Jensen Weston, Kai Bacchini, Jacob Rhodes, Daniel Martinosis, Amelia Nelson, that takes us down to 25th. Miles Dawn, Jacob Jukes, Joel Ryan, Ollie Ward, Jensen Giles and Jack Cooper. Jack Cooper being the one retirement in that race. About the 31 drivers who competed in that race. So the drivers coming back in from that heat, and I'm glad to say that in general that was a much cleaner heat for the Junior Max drivers. We'll see them for their final later on. Next out on circuit. It's race number 22 on your schedule. It is the X30 Juniors and their 3rd heat of the day. Let's look at the grid then for this 3rd and final heat for X30 Junior. Tiger Dixon will have pole position alongside Benjamin Doty here in this one, this 22nd race of the day. Sam Baker and Macy Hitter. Macy Hitter had a very, very strong end to race number 2. They start on row number 2. Finley Harrison and Reece Lomax. Good opportunities here from row number 3. Row 4 looks like this. Zaki Hussain and Luke Taylor on that one. Jake Yanagasawa and Harry Ewell on row number 5. Jude Fernhoff and Monda Junior Canini on row number 6. Henry Gregory took a great victory in heat number 2. Starts alongside Thomas Mullett on row number 7 for heat number 3. Micah Taylor and Gabriel Still, big hitters row there on row number 8. Leo Brown and Jaden Gregg on row 9. Luke Sintler and Remy Gilbert are inside the top 20. Will look to move forward. King Gohill and Sam Longley on row 11. Jack Collins and Kai Carrington on row number 12. And then Lily Jeffs and King Gamio, row 13. Benjamin Rowe wraps out the 27 kart field. And apologies, we've been caught out here by the schedule change, because I've just seen on live timing a load of Honda cadets head out on circuit for their 4th heat. And thankfully, with it being a Honda cadet heat, I can quickly run through the grid for this one. So ignore what I've just said there. That is a grid that we will look at later, but here is your grid for Honda Cadet Heat 4. Riley Thatcher and Sebastiano Tuzio on the front row. Callum Wilson and Sebastian G on row 2. Jake Schulz and Joshua Smith, row 3. Joshua Bugembi and Lucy Wielden, row 4. Theo Champney and Oliver Meek on row 5. Joshua Jarvis and Zach Starbuck on row number 6. Mayan Patel and Oliver Gibson, row 7. Adam Hill and Alessio Lamalfa on row 8. Emily Cooper and Sergio Wirtz on row 9. Into the novices now. Jensen Walker and Thomas Cadogan Evans on row 10. Tyler Davis and Samuel Gamio, row 11. Bobby Pete and Zach Chamney, row 12. Harrison Leach on their own. 25 karts in the field. Apologies for that slight confusion, folks, for you at home. So 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Fourth of 5 Honda Cadet heats here today. Just a little bit of repositioning going on towards the back of the field there. And we'll be ready to go for this race.
It's good you're repositioning these cars. Just pick them up, move them over.
Yep.
If you don't like where they are.
Maneuver.
No 3-point turns.
Nope. Chance for some different drivers to get good results in this one. We won't see Max Fallon in this race. Max has completed 3 races so far today. But I think we are good to go. Thumbs up. Eyes on the lights. Ready to race here at Whilton Mill in Honda Cadet, and away they go. Good start for Sebastiano Tuzio there in the number 24. Got a lightning getaway from the standing start grid, and I think has got the lead heading up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Riley Thatcher has slotted into second place there, all being very defensive as they go into the first couple of corners, because of course this reduced length of race now. I think in the terms of Honda Cadet, I mean, the track position is going to be ever so important at every single moment in this race. Joshua Bajembi having a fight there alongside the number 11 of Callum Wilson. Jake Schulz in there in the number 27 as well, but a solid start once again from the Honda Cadets.
Well, Bajembi has already made up places, sitting in 4th place there, so we see a challenge for 2nd place, and that is the number 10 Joshua Smith getting around. Is that number 80? Yep, Riley Thatcher, that's our pole sitter, and who's now tumbling down the order. But Joshua Bajembi, I mean, he's done 2 heats already and won both of them, so
True.
I wouldn't put him out of contention for this, and he's already up to 3rd.
Yeah, he really positioned his kart very, very well on the entry to the last corner. I ran a little bit wide, needs to be careful with that in terms of track limits. There's Theo Champney in the number 55. Green and black karts with the grey helmets. Down into Ashby they go. I see Champney looking down the inside.
Smith as well, looking for every which way past Tuzio for the lead, and he's got it in down into Wilkins this time, and Bajembi is going to follow him through into Oziers as well, and that's 2 positions lost in 2 corners.
No reason to panic though, still a good amount of time remaining in this race, and I'm not sure what's happening with timing, because all of a sudden we've got 5 minutes and 10 seconds of this one to go. But there is your lead change. Joshua Smith across start finish ahead of Joshua Bajembi. Sebastiano Tuzio in 3rd. Callum Wilson fighting for 4th place. Fighting for 3rd place here with Tuzio. And Champney's nearly there as well. Look how close it is. This is one of the reasons why I love Honda Cadet racing. It's always close quarters action.
That could have been a bit of a disaster moment for the man who was leading the championship going into this event, as he was squeezed up on the grass going into Christmas. But he's lived to fight another day and is working his way forward very nicely indeed. And is about to make another place, it would seem, on kart number 11. Oh, he makes contact. They're both round. Theo Champney, the championship leader, going into this one, facing the wrong way, as was the number 11 kart there, Callum Wilson. So that was not a good move that he just made there, trying to get past him into the boot section, and that is really going to cost him in the final to later today. But meanwhile, is this the battle for the lead? Yep, absolutely. Bajembi is not letting Smith out of his sight.
And I think he's doing this classic Honda Cadet tactic now, trying to isolate the leader. 2 seconds sounds like a big gap, but trust me, these Honda Cadets, they've not got a lot of power, and it's all about momentum. And I've seen 2 second leads disappear pretty quickly when you get this scenario of 2 drivers or 3 drivers fighting hard. So they will keep working together, I think, for at least the next 2.5 minutes.
Bajembi doesn't need the points, but he doesn't need to take the risk, really.
No, absolutely spot on in that regard. 2nd place will probably give him pole position for the next race, the final.
Looked like Zach Starbuck just picking up Riley Thatcher into the final corner that we saw just a second ago. Over 6th position. So just under 3 minutes remaining in the race, and that gap at the front of the field, 600ths of a second last time around, and now 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. They're in a class of their own right now.
They're a second quicker than Tuzio at the moment, so they're using the scenario laid out to them absolutely perfectly. Tuzio's a bit of a bottleneck, I think, at the moment at the front of the field. Zach Starbuck in the number 88. Driving very nicely indeed. He's got Riley Thatcher just behind him. Alessio Lamalfa's having a stronger race in this one.
Oh, hello, much closer for the lead this time around, but still no look from Bigembe. Although there is a look for 3rd place there. Is that Jake Scholes making the move in the number 27 on Sebastiano Tuzio? It is indeed. Yeah,
and Tuzio with a slap of the helmet there. I think that's the international sign of use your head.
Come on.
To Tuzio. But the thing is now that 4 seconds, now that's the kind of gap that you want when you're in the top 2 with 1 minute and 49 seconds to go. As I say, that they have played this very, very well in terms of tactics, the 2 Joshuas.
This squabbling is going to help them as well. Because, Tuzio's now on the back foot. He's about to get done by Mayan Patel as well into the final corner. And I think that he has done that as well and moves up into 4th place. Oh, Tuzio's really fallen down to 7th now. So got a horrible run out of that final corner, and that's really cost him, as the 2 Joshuas just went through Christmas, still absolutely line astern and closer than ever, 400ths of a second, but still no look from Bigembe yet.
Joshua Smith, of course, won the first round of this 2021 championship, so he's had good form. Had a bit of bad luck in the second round final, was only in 22nd position in that race.
Well, these two are 3rd and 2nd in the championship going into this weekend, respectively. And with Teo Champney facing the wrong way earlier in this race, they've found an opportunity to take some points away from him, and that gap has just gone out. Joshua Smith going purple on that time round, although he still hasn't dropped Bigembe, and now Bigembe's going for the lead down into Christmas corner, so that fastest up of the race hasn't given him any kind of an advantage because Bigembe's through.
Yeah, played it absolutely spot on. 2 laps to go.
Well, surely Smith is going to come back at him for this. It would be spectacular if Bigembe could take 3 wins in 3 heats. It would be marvellous, and it's down to Smith to deny him that honour. With we're coming down to the final seconds, so I'll be coming on to the final lap next time around. We will indeed.
We will do just that. Now this is crucial. Couple of corners for Bigembe. How much of a gap can he have over Smith as they go up the hill to Christmas corner for the final time? He has a look over the shoulder. I don't think it's big enough. I think Joshua Smith is going to get a slipstream here and may have an opportunity to get through. Bigembe will have to go defensive. Checking over the shoulder this way and that. Goes very defensive. No opportunity for Smith to get through there. Got to get the braking right. He's not got it right. He's got too deep. Smith's going to get through. Great work from Joshua Smith. Stayed calm. Took his line. Pressured Bigembe into the mistake now, but can Bigembe fight back here? There's still opportunities for him to do so.
There's another spot in here. Yeah, Andrew, he's got the line. He's got him up, lined him up into Ozies, and he's reclaimed the lead.
Great stuff once again from these 2 young drivers. They've been fighting so much throughout the early course of this season, and they're fighting here in the 4th heat of the Honda Cadets. This is a aperitif before the final later today, but it's going to be a sprint to the line. Bigembe's going to hold it by 600ths of a second ahead of Smith. Jake Schulz gets beaten on the line by Mayan Patel to 3rd place, but it's still good points for both Patel and Schulz there. Zach Starbuck in 5th. Riley Thatcher 6th. Alessio Lamalfa in 7th. Joshua Jarvis 8th. Adam Hill 9th. Great drive from Tyler Davis, the top novice there in 10th. Emily Cooper 11th. Oliver Gibson 12th. Samuel Gamio 2nd of the novices there in 13th. Oliver Meek and Callum Wilson. Good recovery there from Callum Wilson into 15th. Zach Champney 3rd of the novices in 16th, ahead of Theo Champney. Sergio Verts, Sebastian G, Jensen Walker Harrison Leach, Bobby Pete, Lucy Whilton, Thomas Carrigan Evans and Sebastiano Tuzio wrap out the field. And I just wonder, now that we know that there's no B final, there could be some decent drivers missing out on the A final now as a result of some of these heats. Will remain to see what the final result is. There is, of course, one more Honda's heat to go before the end of the day.
Very true. I mean, we haven't seen much of Teo Champney, and of course he's kind of scuppered this race as well, so he needs a good result in the next heat. Period.
No, absolutely. Well, we'll move on from the Hondas. As I say, we're a little bit out of kilter with the schedule at the moment, so we're going to punt for one here and say that it is Junior Max Heat 3 out again for their third and final heat after these guys. Back after the short break here, X30 Junior Heat 3 is heading out on circuit now. This is race number 22 on your order. Just to remind you of the grid from earlier, Tiger Dixon and Benjamin Doty on the front row, Sam Baker and Macy Hitter row number 2, Finley Harrison and Reece Lomax row number 3. And then on row 4 we'll have Zaki Hussain and Luke Taylor, Jake Yanagisawa and Harry Ewell on row 5, Jude Fernerhoff and Monta Junior Canini on row 6, Henry Gregory and Thomas Mullett on row number 7, Micah Taylor and Gabriel Stilt row number 8, Leo Brown and Jaden Gregg on row number 9, and then Luke Sintler and Remy Gilbert row 10, Kyan Gohill and Sam Longley row 11, Jack Collins and Kai Carrington row 12, Lily Jeffs and Keane Gamio row 13, Benjamin Rowe wrapping up the 27 kart field. Here we go then for this next heat, 5 minutes on the clock, and away we go then in X30 Junior. Another very close field so far here today, and heading up towards Christmas corner. I think Benjamin Doty has held on to the lead that he had across start finish. That's a good start for Benjamin Doty from the front row of the grid. Oh, drivers off in the background though. A bit of lawn mowing being done by drivers. I think it was Joshua. No, apologies. No, I didn't quite make out which of those drivers it was towards the back of the field. But apart from that, another good start here, Chris.
Absolutely, and Benjamin Doty was having to make quite an aggressive defence on the way into Christmas to retain that lead, but he's got it done, and ahead of Reece Lomax, who has made up plenty of places. He started in 6th place, now in 2nd, so that's a cracking opening lap for him.
Absolutely, 4 minutes to go in this one. All of these heats now of reduced length. The delays in the schedule that we've had so far today. See this battle involving the number 77 of Henry Gregory and the number 33 of Macy Hitter. Jude Fernerhoff going for a nice move there. Gets through in the number 53. He's had some great pace today as Jude.
Absolutely, we saw him in the top 3 in Heat 1 earlier today, so we know he's got the pace. Has he got the form right now? Up in 8th at the moment, so a good few places made up already from his starting position.
Novice check-in. Jack Collins currently top as Gabriel Stilt goes down the inside of Macy Hitter there. That's over 9th position, but Jack Collins 18th overall at the moment. Good battle though going on with Benjamin Rowe for that top novice spot in this heat. 3 minutes to go. There is Gabriel Stilp, number 12. Jude Fernerhoff down the inside of another driver. This time it is the number 13 of Zaki Hussain.
And Stilp is somebody who has to take advantage of this, as he's doing at the moment, making up moves there. But he got the mechanical flag in Heat 2 while he was leading. So that was almost a surefire victory that he lost there, and he's got to make up for it in this Heat 3.
Got to have a clean race, get that good grid position. He has the talents to move through a field. Another great move from Jude Fernhoff. I think that took the driver of Sam Baker, was it? No, apologies, it was Jake Yanagisawa, a little bit by surprise there. Big, massive moment for Yanagisawa, and holds on to it. But he's going to lose positions there to Stilp, Hussein, Hitter. I think Leo Brown was looking for a way around the outside as well. Not the best of laps there for Jake Yanagisawa.
No, made a great move, and then lost it again with a bit of a clumsy moment out of Ashby, but great for Stilp to help make up for earlier, up 2 places.
Yeah, up to 6th place now. Henry Gregory currently the fastest driver out on circuit, 45.74.
We've got 3 battling for the lead at the moment. Doty is really being hounded by Reece Lomax and Finley Harrison, as just half a second separated them as they went over the line. And they're heading into Oziers now with 1 minute 20 plus a lap left on the clock, and going for 2nd place there is Finley Harrison into the boot. Nicely done.
Very nicely done. A textbook overtake. Block pass on the inside. Didn't overshoot. It's so easy to do that when you go into the initial part of the boot. Henry Gregory sticks in another fastest lap of the heat so far, 45.58, but is very, very closely followed by Gabriel Stilp, who was only 100th of a second slower last time around. Less than a minute on the clock here. Benjamin Doty still continuing to lead, but not for much longer, as down the inside goes Finley Harrison.
Harrison's decided, I'm going to be leading this race now. 2 brilliant moves in the space of a lap. Fantastic. And who's that going back up the inside
Sam
as well?
Baker.
So number 36. Yep, Sam Baker making a move into the top 3 as well on Reece Lomax.
So Baker back up to 3rd. And I think this is all in reaction to the pace of Henry Gregory behind in 5th place at the moment. There's going to be 2 more laps here in this heat. Finley Harrison confirmed as your new leader. Benjamin Doty still there in 2nd place. 3rd place now for Sam Baker in the Jack Dex Racing JDR entry. But look at this. Here comes Gregory down the inside up to 4th position.
These guys have just been charging through the field. It's been great to watch. They're not short on action at all. But I suppose the question now is, can Finley Harrison hang on to the lead of this race as we're on the penultimate lap now?
Gabriel Stilp, the fastest driver out on circuit now. 45.54 is their 6th place on the road. 1.5 seconds covering the top 6 at the moment here in X30 Junior. Last lap board will be out in a few moments' time as the leaders cross start finish. It's still Harrison from Doherty, Baker, Gregory, Lomax, Stilp, with 1 lap to go. This is just a heat, but another serving ahead of the final later on. Good defence there from Baker, not letting Gregory have any way through.
And still managed to go all the way around the outside as they're getting very close into Ashby as well. That was Sam Baker getting pushed that wide and losing that 3rd place spot, but still managed to go all the way around the outside of Christmas, and he's making up more places.
Yes,
fantastic opportunistic driving.
Stilp's got past Baker now as well. He's sat in P4, but here are your 2 leaders. Can Doherty find a way through? No, I don't think he's going to have the opportunity. Finley Harrison is going to take a really hard-fought victory here in the final heat of X30 Junior. He takes the win ahead of Benjamin Doherty, Henry Gregory, Gabriel Stilp, Sam Baker, Reece Lomax, Jude Fernhoff. Zaki Hussein finishes in 8th. Leo Brown 9th. Macy Hitter another top 10. Luke Sintler and Jake Yanagisawa 11th and 12th. Monda Junior Canini in 13th. Remy Gilbert up positions there to 14th. Kyle Gohill wraps out the top 15. Sam Longley, Micah Taylor and Jaden Craig. Look at that, the top 18 covered by 10.5 seconds. Jack Collins was your top novice in 19th overall, ahead of Kian Gamio in 20th, second of the novices. Thomas Mullett, Luke Taylor, Kai Carrington, third of the novices in 23rd. Lily Jeffs, Harry Ewell, Benjamin Rowe. That was your running order for a really, really good heat, that. Nobody had any major incidents. The whole field of 26 covered by 17 seconds.
Yeah, just good racing. Good old-fashioned racing.
Well, that has whetted the appetite, I think, for the X30 Junior Final, which will be later on today. We are going to move on, though, from the juniors and head back to the seniors, if the agenda in my head is correct. Race number 23, X30 Senior, their third heat is up next. Grid time for X30 Seniors, their third and final heat of the day. Let's have a look at how this one shapes up. Thomas Glyde will have the honour of pole position in this one. Benjamin Southgate alongside him on the front row. Alex Johnston and Vishal Patel, two very fast drivers starting there on row number 2. Hugo Gilbert and Thomas Byrne start on row number 3. Jordan Brown's been in great form today. Starts on row 4 alongside Caelan Burbridge, who needs a good result in this one. Christian Brooks and Ellis Bourchier are on row 5. Mick Banner and Thomas Massarella start on row number 6. Kieran Ragg and Brandon Matchell start on row 7. Mason Weir and Benjamin Watts go from row number 8. Tice Stansfield and Anki Stenning have work to do from row number 9. Daniel Hackett and Alex Keane start on row 10. Nathan Amos and Cameron Coombs go from row 11. Oliver Henwood has not had a good day so far, and he starts this one from row 12 alongside Archie Forber. Lucas Ellingham, brilliant form so far this season. How will he do here from row number 13 alongside Harrison Pugh? Curtis Louis and Martin Auger are on row 14. Jack Davis and Matt Oakhout are on row 15. And that is your grid, 30 karts in the field. Very interesting race this, Chris. It's a mixed grid, of course it is. It's a heat, but you've got some very, very fast drivers at the front and some very fast drivers towards the back as well. And number 74 of Thomas Byrne going for a bit of rallycross there. Is this going to be a false start? No, it's not. Away we go. 5 minutes for X30 Seniors and their final heat of the day. And just about everybody making their way through. And it looks like Alex Johnston has had a fantastic start there, Chris. He leads off of Christmas Corner.
Absolutely, but it's all getting shuffled about for second place. There was one car getting very wide onto the grass on the exit of Boxing Day, but no trouble for Thomas Glyde, absolutely clear of the field.
Alex Johnston has absolutely bolted away here. He may have this race won after just one lap. Lucas Ellingham's trying to find his way through. As wide there goes the number 27 of Kieran Ragg off the road. And nearly a spinner there in the middle. It was number 21 of Thomas Massarella. But over start finish, a huge lead for Alex Johnston. 1.5 seconds. That's crazy. As off is the number 32 at the boot. And that is not good news at all. There, for apologies, I'm trying to find the number 32 on my screen. It's going to be Caelan Burbridge. So Caelan Burbridge, an awful day for Caelan Burbridge. None of the heats have gone Caelan's way, and it's going to surely be towards the bottom of the order for the grid on the final. There is the number 38 of Brandon Matchell, it looks like. Another driver needing a good result here. Christian Brooks. Oh, down the inside. Nice. We're liking that move on the number 65 of Thomas Glyde there.
And Thomas Massarella follows him through in the final corner as well. So Glyde down 2 places there. Oh, down 4 on that lap.
Yeah. Johnston ahead of Patel then. Here you're looking at the number 38 of Brandon Matchell continuing to make progress. Thomas Byrne goes through past Thomas Glyde as well, so that's Glyde down to 8th place. Hugo Gilbert will be looking to get by now as well. Mason Weir is improving, is into the top 10. Lucas Ellingham continues to drive through the field. Standing spins! Just about avoids everybody else. Can easily be done there. There's a horrible bump just between those two left-handers. I think Anki Stenning caught half of that. The grass, or probably a bit of thirds, grass, hole and rival's cart, and that was the result and went round.
Well, scary moment there, but luckily everyone comes out unscathed. And we can continue racing as we got to the number 58 there, making up the move. The 22 follows him through as well. That is Hugo Gilbert going past Ellis Borchett, Ty Stansfield following him through. That's all going on over 10th place.
Squabble over second place then. Coming down the back straight, Jordan Brown has always been there at the end of these races across the whole day. Shown some great pace. 2 minutes to go. And at the moment, none of them seem to be able to do anything about this gap for Alex Johnston at the front of the field. Christian Brooks is looking down the inside, but Jordan Brown's gone for it. A late move, a dart to the inside that gives him second place.
Sort of a defence there that turned into an overtake. So brilliant driving from Jordan Brown there, and has repelled the advances of Christian Brooks behind him and managed to get himself into second place.
Driving standards warning has been shown to Brandon Matchell in 6th place. It's not a penalty at the moment. Jack Davis, by the way, is your top novice runner, 22nd overall in this X30 seniors class. Just over a minute on the clock. Alex Johnston leads by the best part of 3 seconds now over this group here. Jordan Brown hard on the brakes. Oh, Lucas Ellingham's out. Lucas Ellingham is out of the race. Well, what has happened there? I wonder, has he had contact with another driver? He was charging through the field, but the championship leader is out, and that is surely going to compromise his grid slot for the final.
Hopefully not too much. He did have a Heat 1 victory and was, if I remember rightly, right up there in Heat 2 as well. Not in the top 3, but certainly running quite strong. So hopefully that doesn't compromise his grid position too much. But certainly we could see him have some work to do in the final. As number 82, Christian Brooks now trying to get back past Vishal Patel into 3rd place into Christmas, and he's done it.
Very good stuff indeed. Drivers will see the last lap board next time around. We're on the penultimate lap of the race now. And just to put it into context for Lucas Ellingham, his worst race finish so far this season was a 7th place in Heat 3 a month ago at round 2. His form has been exemplary, but this great run of results appears to be over as we're on to the last lap now. Alex Johnston went into the championship in 6th place today. Has not had a win so far this season. Jordan Brooks defending hard from Jordan Brown, defending from Christian Brooks for that 2nd place.
Yeah, this battle's far from over, and they've still got Vishal Patel waiting in the wings to pick up any pieces if they trip over each other. But running out of corners now as looking down towards the inside, but Jordan's got that one covered.
He has indeed. He's had to fight for this position again, but he's going to get a good number of points. He's going to be high up the order for the final. But Alex Johnston wins for the first time at Whilton Mill Kart Club this season, and it's a dominant victory as well by 4.6 seconds ahead of Jordan Brown, Christian Brooks, Vishal Patel, Thomas Byrne. That's your top 5. Brandon Matchell, Thomas Massarella, Ty Stansfield, Mason Weir and Nathan Amos take us down to 10th. The fastest lap of the race at the end there from Ty Stansfield of 45.03. Alex Keynes, Thomas Glyde, Archie Forbert, Ellis Borchet, Benjamin Southgate, Daniel Hackett, Benjamin Watts, Cameron Coombs, Hugo Gilbert, Kieran Ragg, all in the top 20. So you're into teams and drivers now that had problems in that race. Another not good heat for Oliver Henwood, only in 21st. Mick Banner 22nd. Harrison Pugh was the top novice in that race in 23rd. Anki Stenning, Martin Auger, Curtis Louis, Caelan Burbridge, Matt Orkut, Jack Davis, and one retirement, but it was a big retirement, Lucas Ellingham. And what has happened here at the end of the race, I think the number 71, to use the technical term, has conked out.
It's packed up, blocked the pit lane entry. That's awkward.
That means we'll have a short delay before the next race, which should be the final heat of the third rotation, or the final heat of those classes with 3 heats. It will be our senior maxes and their final chance to get good points ahead of the final. They're out next. Let's have a look at the grid then for this next race. Race 24 on your schedule, Senior Max Heat 3. Archie Elliott will start this race from the front of the field alongside Alex Bentley on the front row. Lucas Ivaskevicius and Harrison Crook start on row 2. Roy Johnson and Jack Lilly on row number 3. Rob Ellis and Ben Davis, strong runners through the field so far today. They start on row 4. Kieran Murphy and Ethan Ling, similar aspects there on row number 5. Joshua Valance has had a really tough day so far, starts the final heat on row 6 alongside Will Barnes. Joshua Taylor and Charlie Verity starts on row 7. Joshua Pickford and Brandon Haig on row 8. Johnny Elliott and Sebastian Marlowe start the race on row 9. Bradley Philpott and Alex Quinn wrap out the top 20 on row 10. Carl Dunford and Luke Evans start on row 11. Jaden Neal Holder's had a really strong day so far, but has work to do from row 12 alongside Alfie Brooks in this heat. Mikey Austin and Ellis Pulio start on row 13. Tommy Edmonds and Oliver Bouillon start on row 14. Catherine White had a retirement in the last heat, and it doesn't get any easier because she starts on row 15 alongside Thomas Lee Davis. George Hunter and Alex Jackson are 31st and 32nd on the grid. Mark Sayers wraps out the 33 entrants in this race. So I think we're still waiting for the senior Rotax Max drivers to emerge out onto circuit. Championship situation as it stands. This is going by drop scores. So we've got some drop scores applied into our table on results.alphatime.co.uk/WMKC. But Rob Ellis is currently your championship leader on 279 points. Carl Dunford second on 264. A bit of a gap back to Tommy Edmonds and Joshua Valance, both on 239. And boy, do those two drivers know each other well after the several seasons racing against each other in the junior Rotax Max category. But once again, a very open field here. Lots of opportunities for drivers to take best results of the season. But that nice mix of having some. I'm looking at Rob Ellis there, 7th on the grid. You know, it's not a gimme, but he's in a good spot there to pull himself to the front of the field in this one.
Absolutely, we could see some big key players right up in there as well. I'm just looking at some of our previous top 3 from the rest of the day. Obviously, Tommy Edmonds had a pretty cracking start to the day with the Heat 1 victory for the reigning junior Max champion. Neil Holder and Catherine White, as you mentioned earlier, was in that top 3 before the retirement in Heat 2. And we've had a few other people. Who was it in Heat 2? Just trying to find the first name, but it was Brooks, Ling, and Haig in Heat 2. So we've certainly had a mix out there as they make their way on to the track.
Hello to Amanda, who's cheering on Archie Elliott. What a great opportunity this is for Archie Elliott. Starts this race from pole position. Hello to Joel Taylor as well. Good afternoon, team. Gutted I'm not there helping out this weekend due to work. Look forward to being back in the stewards' room for the July meeting. It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially July. There's 2 of them. 2 meetings in July. So round 4 will be streamed on the 11th of July. And then we're back some 2 weeks later on the 25th of July for round number 5. Do make sure that you are subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and have the notification bell clicked to get all of the alerts for that. We're ready to go then. Final third heat of the day for Senior Max. Away we go for 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start from Archie Elliott on the front row of the grid. He should hold on to the lead running up to Christmas Corner for the first time. They're all through the early stages of this one, which is very, very good to see, Chris.
Absolutely. We've seen some dramas out there so far today, but good to see this lot are away cleanly. Still some jostling and reshuffling as they go through the 2 biggest braking zones on the track. But looks like we have everyone away cleanly, crucially.
Into the boot then, there is the number 54, Archie Elliott. That's just what you want to do. Oh, this is an incident.
Spoke too soon.
Between the 69 and the 97. So that's Sebastian Marlowe in 97. And I think it might be Kieran Murphy as well. Yes, Kieran Murphy in the number 69.
Right, Elliott there with the whole shot, but Bentley was made up 2 places from his grid spot already, and Ivaskevicius is not too far behind as well as 1 second, covering the top 4, 5 even.
Crook down the inside, goes for the overtake in the number 72, gets the move done, very nicely done for third place, particularly with Ben Davis now on the scene. He goes down the inside of Harrison Crook now. And it's like Noah's Ark going down into the boot. Is this all going to work, chaps? It's all very close in the middle there. Got Ethan Ling involved in the number 36 as well. And Rob Ellis, we said to look out for him starting 7th on the grid.
This is working out great for the top 2, Archie Elliott and Alex Bentley, who have just pulled away from the rest of the field. 1.1 seconds clear of the pack as 46 gets turned around. Oh, a bit of carnage down at Christmas.
And that is Rob Ellis. That's your championship leader facing the wrong way in the Praga kart. He's got it going again. And it was contact with Ethan Ling. So 2 very experienced drivers there coming together and compromising each other's races.
And the number 37 there, was he
damage on the rear
through? Oh no, he has got damage.
Yeah, significant damage to the number 37 of Will Barnes there.
But still a courteous wave to wants to apologise. There goes Brad Philpott in the number 13 car.
So end of lap 3. Elliott from Bentley, Ivaskevicius in 3rd place. As there goes Barnes recovering back to pit lane. I think the exhaust is loose on that kart as well, which probably means he's been mounted. Let's have a look at a replay of what happened there going into the boot. So is this going to be Ellis into the back of Barnes? Is that what we're thinking here? Well, no, Barnes starts to spin, gets a bit of... that's where the damage to Will Barnes came from. It was contact with Lilly. It was all part of the mess there where we saw Rob Ellis go round. So that's where the bumper and exhaust damage came from. It was quite a hit as well.
Yeah, quite a sizable jump in the air as well, but he'll recuperate and hopefully can get it back out for the final. And here we go, number 86 here, Ben Davies looking to make the move for 3rd place on Ivaskevicius, and gets that done nicely down the inside.
Yeah, another good move by a well-prepared DHR machine, but here comes Ivaskevicius fighting back immediately into Ashby Corner, and he's got it done. No, here comes Davis. This is surely going to end in tears. Back down the inside again into Oziers, fighting through. Great stuff, and look at Harrison Crook. Decisively moves through into 4th place.
That was great opportunistic stuff from Crook. I did not think that was going to end well for Davies and Ivaskevicius, but they've both survived it and fighting for another day.
You can tell it's a final heat.
Yeah.
Everyone is really going for it now, wanting to secure their good positions for the final, which will be even more hectic than this. 60 seconds to go. As up the inside goes Harrison Crook, takes 3rd place away from Ben Davis. He likes that move into Christmas Corner. He's very, very good on the brakes, I feel, today here in the number 72. Let's try and catch up with everything else that's gone on that last lap. Joshua Valance has got up 2 positions past Bradley Philpott and Josh Taylor, I think, on that last lap. So that's 8th now for Valance. Somebody else has fallen off the road because there's loads of people who've jumped up a position. Apologies, can't quite work out who it is because there's just that much going on in this 3rd heat in Senior Max. 20 seconds to go. Archie Elliott leads by 0.5 of a second ahead of Alex Bentley. Those two are long gone of this group here, all fighting over third. It's Crook in the blue suit, the dark blue suit, ahead of Davis in the light blue suit. There is Ethan Ling. So he's recovered to 5th place after being involved in that incident with Rob Ellis earlier in the race. And then it's Brandon Haig as well. He's having a very solid day in 6th place in the number 19.
There's a bit of a bump from Davies on Crook, and that kind of compromised his run onto the run up to Christmas. But he did not lose a place, crucially, to Ethan Ling, although he definitely thought about having a look up the inside, and he definitely thought about it on the previous lap going into the
incident.
Ooh. That's number 33 that's parked. And that is Catherine White. So that is for the second heat in a row. It's going to be a DNF.
Yeah, it's been a really, really torrid day for the Whites. Jessica, of course, involved in the incident in the juniors, and Catherine looks to be out of another race here in the seniors.
Oh, but look at this going on for...
This is 3rd place. This is the 3rd place battle. Ben Davis trying to hold on. He's trying to attack and defend at the same time because Ethan Ling's all over the back of him. There's a little bit of a touch on the rear bumper there. Archie Elliott is going to take a fantastic victory here in the final race of the heats for Senior Max ahead of Alex Bentley. Harrison Crook holds on for 3rd. Ethan Ling did get 4th at the end there by 0.02 of a second. Ben Davis in 5th. Brandon Haig in 6th. Lucas Ivaskevicius in 7th, Bradley Philpott in the top 10 there in 8th. Jaden Neil Holder and Ellis Pulio wrap out that top 10. Josh Pickford in 11th, Tommy Edmonds 12th, ahead of Joshua Valance in 13th. Alfie Brooks and Joshua Taylor in the top 15. Jack Lilly recovers to 16th after that incident at Christmas Corner. Luke Evans, Oliver Bouillon 17th, 18th. George Hunter is your top novice in 19th, Mikey Austin in 20th, Alex Quinn, Johnny Elliott, Rob Ellis, Alex Jackson, Thomas Lee Davis, Mark Sayers, Charlie Verity, Kieran Murphy, Carl Dunford all running there. That must take us down to 29th. So not a good race there either for Carl Dunford. What happened there? Catherine White we saw retiring 2 laps from the end. Sebastian Marlowe and Will Barnes were retirements in that race as well. Well, we'll see the Senior Max drivers out again for their final later on in the afternoon. We're going to quickly roll on to the 5th and final heat for the Honda Cadet class. They're out next. Here's the grid then for Honda Cadets and their 5th heat of the day. Riley Till and Mayan Patel are on the front row for this one. Zach Starbuck and Theo Champney on row number 2. Finley Lyons and Emily Cooper on row number 3. Daniel Butcher and Joshua Smith row 4. Jack Price and Jake Schulz on row 5. Rory Breen and Oliver Meek start on row number 6. Charlie Wolfett and Victor Hansen start on row 7, Logan Giles and Riley Morgan row 8, Lorenzo Martin and Harrison Leach on row 9. We are into the novices now. Bobby Pete and Thomas Butcher row 10, Ellis Pullen Memin wrapped out the 21 runners in this field. So last opportunity for these drivers to qualify through into the final. And you mentioned earlier at the end of heat number 4 after a not so good result for the number 55, Chris, you mentioned Theo Champney. Big race this. Starts P4 on the grid. Needs to get a good result here to ensure a spot in the A final, because no B final today. No last chance saloon.
Absolutely. So he's lost that kind of safety pin, and for sure if he'd ended up in the B final, there would have been a very good chance he would have won it and ended up in the A final anyway. Would have had to have made up some places from there, but he would at least have been in there. Now he doesn't have that. And we've got a spinner on the way to the grid.
Yeah, he's one of our front runners. It's Mayan Patel. Mayan Patel's gone round at the front of the order there. Now, this is where I need to know my rules better and whether Mayan Patel will be allowed to retake that position on the grid.
I think if it's a standing start, that should be okay.
Yeah, I would say for one of these, it should be should be able to get that sorted. In fact, yes, Mayan Patel is rolling down to P2 on the grid.
Well, that's not a sign of things to come for Mayan Patel. Get the mistake out there early.
Get it done, get it out of the way. So 5 minutes should be on the timer once again for these drivers. Riley Till, number 44, on the front row on the right of your screen. Mayan Patel on the left. Eyes are on those lights, ready for them to go out. It's 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then for Honda Cadet heat number 5. And it's a very, very even start at the front of the field. There's one kart coming from pit lane as well, back out onto the track. We'll try and capture who that was in a moment. But a very good start as we go up into the first braking zone. It's Zach Starbuck who's got the whole shot, Chris. He leads. There's a little bit of contact leading off of Christmas.
That's a cracking start by Starbuck. He's moved himself up into the lead from 4th place on the grid already, as we've got a bit of jostling back behind them. I think the crucial question is going to be, where has Teo Champney come out in all of that?
He's right in the middle of all of that in the green and black. Number 55 down the inside of a couple of drivers, gains a good couple of positions past the number 8 of Emily Cooper there, the 08.
I think Patel just found himself a little bit wide on the exit of Wilkins. I saw him kicking up some grass, and of course he was the kart that was facing the wrong way on the formation lap.
6 minutes to go, and this one's the longer cadet heats. Joshua Smith leads, so Joshua Smith has fought back at the end of lap number 1 and got past Zach Starbuck. Now we saw in heat number 4, Smith worked with Joshua Bagembi to pull away, and I just wonder, is there going to be a similar thing done here with Zach Starbuck? They've already got a 2.5 seconds over Riley Till in 3rd.
You would hope so. They found themselves in exactly the same position that Joshua did in the previous heat, so he knows that technique works, and that he should just go for it again, and hopefully this time keeps the lead as well.
Jack Price getting involved there in the number 71. Here comes the 95 of Charlie Wolfett, who's had a strong day so far, and Wolfett's down the inside, has got 3rd. Really good stuff from the driver there in the number 95. Mayan Patel fighting with Theo Champney. I think that's over 6th position. So it's Smith from Starbuck. Wolfett now to 3rd. 3 positions on that last lap for Charlie Wolfett. Price, Till, Patel, Champney, Schulz, Cooper lines takes us down to the lower reaches of the top 10. Great start as well over those first 2 laps by number 64, Ellis Pullen-Menin. Started at the very back of the field, is now 12th.
That's fantastic stuff. These novices will always continue to impress me. The speed they managed to show and the skill, having much less experience than some of these guys.
4.5 minutes to go. There's 3rd and 4th places. Charlie Wolfett still ahead of Jack Price.
But that battle doesn't seem to be done, because Price is looking for every which way back past Wolfett, as this is all getting a little bit close. Teo Champney was looking up the inside there, I think, of Patel into the final corner.
Yeah, he's got past Patel, now trying to get past Riley Till. Bobby Peete, by the way, has made a move on Harrison Leach, 14th place, but also 2nd of the novices, as Patel fights back past Champney. So Patel back up to 6th place. 3 minutes and 45 to go.
Oh, Champney back up the inside. Well, side by side once again, but I think with the line he should secure that place. And Patel's got to be careful. He's going to come under pressure from Jake Scholes as well if he's not careful.
Joshua Smith has got the hammer down. He's pulled out a 2 second. In fact, that last lap, my goodness me, 53. And another one, 53.31. I wonder if they've used a set of new tyres at the end on this last heat just to wear some in, because Joshua Smith's pace is incredible. 53.31 has now got a 3 second lead over Zach Starbuck, because down the inside of Riley Till goes Patel there, and I think Champney's got through as well. So Champney and Patel up to 5th and 6th places respectively, Till down to 7th. But the pace of the number 10 kart has just gone off like a rocket in this middle phase of the race.
It's absolutely incredible. I mean, you should not be able to do that in a cadet kart, but Joshua Smith is somehow finding the way to do it. Of course, he went with Joshua Bagumbe in the previous heat. Now he's just doing it by himself.
3.13 seconds now. The problem for Starbuck, no one to help Zach Starbuck anymore. Started to fall into the clutches of Charlie Wolfett. And, well, the whole gaggle of karts behind Zach Starbuck. Starbuck's got to get into the 53s, I feel, but there he is, losing second place to Charlie Wolfett. Now Jack Price is just behind as well. And Starbuck currently the only one of the top 9 not in the 53s. Less than 2 minutes on the timer to go. Riley Till, unfortunately, has had a not so good lap last time around. Has dropped 6 positions, but is still running in 11th position.
Of course, that puts Ellis Pullen Menem into the top 10 overall now as the top novice.
Yeah, continuing an absolutely great drive. Joshua Smith, another new fastest.
53.1.
53.16. The lead is over 5 seconds now in this 5th heat of the day. Oliver Meek has got past Riley Till now. Bobby Peat also on the move, has got past Rory Breen for 13th. Another novice showing very strongly here in Honda Cadet. Through Ashby Corner they go. There is Charlie Wolfett.
You mentioned Starbuck's pace wasn't brilliant when he got past, but
yeah,
he isn't falling back still, and Wolfett's not getting away. So he could still have a run at Charlie Wolfett and try and reclaim second place. We should still have 2 laps to go after this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the lap times as they come round to start the penultimate lap of the race. And that's better. That's better from Zach Starbuck, 54.03. It's only half a tenth slower than Charlie Wolfett last time around. Oliver Meek continues good progress. He's up to 10th place as Price is looking down the inside of the number 88 of Starbuck now. Good defence from Starbuck, keeping it in there, keeping the fight going. Holds on to 3rd. Theo Champney's now going to try and go down the inside for 4th place on Jack Price. He's got the move done, very nicely done. And Patel now trying to fight around the outside. Will there be a bit of a switchback on into Oziers? Patel's going to go for it. Can Patel get the move done? No. It's as always what impresses me with Honda Cadet racing. Just how clean and close the racing is for drivers with not a lot of experience. Over the start-finish line goes Joshua Smith then, who surely, or could probably even pedal to the finish line and will still win this race. Charlie Wolfett in 2nd place. Theo Champney now up to 3rd. He's got back through past Starbuck and Price. In fact, I think Price has gone behind Patel now as well. So yeah, May and Patel up to 5th.
Absolutely, and Theo Champney, I thought he was going to settle for 3rd, but he's not. He's going down the inside.
Oh,
he spun. That was not necessary at all.
Oh, now, and Theo Champney's going to be falling down the order now. I have to agree with you, Chris. I wouldn't have gone for that move if I was Theo Champney, because there was a lot riding on it in what's a very close field today. We're on the last lap. Joshua Smith is going to take a fantastic victory here. They're still all jostling around. There is your winner by some 7 seconds ahead of Charlie Wolfett, it should be. Here they come across start finish. No, Mayan Patel's up to 2nd place. So Mayan Patel picked the way through, takes 2nd. Charlie Wolfett 3rd. Finley Lyons in 4th. Jack Price in 5th. Jake Schulz, Zach Starbuck, Oliver Meek, Theo Champney in 9th. That might be enough. That might be enough to get through to the A final. Emily Cooper 10th. Top novice was Ellis Pullen Memin. Again, Bobby Peat, though, running well there in 12th. Rory Breen in 13th. Riley Till 14th. And Harrison Leach, Lorenzo Martin, Victor Hansen, Thomas Butcher, Logan Charles, Riley Morgan, Daniel Butcher. Your finishers in that race, Samuel Gamio, was a did not start.
So I don't want to bang on about this Theo Champney thing, but he should be starting way up in the A final. He had a place there back that he had not secured all day, and with a needless move really on that final lap.
Yeah, I think maybe put that a little bit down to experience. A new driver who's come through the Bambino ranks.
And he'll learn that, but you know, he's learning it the hard way at the moment.
Well, the Hondas come in. We will see them for their A final, no B final for the Hondas today. We're going to take a short break and be back very, very shortly with the first of your finals. Finals action for round 3 here at the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships coming right up. Army Cadets final to kick us off then here. Here is your grid. Joseph Katzentonis has dominated things here today. 106 points, nearly 20 points out ahead of everybody else. He has pole position. Finley Hines joins him on the front row of the grid. Oscar Cartmail and Max Hollor are on row 2 for the final. Braith Murdoch and Eric Gilsonen start on row number 3. Jensen Chalk and Sukmani Kira are on row 4. Zane Quecker and Enzo Buttarazzi are on row 5. Henry Clark and Harry Curry start this race on row number 6. Jack Jones and Aaron Richardson start on row 7. You never know, could do something from there. Ethan Weldon and Max Mason on row 8. Jensen Ackerman and Nathaniel Hodges are on row number 9. Teddy Woodard and John T. Restrick are starting on row number 10. Levi McGrath and Jacob Nairn on row 11. Charlie Kitely and Max Ewell start this final from row number 12. And then it's Donald Stratton and Teddy Porter. 26 karts in this Army Cadet final for round 3 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. So here we go then, the first big race of the day. The maximum number of points available here.
Oh, somebody's already not made the start. Sorry, Andrew.
That is a real shame. I think that might be John T. Restrick. But away we go then. There's a yellow flag out. Are we going to be good for a start? No, that is going to be a false start. I think... Oh, no, we have started. No, apologies. Now the false start flag comes out and is notified on our timing. Apologies for that. So
that will be because, the number 6 kart has been
no, that's another one. That's Aaron Richardson. So 2 karts have failed on the warm-up lap. So just a recap, 60 points available for a win in a final, 36 available in a heat. That's why these races are a lot more important in terms of the course of the championship trophies at the end of the season. So far this season, Joseph Katzentonis has had 1 final appearance and 1 win.
Katzentonis has, as you said, absolutely dominated the second, first and first in the heats.
Zach Green won the final last time out in round 2, but is not here today. Get the feeling the first couple of laps of this race are going to be very, very crucial. Can Joseph Katzentonis get the whole shot? Away they go then for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Into oblivion they all go. 24 of them remaining after the 2 drivers have had troubles on the first warm-up lap. Good start for Katzentonis, will lead into very good start as well for Jensen Chalk, the number 18 there, and making a little bit of contact with Braith Murdoch over 3rd place.
Not a good start at all for Finley Hines. He was on the front row. He's now down in 10th place.
Yeah, not good at all for the number 57, but still plenty of this race. And there's drama. Curtis is that coming down into Ashby? Yes, it is.
Facing the wrong way, yeah.
That slightly confused me for a second. The 75 is involved of Max Ewell. It's been a really tough day for Max. The 64 of Charlie Kitely. Looks to be smoking a little bit there, and I didn't quite catch which of the other drivers.
68 was the other one.
It's Levi McGrath. Levi McGrath is off there, down, and that's all heading down into Ashby Corner. I just wonder, because of how many karts are stranded down there may be a Battenberg flag about to come out. I would not be surprised if that happened at all.
There it was.
And there it is. There it is indeed. So full course yellow for the second time. The Army Cadets final heat had this. But this time, Chris, Joseph Katzentonis has the lead. Definitely has the lead and doesn't have to hand it back to another driver.
Absolutely. He got the whole shot perfectly. I think Finley having that slow getaway has helped him there a little bit. Not sure what happened there with Finley. He seemed slow away and was already gesturing in frustration before they reached the first corner.
How about that start from Zane Quecker, currently 5th place overall.
Wow.
And top novice. So we're going to go round for at least one more lap under full course yellow Battenberg flag conditions. Katzentonis and Cartmail. Murdoch up to 3rd. Jensen Chalk 4th. Max Hollor in 5th, but I think he's had a warning already for contact. Zane Quecker in 6th. And your top novice at the moment, Eric Gilsonen still in there in 7th. Ethan Weldon 8th. Good start for Jensen Ackerman as well. It's up to 9th place. Sukmani Kira in 10th, top, 2nd of the novices at the moment.
So we saw the clear-up job in the corner of the screen there. It looks like we are going to be ready to go soon.
I think you're right there, Chris. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media, Chris Stevens from the Mist Apex podcast. Your commentary team for today. 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Are we going to be back to green here? Yes, we are. Away we go then for the second part of this Army Cadet final. Drivers already trying to make overtakes as they go towards turn number 1, but Katzentonis has got another good start here. Oscar Cartmail there in the number 80, blue suit and white helmet, slotting in behind. This will have built the pressure upon Katzentonis a little bit because he's not had that initial phase of the race to allow things to spread out. It's all bottlenecked up behind him.
I think he's shown he's clearly got the pace to keep himself up at the front and try and pull away a little bit, especially as it looks like Cartmail and Murdoch are going to do some squabbling behind him, which is only going to help Katzentonis up at the front.
It's been a big lap this from Joseph Katzentonis because he's going to have pulled out just about 3/10, which is a big thing at this stage of the race because it extends the lead to over half a second.
And now in number 14, Braith Murdoch looks very racy on the run down into Christmas. I wonder if he thinks if he sticks on the back of Cartmail's kart, can they try and close down Katzentonis?
Good couple of opening laps after the restart for Eric Gilson. And now Eric Gilson up to 6th place now. Has got past Zane Quecker for that spot. Zane's still top novice at the moment.
We know Gilsonen can come through. He's had 2 top 3 finishes so far already today, so no surprise to see him making up the positions from his grid spot.
A first appearance at WMKC this season for Eric. This is looking pretty good for a strong finish. 3 minutes, 3¼ minutes to go. Another really big lap from Joseph Katzentonis. The lead is now 1.23 over Oscar Cartmail. Now, does Braith Murdoch go for the move here to get up into 2nd place and try and chase Joseph Katzentonis down? No, he just remains there.
I think the problem is because they've got Jensen Chalk, Max Haller and Eric Gilsonen still very close behind them. So if they squabble, they're only going to invite those 3 to come and join them.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe Braith Murdoch just playing a bit of the long game here. Sukmani Kira, Harry Curry and Max Mason have all got past Ethan Weldon on that last lap. Max Mason also got past Jack Jones. So that's 9th down through 13th.
But the ones all in this battle for 2nd place, the fastest one was Gilsonen at the back of this group.
Yeah, and again faster than those ahead. 1.7 seconds now the lead for Katzentonis, who's looking in great control here, and it started to break down behind as well. Jensen Chalk holding ahead of Holler there in the yellow helmet, the number 36, but Eric Gilsonen, I think he's going to want to try and get through here. He's going to go down the inside into Ashby Corner. Very nicely done on the brakes. Until you've experienced a downhill braking overtake into Ashby, and it's really hard to explain. It doesn't look that hard on camera. Believe me, it is. It's so easy to snatch a brake when you're in such close proximity with other drivers. It can be very, very easy to run on, collect another kart, but that was superbly done by Eric Gilson, and changed from 9th place. Harry Curry has got past Sukmani Kira. That's good news for Zane Quecker in terms of the novice trophy stakes.
I think Braith Murdoch has to pounce now, because Jensen Chalk's come on to the back of him, and he knows that if he gives him a sniff of an opportunity, that Jensen's going to walk through any open door. So he's got to go for it at some point. He hasn't done it yet.
And the lead is growing in the hands of Katzentonis. It's now over 2 seconds. And they are, at the moment, seemingly happy for Katzentonis to run away here.
I think there's got to come a point where you accept, I don't have that pace, I couldn't close down that gap in the next 5 minutes. We're just fighting for 2nd place now. I think
Not
these
long
guys
to go.
Yeah, they've been very well behaved so far, although this is 2 laps to go now, so hopefully it's all going to kick off.
The other thing for Braith Murdoch is this is a huge improvement for Braith Murdoch in terms of final results. 17th and 19th so far this season. As here comes Jensen Chalk down the inside, going for 3rd place. Braith Murdoch holds to the outside and retains 3rd.
So there was a bit of just an open door there, but Braith Murdoch was able to close it pretty firmly in Jensen Chalk's face there.
Jensen Chalk, another driver who hasn't had, well, I'm just looking at Jensen's results so far, has moved off a novice plate for this round, we should mention. 29th and 20th so far in finals this season. So this will be a big improvement for the driver of the number 18. Well, at first opportunity as well, of course, because being a novice in previous rounds means he will have started all of his heats from towards the back of the field. We're on to the last lap now. Joseph Katzentonis looks to be in control of yet another IARMY Cadet final here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's all over 2nd though, as here goes Chalk again down the inside. A much firmer move that time. Knocks Murdoch off the top, out of the top 3. Gilson's also fought through as well and has taken a position, but there is Joseph Katzentonis. Has just got half a lap to go here. Still fighting for 3rd place. Murdoch's back down the inside of Gilsonen. Gilsonen's going to go for the switch back here and retake 4th place. This is good news for Chalk. It allows him a little bit of breathing space there. Cartmail likewise. But Joseph Katzentonis missed round 2, so he's not had the 100% record in terms of the championship, but at least when he's been here, he's been a winner. Joseph Katzentonis takes round 3 of the IARMY Cadet class here for the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Oscar Cartmail finishes on the podium. A brilliant day's races for Oscar. Jensen Chalk gets a 1st ever podium at this level there in 3rd. Eric Gilsonen fights back to 4th. A good first appearance for Eric this season. Braith Murdoch maybe a little bit disappointed to not hold on to that 3rd place, but that's a huge improvement there in 5th. Max Hollor solid again in 6th. Jensen Ackerman a very good final there in 7th. Zane Quecker is the top novice in IARMY Cadet today in 8th place. Harry Curry 9th. Sukmani Kira the 2nd of the novices there and in the top 10. Max Mason, Finley Hines, Ethan Weldon, Jack Jones, Donald Stratton is your top 15. Enzo Butterazzi, Henry Clark, Nathaniel Hodges, Teddy Woodard and Jacob Nairn, the last of the finishers in 20th place. 3 retirements, Levi McGrath, Max Ewell and Charlie Kitely. Chris, sum up for me IARMY Cadet today. It's been a great day, hasn't it?
Yeah, fantastic racing and brilliant youngsters with incredible speed doing things that we don't expect them to, like win races by 4 seconds.
Well, we'll see them back on the 11th of July for round number 4. If you want to get involved in the IARMY Cadet class, get your entries in now. Remember, we've got the 5th round on the 27th of July as well. We'll see them back again for more action here at Whilton Mill. We're going to move on, though, to the next final on our agenda. And if it's telling me the right thing, it should be race number 27, the X30 Mini Final. That should be your next race out on circuit. Final time for X30 Mini. Let's have a look at their grid. Aidan Hassan has pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Jack Hobson. Jack Mowat and Ashton Wiggins start on the second row of the grid. Fred Green and Riley Bishop are on the third row of the grid. Lucas Field and Finn Leslie on the fourth row of the grid. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Dayton Coulthard inside the top 10 for the start of this final on row 5. Jensen Pugh and Amelia Pennington are on row number 6. Kira Harris and Katie Ashman row number 7. Charlie Mills and Joshua Jones row 8. Charlie Locker and Luke Fleming on row 9. James Kell and the absent Henry Jocelyn on row number 10. Very, very interesting grid this, Chris, because you'd say from the results so far and form from previous years, Aidan Hassan is your favourite. But there's a lot of drivers, I'd say that first 4 rows in particular, who've all been very, very strong today, and you never know what can happen in a final.
Absolutely. This is really a bit of a lottery, as we've got quite a few very, very quick cars in the top places. This may well be a false start. There was a lot of jostling there at the end. It is indeed a false start. They're not happy with the way that formed up, and is that number 30 going very slowly there, and Charlie Locker.
I'm not going to mention any numbers, but that is not the first time the X30 Minis have had a false start. Now, the advantage to be gained, if there is one, allegedly, is that we're going to get another warm-up lap for the karts.
Yeah.
And I just think there's maybe a little bit of sportsmanship going on here in the X30 Mini class today.
Well, it was a pretty clear, not very well formed grid, wasn't it? It was by some margin that the number 64 there of Aidan Hassan was not in the correct position. So why he wants that extra warm-up lap, I'm sure only he knows. You can do it again by this rate. Look at this.
Yeah, they do need to be careful here. We have seen jurisdictions be handed out for this in the past, but this time we look much better. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go. Good start for Aidan Hassan, and it looks like Jack Mowat's followed through as well from the 3rd position on the grid. Very good start for those on the pole side of the order. Into Christmas corner they go. Dayton Coulthard, sorry, has had a good start. Oh, there's a spin, and one of them is the number 32, which started from a very, very good position up the grid there.
Not impressed by whoever spun him round at all.
And it was Riley Bishop, of course. Oh, Dayton Coulthard going down the inside there. I knew I'd do it. I knew I'd do it at some point and call him by his dad's name. But he's got a great move done there on Ashton Wiggins. And that's a very good start from Coulthard.
That is indeed,
yeah. Up to 4th place.
3 places in 1 lap. You can't be too disappointed with that. But Aidan Hassan, the only driver to be sub 52nd on that lap. But Coulthard coming under pressure now from number 57. Ashton Wiggins down into Christmas, good and he's defense. just held him off there.
Yeah, using that outside line, which we've seen a few drivers use so far today. Ashton Wiggins, big, bold dive down the inside. And I think there was a couple of drivers right on the limit of adhesion there through Ashby Corner.
That was a pounce.
And, yeah,
still not done it.
Yeah, Coulthard's got back through. Wiggins gave that too much down the inside. I just wonder if the team in this number 33 have been holding a little bit in reserve, just taking care of the kart through the heats. They've been solidly in the top 10, but it's been forced out wide there by Wiggins, and the number 77 of Lucas Field is going to be down the inside and take real advantage of that and gain 2 positions for the price of 1.
Oh, thank you very much. Lucas Field just gained 2 places while Coulthard and Wiggins were too busy watching each other.
Coulthard looking down the inside. Another really good move there, up back into 4th place. And they're all queuing up behind now. Fred Green's there, Jensen Pugh as well, Jack Owen Drawbridge. This is a very strong run so far from Coulthard.
Oh, number 15 takes a bit of a trip across the grass. That's Fred Green.
Yeah, Fred Green. Has he lost drive as well there? Side by side between Wiggins and Field. as we say, we've seen Dayton Coulthard race at WMKC over the last couple of years on a few occasions. He's been in the Army Cadet class in previous years. But I must say that this is the strongest performance I've seen from Dayton Coulthard so far. Down the inside goes Ashton Wiggins, and once again, that is not easy to do, just holding around the outside. It's so easy for a driver to panic. Now was there a little pump there from Ashton Wiggins? Dayton Coulthard runs on. Hopefully Coulthard was able to hold onto the concrete runoff there and only lose one, maybe two positions. Back at the front of the field, change for the lead. Change for the lead. Jack Hobson has got ahead of Aidan Hassan here. And we said this, that Aidan Hassan may not have things easy in this race because it's been so close in X30 Mini today. And sure enough, Jack Hobson is taking it to the number 64.
That could well have been a mistake from Hassan because he was half-second clear at the start of that lap. So I don't think he will have lost that on pace. As Coulthard coming under pressure once again. It's number 29, Finn Leslie, going through this time. You talked about Coulthard getting under pressure. I wonder if he just dipped a wheel onto the grass when he was braking into Ashby on that previous lap.
No, you could be absolutely spot on there. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Hobson leads from Hassan. Jack Mowat's having another really good race here in third place. Ashton Wiggins has bolted off the front of this group here now in fourth place. Jensen Pugh's fought through into fifth. And now we're looking at the battle over seventh place, because Finn Leslie, of course, has got through on that last lap as well. Amelia Pennington's having a very good run here in this race as well. Is in ninth position. He's had a couple of spins through the heats as here comes Leslie down the inside of Pugh. Finn makes another move. It seems to have been doing that a lot so far the course of today. So that's Leslie up to fifth place now. 3.5 minutes to go. What's the gap looking like at the front? Well, it's 0.28 of a second last time around.
And surely Hassan's got an answer for Hobson there. If he did make a mistake, he should be back on his tail. Very, very close in the times there, 100th of a second, but the fastest lap goes to Hassan there, just about. Finn
Leslie has bolted on maybe a fresh pair of boots for this final. He's going very quickly, 47.69. New fastest driver out there on circuit. So with just under 3 minutes to go, it's Hobson leading from Hassan here in the X30 Mini final. Mowat in third, Wiggins up to fourth, Leslie fifth, and pulling away from Pugh there in sixth. Coulthard in seventh place now. Owen Drawbridge in eighth. Field and Pennington. Oh, contact!
He's got a problem. He's slowed up massively. Hobson from the lead.
And that is an absolutely critical moment in this final. Jack Hobson retires. Let's have a look what happened here. Going into the boot. There we're having a look at Hassan. And yet, he knows immediately. And there's a bit of... now. Are we going to have problems with bumpers again? Because that caught Hassan out. And he did make contact with the back of Jack Hobson's number 6, but he's lost drivers, Jack Hobson, and your heart goes out to him. He's been fantastic all day. Was throwing the gauntlet down to Aidan Hassan, but the machinery has let him down at the most crucial of moments.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. And of course, if Hassan does get a penalty, Jack Mowat is now in the pound seat. But I guess the question is there a caveat to that penalty? Can he argue that he couldn't avoid the slowing car?
The bumpers down or the bumpers going down. It's
the bumpers never lie.
Yeah, it's a controversial part of the sport. As Coulthard's having a fight here with Riley Bishop. This is now over 6th position, with Jack Owen Drawbridge in there as well. Jack Mowat, another driver who's having, I think, one of the strongest drives I've ever seen him have. Coulthard's off! On the run up to Christmas corner in the battle with Riley Bishop and Jack Owen Drawbridge, and Coulthard is out. Let's have another look at that again. There's a bit of a mounting there. It was with the number 72 of Jack Owen Drawbridge. And there was his feelings clear. There was a sign there that I think he might have learnt from his dad. 50 seconds of the race to go. I remember seeing that one at the Manny Core a few years ago.
You've got to feel for Coulthard because you know he's going to be under pressure just because of his surname. and the pressure's going to be on him to deliver, and he knows that.
35 seconds in a very dramatic X30 Mini final to go. I was just saying, Jack Mowat, another driver who I've been watching for a good number of years. I can't remember him ever driving as good as this. This is fantastic to see from the driver in the number 23. There's your battle now for third place. Wiggins has closed back in on Leslie. He's responding to Leslie's pace. Now, will Aidan Hassan crawl? No, he's not going to crawl across the line to get another lap in. So it's going to be last lap this time around for Aidan Hassan, but he's still under pressure. What is the state of that nose cone as well? We saw the hit onto the back of Jack Hobson's number 6, and it was a firm one, but it was off-centre. He may have got away with it.
If he gets the 5-second penalty, he's not just at risk of losing the win, he's at risk of falling off the top 3 placings, because Leslie and Wiggins, 5.36 seconds. If they get a good lap in on this final lap, he could fall down to 4th potentially.
He could indeed, so he's got to push really, really hard. If in doubt, flat out, the full business for Aidan Hassan down the back straight. Has been brilliant today. Has been on top form. Has kept the kart together, has kept it running, and is going to win the X30 Mini final here for round 3 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Jack Mowat finishes a fantastic second. Finn Leslie is on the podium in 3rd. Ashton Wiggins 4th. 7th for Jensen Pugh. 6th for Riley Bishop. 7th for Lucas Field. Jack Owen Drawbridge is in 8th place. Charlie Mills 9th. Fred Green wraps out the top 10. Katie Ashman in 11th. Kira Harris in 12th. Amelia Pennington in 13th. Luke Fleming in 14th. James Kell 15th. Charlie Locker 16th. Dayton Coulthard finished, well, deserved a lot more than 17th today. Deserved at least a top 10 for me. That's a real shame. I do hope we see Dayton back here at Whilton Mill very, very soon. Jack Hobson, a big retirement though, with 5 laps to go whilst in the lead of that race. Joshua Jones retired as well. That meant that Luke Fleming was your top novice in X30 Mini.
Heart goes out to Jack Hobson. He was driving absolutely superbly, and I guess now all eyes are going to be on the stewards' notice board.
I think that was an okay from the marshal there. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, Fraser, just to see how that bumper check looked. It was about 10 seconds ago.
Well, they're not looking closer at it, so I would assume that he's been given
the most crucial replay of the day in X30 Mini.
It's not wobbling, is it?
I think that's okay. The marshal having a check. Has a look. Thumbs up. Yeah, that's fine. That is a win for Aidan Hassan. We need not worry about that bumper.
Well relief done there, I think, because we don't want this to turn into a Formula E scenario where we don't know who's won the race until 7 hours afterwards.
Well, very good racing from the X30 Minis. They will be back on the 11th of July for round number 4, and then round number 5 on the 27th of July. So do get your entries in for that one. Thank you very much to X30 Minis. You've been thoroughly enjoyable today. We're going to move on, though, to race number 28, the final for Minimax. Minimax final time here is your grid. Daniel Amour has pole position for round 3's final. Devon Nolan alongside on the front row. Seth Hathaway and Hugh Moulton on row 2. Corey Fowler and Ronnie Coburn on row number 3. Oliver Smith and Oliver Sander both have had good pace today on a single lap. Can they string it together in a final? They start from row 4. Kieran Denyer and Oliver Smith wrap out the top 10 of this grid. Michael Dalton and Sasha Bagley start on row number 6. Woody Radford had a race win, lost due to a bumper penalty earlier on today, but has had good pace. Starts this one from row 7 alongside Harrison Morrow. Mac McFarco has had a really tough day. Starts on row 8 alongside George Ivanov, who's going for novice honours. Damien Barris Haggett and Louis Rees are on row number 9. Charlie de Moncos and Edward Rose wrap out the top 20 for this grid in Minimax. Emily Ackett and Lena Summers-Kelly are on row 11. Josh Cook will be our last of the 23 runners in this race.
I think we could be in for a really good fight between Amor, Nolan and Hathaway. They all have a case to say that they're going to run away with this one. Remember how dominant Hathaway was in Heat 3.
Here we go then, 8 minutes on the clock for your Minimax final. Good start from those at the front of the field, all looking very tidy through the first couple of corners, which is what we want to see. But who's going to be leading up to Christmas Corner for the first time? Is it going to be Amor? Is it going to be Nolan? They're already through. In fact, no, Nolan's had a bit of a... it's fallen down to third. So it's coming home at the moment for Daniel Amor on the front of his bumper. He leads this race. Nolan back down the inside of Seth Hathaway. Retakes second place. And you can see Corey Fowler's had a good start as well. With the flashes of yellow on the side of his kart and his helmet. He's up to fourth place.
So if Nolan didn't get away fantastically, then crucially Hathaway did not either.
No.
But, well, it's still status quo, it seems, at the front of the field.
So 0.97 of a second. Here comes Fowler, though. He wants third place off of Hathaway at the early stage of this final. Has got it. Not too much of a fight there from Hathaway. That's nice and sensible at this early stage. Still plenty of racing to go. Maybe trying to hold something in reserve for later in this race. As there's a spin. Was that?
Could that have been
Mike
Dalton?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. That was a Lewis Hamilton replica helmet, and I think a 44 as well. So the 44 not blessed in this race with any luck. It's been a tough day for Michael Dalton. I'm sure Michael will be back for future rounds and hopefully better luck at round number 4. Looking at those novices, George Ivanov currently in 15th place. Down the inside there goes the number 28. I think that was Oliver Smith. One of the 2 Oliver Smiths in this race. Number 28, Oliver Smith, is through and into 6th.
I'll see what the gap is when they come around, but a bit of a monster lap from Daniel Amor last time round to pull the gap to almost a second. But the fastest driver last time round was Corey Fowler with a 48.59, and he's now really looking at the back of Devon Nolan for second place. So if he can get the hurry up going, maybe he can go and have a run at Amor late in the race.
Big lap that from Nolan. 0.58 is now the gap.
Yeah, really clawed it back, isn't he?
Damien Barris-Haggett is on the comeback drive as well. He's up to 11th place now in the number 27. We saw him involved in that incident in the third and final heat up at Christmas a few hours ago. But has had good pace so far today. Still in the first half of this final. A lot of it to run. There is the battle for second place. And they are reeling Daniel Amor back in here. That is a lot less than 0.6 of a second. Oh, there's a mechanical flag, unfortunately, for the number 61 of Sasha Bagley. Sasha currently running in 17th position. That's another case of a result gone that was really, really deserved for Sasha today. She's driven really well.
Lead gap's been halved again.
Yep.
2 laps in a row. It's now down to just a quarter of a second. Now, I wonder what the plan here is for Daniel Amor. He had a really nice healthy gap, which has been whittled away quite quickly. And, oh no, who's that? Is that number 88 that's parked up?
It might be Charlie de Moncos, I think, if it's
it could have been 98, yeah.
Is it with a black number board as well? So Charlie de Moncos is sadly out of this race.
Amor's been passed by Nolan.
Yes. So Devon Nolan to the front of the field then in the number 54, and it's all started to stack up behind. Yes, it was Charlie de Moncos in the number 98. So I want to keep an eye on that second group as well, because they've got Damien Barris-Haggett on the back. This is the one from Oliver Sander, 8th down through 11th. As down the inside goes Amor, back into the lead of the race. They're all squabbling over positions now as through goes Fowler. They're nearly tripping over one of the number 12s out. Josh Cook is out of the race and has acquired someone's front bumper as well, for good measure. Just keep an eye on that second group. Sander, McFarquhar, Radford and Barris Haggett, there's a mechanic. Well, that's where the front bumper's from. It's going to be from the number 89 of Lena Summers Kelly. We could have an absolute ding-dong battle here in the latter stages of this race. Because not only have you got a close field, I think you've also got traffic starting to come into play. No, apologies, that's a trick of the eyes.
Although that was a big lap from Amor last time around. He's pulled the gap back up to 3/4 of a second. So Fowler, having put himself up into that second place, lost touch with Amor a little bit, even though they made the move at exactly the same time.
Sasha Bagley has come into the pit lane to serve that mechanical flag. Unfortunately, the race for the number 61 is over, as pieces of Kart are recovered, strewn across the boot at the moment. Second and third look to have got themselves a little bit more reorganised now and are starting to close Amor back in now. 2.5 minutes to go. Across start finish, still the +1 lap as well. Big lap from Oliver Smith in the number 28. 47.50. A second, or just there or thereabouts, covers the top 5. Here comes Oliver Smith down the inside, going for third place on Devon Nolan, who is not going to be allowed to fight that one back. He's taking that position and more.
Absolutely left no way through for him to try and reclaim it on the left into Boxing Day or through Inkermans at all. Just shut the door. Thank you very much. Third place.
3 seconds covers the top 10 at the moment. All trying to chase down Daniel Amor in that number 41 kart.
And again, the gap came down a little bit, 0.2 of a second. We'll see what it is this time around.
Over start finish they go. 47.71 for Amor, 47.54 for Fowler, 47.35 for Smith, and that was even with an overtaking manoeuvre. And here he goes again down the inside, takes second place. Same move as he pulled on Nolan, and didn't need to even fight that hard for it off the exit either. Oliver Smith has come alive here in this final.
It's fantastic driving, and he will have lost a little bit of time there to Daniel Amor, but 1 minute and 1 lap left to go in it. And look, he's right there. That gap is not insurmountable at all. Can he have a run at Amor in the final stages of this final?
It was a podium last time out in round 2 for Oliver Smith. He's had 2 heat wins so far this season. Second place would be a best in terms of point score so far this season, but Daniel Amor in a race win, a trophy win in a final here in the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships is right there. He's done it the last 2 laps. He's going for it again. Up the inside, takes the lead here in the Minimax final with 30 seconds plus 1 lap to play.
What a fantastic set of 3 laps there from Oliver Smith. He's just carved his way up the order, but can he hang on to it? Down the inside, number 54 on Corey Fowler does not come off into Wilkins. Can he get it done into Oziers? Yes, he can.
So that's Devon Nolan back up onto the podium now here in Minimax. Time, I think, will just about tick by before we get to the start line. So this is going to be the final lap. Can Daniel Amor strike back here? He's got to have a big run up towards Christmas corner. 0.29 of a second is the gap as they go across the line. But Oliver Smith, the pace that he's got up the hill, they simply cannot do anything about it. That's one of the big overtaking opportunities done for Oliver Smith. He's not had to defend there. There is a back marker ahead. He's going to have to defend down into Ashby. Daniel Amor tries to show the move there.
He's well out of shape.
Very out of shape as he comes towards Wilkins, but he's got it all kind of made back together. This is a great run from Oliver Smith onto the back straight. He's got a bit of a gap. Surely that's going to be too far back for Daniel Amor to throw it down the inside. It is indeed. What a race in Minimax. Oliver Smith takes his first finals victory of the season. He wins round 3 of the Minimax class here in the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Daniel Amor, it's another podium in a final there in second place. Third for Devon Nolan, who's fought throughout the day. Fourth for Corey Fowler. Fifth for Hugh Moulton, who really gave it some there in that final. The top 5 covered by less than a second. Damien Barris Haggett, watch out for Damien in future rounds. He's had some fantastic pace today, not the look, but a 6th place is a good return from where he started on the grid. Seth Hathaway in 7th, Woody Radford in 8th, Ronnie Cobburn in 9th, Mac McFarquhar in 10th, Oliver Sander in 11th, the 38, the other Oliver Smith, in 12th place. Kieran Denyer and Edward Rose took us down to 14th. George Ivanov was your top novice in 15th place overall. Harrison Morrow in 12th, in 16th rather. Michael Dalton, Louis Rees, second of the novices. Amelie Ackett and Josh Cook, the third of the novices there. 3 retirements that were Sasha Bagley, Lena Somers-Kelly and Charlie DeMoncos.
Smith was just absolutely on fire at the end of that race. Arrived on the scene, made the moves when he needed to make them, didn't dither about with any sporting tactics. It just got up behind someone, made the move. Fantastic race win. But I don't think Daniel Amore should feel too bad about coming second in that one.
No, and it's good points for the championship as well. Daniel Amore will continue to lead the Minimax ranks into the round on the 11th of July. We will be there and cover all of those races for round number 4. In the meantime, though, we're going to move on to the next race, which should be race 29, which I currently can't see on my schedule, so I'm going to hazard a guess that it may be a Honda Cadet final. We'll wait and see which class are back out next, but there'll be more racing here at Whilton Mill very, very soon. It's the Junior Max final. Because race 29 was meant to be a Honda Cadet B final, which has been cancelled, so we move on to race number 30 in our schedule, which is the Junior Max final. Ronnie Mansfield has pole position. Alongside on the front row is Max Lee. Leo Purchase and Noah Hadley will be looking to overcome both of those drivers from row number 2. Ronnie Smith and Spencer Brown are on row number 3. Jensen Weston and Riley Brown start on row 4. Kai Bacchini and Jack Cooper start inside the top 10 now on row 5. Alex Warnaby and Joe Garraway are on row number 6. James Jackson and Murphy Aldridge are starting this race on row number 7. Oliver Kerr and Lexi Belk start on row 8. William Young and Amelia Nelson are on row number 9. And then Miles Dawn and Jake Davis wrap out the top 20 of this Junior Max grid. Freya Belk and Michael Morgan start on row number 11 of the grid. On row number 12 will be Alexander Adams-Acton and Jessica White. Alfie Bray and Luke Ringham on row 13. Jacob Rhodes and Daniels Martinonis are on row 14. Ollie Ward and Jacob Jukes on row 15. Joel Ryan and Jensen Giles on row 16. And Daniel Sabula, who is scored down on the last row of the grid here alongside Casey Lynch. I think that's because they've not run so far today. 8 minutes on the clock then. Away we go then for this final. No, we don't. That is a false start, denoted by the flashing yellow lights. Dramatic, I think, is the word I'd use to describe Junior Max so far today here, Chris.
Absolutely. Although not dramatic has been Max Lee, who has kind of quietly gone about his business, hasn't finished in the top 3 all day, yet is lining up on the front row of this grid.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in that regard. We obviously had the lengthy delay during heat number 2. Keep your comments coming in. Your messages of support. Hello to Chris Middleton, who's cheering on Harrison Morrow here today. And he's also cheering on Amelia Nelson in this race as well. Number 21 starts the race 18th on the grid. Well, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, because Junior Max has been fairly dramatic, not just today, but so far this season. We're ready for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then. Who's going to get the run up to Christmas Corner? Very good start for Ronnie Mansfield. He got ahead of Max Lee into turn 1 and has pulled through, and I think Noah Hadley's had a good start as well there as they run into Christmas Corner for the first time. Hopefully they can all get through safely.
I think the top 2 from the grid have been split there by Leo Purchase, I believe. although still squabbling around there for that second place spot, and behind them plenty of jostling as well.
Yeah, big field this, one of the biggest classes in terms of entry here at Whilton Mill today.
Yeah, Purchase has definitely got ahead of Lee there, so managed to do that at the start. And once again, could well be the line into turn one working, because he was on the same row as Ronnie Mansfield, who has almost 9/10 of a second at the end of the first lap. Oh no, number 13 again. Unlucky for some.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for Jacob Rhodes, and unfortunately Jacob is out of this race. I didn't even see the end of lap number one. It was a very good move there by Spencer Brown. Right at the end of the first lap, and Spencer's now up into 4th place. So keep an eye on the number 65 as the race goes on. Good start for Alex Warnaby as well, the novice there in the number 25 in 9th place at the moment. Novice plates pretty much determined by the number of race events an individual has competed in, as well as a bit of what results they've got as well. Whoa, Spencer Broham had that was a great save. That was a really, really great save. A little bit too much movement for my liking from Max Lee in the number 12.
That was a little bit naughty, yeah, just didn't recognise the fact that Broham was coming up behind him.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why moving in the braking zone is at least frowned upon. What that did do, though, is offer the opportunity for Noah Hadley to hop through into 4th place. So Ronnie Mansfield continues to lead here in the Junior Max class.
That gap's come down, though, since the last lap, and we'll see what it is this time. About what it was last time around, 6/10 of a second. And then another 6/10 back to Max Lee, who, of course, did just have that moment. He might have another one here as he's under pressure from number 74, Noah Hadley, but he's able to repel his advances at the moment. And Spencer Brown obviously trying to find a way back through after that moment on the previous lap.
Finals results so far this year. Daniel Gunchard dominated the first round, took 2 heat wins a second, and then the win in the final. But Ronnie Mansfield here leading this race, trying to make it 2 finals victories in a row. He took round number 2 ahead of Max Lee. Leo Purchase so far this season has not been on the podium in a final, his best result being 6th last time out.
Well, Leo Purchase, fastest lap of the race. Oh no, sorry, that was on another lap, but definitely closed the gap as number 74, sorry, Hadley getting up alongside the Max Lee there, and taking the position.
3rd.
Yep, so that's 3rd place for him.
It's good stuff from Noah Hadley, who was 2nd to Daniel Gunchard in round number 1, which is no mean feat, because Daniel Gunchard is a very, very accomplished driver. Not here today. I'm sure he'll be racing somewhere in the country.
But Purchase, though, definitely closing up on it. Less than 2/10 of a second now is the lead gap, and that was the fastest lap of the race that time by Purchase. So he's going to be putting him under pressure here. Here he goes down the inside into Christmas corner, takes the lead.
He does indeed. I did wonder, was he just going to sit on the rear bumper and work with Ronnie Mansfield? In fact, Ronnie Mansfield's going to go back down the inside into Ashby corner. Has he gone too long? No, he hasn't. Now, what do you think to this, Chris? Because the gap back to Noah Hadley, who's got some good pace, is only 1.5 seconds. If they start battling, they're going to encourage the likes of Hadley, Lee, Brown, Smith all back into this race.
Mansfield clearly feels like he has got the pace to keep pulling away from Hadley. And so he's kind of made that statement now. And, oh, number 44 is out as well. Who is that? That is Murphy Aldridge. Ah, what a shame for him, one of the novices.
44 has not had a happy day.
No.
I don't know what's going on in the Formula 1.
Just going to say, nobody put that in the chat.
But no, it's not been a happy day for the blessed number here at Whilton Mill. 3 minutes to go.
Oh, Spencer Brown's made his way
got ahead.
Third, yeah.
It's the former Honda Cadet champion here at WMKC. He's getting amongst it. What are we having a look at here? This was the number 70. This is the move by Mansfield back down the inside. You see how he switches back there and commits to that move down the inside. Oh, the back of the kart, you can see how it's so going so light off the ground, it's off the ground. And gets that move done, holding on to the lead. But here comes Purchase back into Christmas corner, retakes the lead. Now what does Mansfield do here? Does he go for another move down the inside? No, this time Purchase covers it off. He says, no, Sonny, you are not doing that to me. But he's gone too long. He's gone too long. And Mansfield doesn't even have to attempt the overtake, because Purchase basically overtakes himself.
Well, look how close Browham and co are to these guys now. If they keep fighting like this, they're going to be right on their back bumpers. And
Hadley's got back through. Hadley's got back through into third place, so it's now a 1, 2, 3, 4 at the front of this field with less than 2 minutes to go.
There's fantastic racing in this Junior Max final. So what else can Leo Purchase throw at Ronnie Mansfield for the lead of this race? He's tried it into Christmas. We know he can do it. He's got to sort out the braking, though, for Ashby if he wants to try and hold that position.
Someone's into the pit lane. We'll try and figure out who that is at the moment. It might be Luke Ringham, who's fallen down the order. It is the number 60 of Luke Ringham. That's a real shame.
So that no look from Purchase into Christmas that time. Rabbit Browham getting back up the inside and into third place ahead of Hadley.
Does indeed. A little bit more time goes by. Mansfield is under great pressure here, though, from a very fast group of drivers behind. And look, Max Lee and Ronnie Smith are coming into this as well. 1 minute to go. So what, we're going to have 3 laps. 3 more laps, I think, here at Whilton Mill for the Junior Max final. And you can't take your eyes off it. This has been a dramatic class all day as and back through.
He's done it.
Purchase has got back through. It's got to have been at Christmas corner again, and this time he's got it off of Ashby as well.
That was the crucial moment. He'd done it into Christmas. He kept getting it wrong at Ashby.
Oh, Hadley! Hadley with a mechanical. Hadley out of the race, was in 4th place. Is it a chain? I think it might have been a chain. He looks to the right-hand side of the kart, but Noah Hadley dramatically is out of this race and out of any chance of a podium here today. 2 laps to go. Leo Purchase leads. Ronnie Mansfield there in 2nd place. Spencer Brown is up to 3rd place, but has Max Lee all over his rear bumper at the moment. Ronnie Smith up to 5th place. Alex Warnaby, by the way, still doing a great job in the novice ranks. He's in 9th place overall. William Young 2nd in the novice ranks in 13th. More great displays from some of our less experienced drivers, but at the front of the field, Max Lee now trying to get back onto the podium in his number 12. Ronnie Mansfield trying to get back onto the top step and extend this winning streak.
Such a shame for Hadley, but nothing you can do about it. We're 1 contender down and coming up to what I think is going to be the final lap soon.
It is indeed.
What's the gap?
It is.
Well, Mansfield personal best on that one, so he's probably closed it.
0.17. This is where Purchase has been strong up the hill. Has Mansfield got anything in response? No, he doesn't. Even though he's sat in the slipstream, he simply cannot get close enough to have a go at Leo Purchase into the hairpin. Neither does he have him close enough into Ashby. The next opportunity is surely going to be Ozzy's. It's going to have to be an early apex run for Mansfield. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he is going to go for it. There's going to be contact between the two of them. And Purchase is on the grass. And he's back on the road now, but he's lost the win. He's potentially lost the podium. Ronnie Mansfield is going to come round the final corner in controversial circumstances and take the win on the road. There's more drama further down the order. Ronnie Mansfield wins it. Spencer Brown is in 2nd place. Max Lee on the podium again in 3rd. Ronnie Smith 4th. Leo Purchase in 5th place, having been in the lead, going to Ozier's on the last lap. What drama. Let's have a look at it again.
Leo Purchase is not going to be at all impressed by this, I think.
No, he's not, but it's one of those that I don't see either driver giving that one up in all honesty. We'll leave that one to the stewards. 7th place, Oliver Kerr. 8th place, Joe Garraway. Great response from Joe Garraway, considering he was involved in the big incident in heat number 2. Riley Brown in 9th. Alex Warnaby, 10th place, top novice. Great run today for Alex. 11th for James Jackson. 12th Lexi Belk. 13th for William Young. Another great novice run there from William. Jack Cooper 14th. Emilian Nelson, a strong run there in 15th. Jacob Jukes was 3rd of the novices in 16th overall. Jake Davis, Alexander Adams-Axton, Michael Morgan take us down to the next novice, which was Daniels Martinonis. Miles Dawn 21st, Ollie Ward 22nd, Alfie Bray, Freya Belk and Jensen Giles wrap out those who were running at the end there. Retirements for Noah Hadley, Luke Ringham, Kai Bacchini, Murphy Aldridge, Joel Ryan and Jacob Rhodes. Well, we thought it would be dramatic, and yeah, we'll wait and see and if there's any jurisdictions at the end of that one. Well done, Junior Max drivers. Surprise though, due to penalties, Gabriel Stilp and Jaden Gregg both start down on row 6 of the grid. Jake Yanagisawa and Luke Sintler are on row number 7 of the grid. Sam Longley and Remy Gilbert start on row number 8. Sam Baker and Kean Gohill start on row number 9. Top novice entry is Cian Gamio, starting this race on the 10th row of the grid alongside Thomas Mullett. Luke Taylor and Jack Collins, Jack the second of the novices there on row 11. Harry Ewell and Benjamin Rowe, the third of the novices on row 12. And then it's Kai Carrington and Lily Jeffs on row 13. Tiger Dixon wrapping out the 27 entries for this X30 Junior final for your FastR 2021 Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships third round. Well, lots and lots of drama, lots of
a lot of comments about that one.
And yeah, Noah Hadley feeling a little bit. Well, this was the move.
I think that will be disputed.
Well, it's one of those really tricky ones with Osies, and I've been in this position myself on either sides of that argument. It's a corner that has a very, very wide entry, but massively tightens on the exit. It's unless the driver on the inside is going to, you know, knowably give the driver on the outside with a lot of room, which you just don't do when you're racing. Let's be honest. You can't go too wide, 2x2 out of that corner, and I've seen many a time drivers end up cutting across the grass. Sometimes it gets penalised, sometimes it doesn't. It's one of those 50-50 ones like you have in all forms of sport.
Well, he's playing heads or tails here with the race win today.
And it's why I'm in a commentary box and not in the steward's office. But yeah, got to feel for Noah Hadley in that last race. I think he deserved a podium there. He'd driven really, really well, and the karts let him down.
For sure.
He's in that group with Jack Hobson as well, of drivers running in strong positions, only have to have the machinery before them. But that's motorsport. It's a piece of motorsport, and I think actually it's a little bit lacking out of a top-line motorsport today. It's as Mr. Dennis used to say, to finish first you have to finish. Anyway, X30 Juniors out on circuit now, and this has got the recipe to be another really, really strong race. The number 49 of Henry Gregory will start this race from pole position, but interestingly he's on the wrong side of the order. Will this be flagged good? Yes, it will. And that was well, that was a mistake there from Henry Gregory to be on the wrong side of the grid, but he's put himself backwards in the order and not forward. Finley Harrison will take the lead then as they go up towards the hairpin for the first time. They're all working their way through. And it's a clean start once again from the X30 juniors.
Yeah, good stuff. And no surprise to see Henry Gregory out at the front of this one, having won the Heat 1 this morning. A bit of bumping and jostling on the way into Wilkins.
Oh, Gabriel still down. It's big contact between Doherty and I think that might have been Canini. And that is an absolutely wrecked number 23 machine of Canini. And I hope he's okay. He's calling over for a bit of assistance there. And there's another, that's Cian Gamio. Oh, Cian Gamio, who was running well in the novice ranks, is in trouble. 7 minutes of this one to go. Just a little bit concerned about Monday Junior Canini because he was waving over for some attention, or maybe he was waving over on the basis that the car can't move anymore. No sign, and I think, have we gone Battenberg flag again? Yes, we have gone Battenberg flag up there on Marshall Post D. So, for, I think, is this the 4th full course yellow of the day? Green flag out there, though, so maybe we haven't gone. No, we have.
Oh,
we
yeah,
have gone
there. And that's why.
That's good to see. Mono Junior Canini is out the karts and standing. So we're under full course yellow again, and the Battenberg flag. Henry Gregory is your leader. Jude Fernhoff second. Finley Harrison in third. I say that was very curious that he was on the wrong side of the grid. And you know, we've been seeing those from P2 having good starts today. Well, that was definitely not the case for Finley there.
He's lost out to Fernhue. Also, Leo Brown has lost out to Reese Lomax just behind them as well.
Reese Lomax 4th, Leo Brown in 5th, Zaki Hussain in 6th, Micah Taylor 7th, Gabriel Stilp in 8th place now, Macy Hitter 9th, Jaden Gregg. And this full course yellow, well, it's just bunched up a very, very fast group of drivers who are all going to want to get on that podium today.
Pressure's going to be on Henry Gregory here. He's going to have his mirrors full of his rivals, who are going to be very keen to get past him down into Christmas. Now, we saw the preparations of the last full course yellow was the weaving
to get ready. We've not gone green there. I think the drivers were anticipating us going for green, and we have not gone green. Thankfully, everybody's on the ball there, and haven't been any incidents. I just had visions there of everyone going and then stopping.
Some people
again,
not getting the message,
and someone in the middle of the field. I remember, you know, the Formula One was there recently. There was a Le Mans Series race around Paul Ricard a few years ago, where a pace kart I think pulled off at the very start of the race, and it caused an absolute mess in the midfield. Thankfully, everyone was on the ball there. But I think we now know what Henry Gregory's tactic's going to be, because notice how he bunched them up there and bolted before the final corner.
And of course, the crucial thing is you don't get the green flag until you're already on the start-finish straight.
Pit straight, yeah.
Here's the field up again, yeah.
And let's see where he goes this time. He goes again now.
Bolted.
And yes, we're back to green and racing with 4 minutes. So it's a 4-minute final now for the X30 juniors. And that was a good start from Henry Gregory. And there's a problem for someone towards the back of the field. It might be Thomas Mullett, who's going to make the big moves here. They're all trying to jostle for position. Macy Hitter's getting shuffled down the order there, I think, by Jake Yanagisawa and Sam Baker, the two JDR machines. Down the inside there goes Leo Brown. Good move by Leo Brown, but he's now being fought back on by the number 49 of Finley Harrison, and Zaki Hussain down the inside as well in the number 13. Gabriel Stilp fighting through. Well, that's a real shame for Leo Brown, because he puts in one good move, runs a little bit wide, and loses 3 positions as a result.
I was all getting a bit too close for comfort into the boot on that occasion, but for Henry Gregory, he's bolted and he's bringing Jude Fernahue with him. They're gapping Reese Lomax ever so slightly, who's gotten into third.
Yeah, not a lot of time for these drivers to get on with it here. And Gabriel Stilp's thinking exactly that as he goes down the inside of the 5th place of Zaki Hussain, takes that 5th place. Zaki Hussain's going to have a little look back, but nothing doing there. Leo Brown tries to follow him through. Micah Taylor's involved now as well. Micah Taylor in the 48.
Oh, mechanical flag.
the leader.
Henry Gregory, the race leader. That's the second time today that we have seen that happen.
And he's very slow. He's very slow. Over start finish. It's the rear bumper. The rear bumper is gone. Now, how has that happened? Because I've not seen any contact for Henry Gregory. And yeah, that is a real safety issue. Race control are absolutely correct to flag that for a mechanical. And you just hope that he can get back to the pits without any more duress. But that promotes Reese Lomax to the front of the field then, in the 52.
He's jumped Jude Fernahue somewhere on that previous lap.
Yeah.
So that's going to put him into the lead of the race, as you rightly say, Andrew. As Gregory pulls into the pits and your heart breaks for him. He's done nothing wrong.
Reese Lomax has had one heat win so far. That was earlier today. Did not have a good time in the final last time out. Finished in 31st position. And there's a point up the road from Jude Fernhoff to say, let's get down the road. Gabriel Stilp is on the charge.
Stilp's come up massively from 12th on the grid. A man second in the championship going into this weekend. And you know he needs the points as well, because he's not had a very smooth day so far.
He hasn't at all, but how many times have we seen this from Gabriel Stilp over the years? He gets a sniff of a race victory, and he's like a terrier, and he's right on the rear bumper of the number 53 now, trying to go up the inside. Oh, shuts the door there, does Fernhoff, and here comes a bit of help in the form of Leo Brown, who gets down the inside and takes third.
That's a fantastic move, opportunistic, saw the moment that Gabriel ran wide there and just took it.
He did indeed. Reese Lomax continuing to defend hard up into Christmas. Gabriel still back down the inside of Brown, retakes third. Finley Harrison is still there as well, in the green suit and the orange helmet in 5th place. Oh, and this is a real battle now. Gabriel Stilp's trying to go around the outside. That's an audacious manoeuvre. He's now down the inside into Wilkins. He's got 2nd place. But here comes Harrison. They're darting this way, and that's Sam Baker's now on the scene. Micah Taylor's gone through, and poor Jude Fernhoff has been shuffled down to about 7th place.
Outrageous.
Gabriel Stilp is now on the attack again, trying to get past Reese Lomax. Someone's off. It's the number 48. It's Micah Taylor, who's gone off at the boot. 2 laps to go. Here comes Stilp down the inside. Side by side through oblivion. He's got it. What racing!
That is absolutely fantastic. And now Harrison trying to get through on the inside for 2nd place as well. He's got the move done as well.
You just don't know where to look here today at Whilton Mill Kart Club. There's been some fantastic displays, and X30 Juniors are putting on the best yet. Reese Lomax still there in the number 52. Trying to hold on for positions here. Leo Brown now goes to the attack down the inside, bumping over the curb. Sam Baker just holds himself out of it. Doesn't want to be another victim to there's contact there with Lomax as they go through the boot. The number 53 is now fighting through. It's Jude Fernhoff. The number 28 of where's Ben Doherty come from? He was down at about 20th place a few laps ago. We're on the last lap now. Gabriel Stilp has half a second's advantage over Finley Harrison. Surely he's got this wrapped up. Reese Lomax still continuing to defend. There's 3 wide. That ain't going to work, chaps. Surely. How are they all still pointing in the right direction? This is unbelievable.
This has unfolded really, really quickly for Reese Lomax, who was leading this race, down in 6th at the start of this one. He's got one more opportunity to try and regain some ground, but he's got karts all over him.
Ben Doherty has received a warning, but Gabriel Stilp has come through the chaos, has kept the cool head, and is going to take another victory, a 2nd finals victory in a row in the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. He takes round 3 in the X30 Junior category. Finley Harrison is on the podium in a final for the first time this year. It was 4th 1 month ago. It's 2 places better this time in June. And Leo Brown, through all of that, he's only had 1 top 3 in any form of race so far this year, which was 2nd in Heat 1 of round number 2. But he gets on the podium for the first time in a final this season as well. Sam Baker 4th, 5th for Jude Fernhoff, 6th for Reese Lomax, 7th for Benjamin Doherty, who, having had an incident on lap 1, that's a good recovery from the number 28. Zaki Hussain in 8th, Remy Gilbert in 9th, 10th for Luke Sindler. This was your big move, though, by by Gabriel Still. What a move down the inside into oblivion.
That was just fantastic. That takes commitment. That is a flat-out left-hander that he's just bombed it into with the cut side by side. And that's where Finley Harrison managed to get through as well, because number 52 there, Reece Lomax, was so slow coming onto the straight because we had a cart on his inside into oblivion.
Jack Collins was your top novice in 11th place overall. Jaden Gregg in 12th. Jake Yanagisawa an unlucky 13th. 14th for Kian Gamio. That's a good recovery from Kian as well. 15th for Kyan Gohill. 16th Sam Longley. Luke Taylor, Harry Ewell, Benjamin Rowe and Micah Taylor take us to 20th. Lily Jeffs and Kai Carrington, the last of those running at the end. And here were your retirements. Henry Gregory from the lead. Another from the lead retirement. The third. Well, of those up in the top 4, you'd say. That's the third one we've had today in a final. Macy Hitter there also pulled off. And, well, there's the trailing bumper of the number 77. That was, in fact, I think I can see what's happened there, if we can run that replay again. Thomas Mullett in 25th, Monda Junior Canini in 26th. Has that been a chassis failure? Has the bar on the rear... I think that has. I don't think that's an insert failure where the bumper's been pulled out and the insert in which the plastic boss sits in is still there. I think that's been a chassis weld failure and it's fatigued itself off. That is particularly unlucky, and that would explain it because I didn't see any contact. That'll have been one curb hit too many. Pop, off it goes.
And that really is unfortunate then. I would not recommend he buys any lottery tickets today.
I'm going to put my engineer's hat on here and say cyclic fatigue is a terrible thing. But anyway, we move on from the X30 Juniors. Again, we'll see them back for the 11th of July. All that action you can watch here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And just whilst I catch my breath, I realise that the next race out on circuit will be race number 32, the X30 Seniors. Here's your grid then for the X30 Senior Final here at Whilton Mill today. Alex Johnston and Jordan Brown, your front row of the grid. Alex Keynes and Nathan Amos, row 2. Thomas Massarella and Archie Forber, row number 3. Thomas Byrne and Brandon Matchell are on row 4. Christian Brooks and Vishal Patel, row 5. Lucas Ellingham and Cameron Coombs are on row number 6 for this final. Ty Stansfield and Kieran Ragg, row 7. Anki Stenning and Oliver Henwood on row 8. Ellis Bourget and Hugo Gilbert start on row number 9. Benjamin Watts and Mason Weir on the row 10th row of the grid. Benjamin Southgate and Thomas Clyde on row 11. Harrison Pugh and Mick Banner are on row number 12. Daniel Hackett and Martin Auger start on row 13. Jack Davis and Caleb Burbridge on row 14. Curtis Lee and Matt Alcote are on row 15. That should just about be your grid for this final. It is indeed 30 kilowatts on the grid. So going to have to your top of this. Place, clean start for the X30 Seniors, what we come to expect from the fastest, most experienced field in this kart club. The interesting thing for me here, Chris, Lucas Ellingham, there he is, number 99, dominated the first 2 races, retired from the 3rd. Can he pull himself back onto this podium?
I would not put it past him. I'm fully expecting him to make a charge up the order, and we've seen it's already started. He's made moves already on this first lap, and he's making some more in there as somebody was bouncing up on the curves. But up at the front, very, very close between Alex Johnson and Alex Keynes for the lead of the race.
Yeah, Alex Keynes is really, really giving it here. He's going to go down the inside. He wants the lead. He's taken the lead. He wants to boss this one from the front, and Alex Johnston is going to have to fight back if he wants to win this race, and he does! Down the inside into Ashby Corner. There's a little bit of a gesticulation there from Alex Keynes.
Well, yeah, let's go together and try and build the gap before we start squabbling. If he wanted to do that, he didn't necessarily have to repass him, but that's the move he's decided to make as number 80 makes up a move there. That's Jordan Brown making up a place.
And Lucas Ellingham coming through as well, so Ellingham's already up to 4th place at the end of lap number 2. Incredible stuff from the driver in the number 99.
That's why they don't want to squabble, but here comes Alex Keynes once again into Christmas Corner and reclaims the lead. Now we saw Johnston go back through at the second hairpin, and that time around he's gone defensive this time, has Keynes, and he hangs on to the lead this time, crucially, against Johnston.
Keynes hasn't scored points so far this season. Alex Johnston 6th in the championship before the start of things today. Results of 8th and 12th in the finals so far. And is that Ellingham already up to 3rd place now? Has he got past Jordan Brown? Yes, he has.
So Ellingham's just been released now. Clear air, he's going to be hunting these two down. And if Johnston and Keynes keep squabbling, they're going to get past by him. He's just done the fastest lap of the race as Ellingham.
45.36 from Ellingham last time around. We saw him in the low 44s earlier in the race. There's Christian Brooks down the inside of Archie Forber. That's good for 8th place. So Alex Keynes continues to lead this race. It does look to me, Chris, as if he's just starting to pull away from Alex Johnston.
Gap was a quarter of a second as they came over the line. We'll see what it is this time, but he does seem to be just edging forward ever so slightly. And maybe he does think he has the raw pace over Johnston. It's gone up 0.06 of a second that time around. So he clearly feels like he's got a pace advantage over Alex Johnston there, and that if Lucas Ellingham is going to start coming through the pack, he wants that buffer behind him. Ellingham, another fastest lap that time around.
Yeah, and he's into the 44s now, 44.95. Christian Brooks and Thomas Byrne confirmed as past Brandon Matchell that last lap. Vishal Patel and Ty Stansfield have also got past Archie Forber, so not a great lap for Archie Forber. He falls 4 positions. There is Lucas Ellingham. He's gone purple, sector 1 and sector 2. Oh, hello. This is going to be a big lap from the driver in the number 99. A cross-start finish, a 44.81. And he's less than half a second behind Alex Johnston now. We'll start getting a little bit of a tow up the hill towards Christmas Corner.
I think he's closer to Johnston than Johnston is to Keynes. The reason we're so excited about Ellingham is because he's come in as the reigning X30 junior champion and has just come into it, and he's been a natural at it. He's so fast already, when a lot of people would take some time to get used to it, but he's already taken 2 wins before this weekend, and he's certainly continuing that strong form at the moment.
He's got to get past Alex Johnston though first before he thinks about going for the lead of this race, and that's easier said than done, especially when there's traffic coming up as well.
He's not won a final yet, has he? He's had 2 P2 finishes, so this could be a bit of a record moment for him this weekend.
That is very, very true.
He's got to run now up the hill, surely into Christmas. He's having the look up the inside on Alex Johnston and takes 2nd place. And it's only half a second up to Alex Keynes in front. The charge is on.
I think that's wise from Alex Johnston. I think he recognises that Ellingham's got a bit more pace than him at this stage of the race. But now he's got a driver in front so who can hopefully tow him along back onto the rear bumper of Alex Keynes. So Johnston, I think, is playing the long game here with 3 minutes to go. And there's that traffic that we mentioned. I think it's Anki Stenning.
He's going into the pits.
Yeah, so Anki Stenning pulls off. That's very sportingly from Anki Stenning. Doesn't want to get in the way.
So Johnston here will probably hope that when Ellingham makes the pass on Keynes, he can follow him through pretty quickly. And look at Keynes ducking down, trying to get every little micro mile an hour he can get down that straight.
The trouble for Johnston is he's lost the tow already to Lucas Ellingham. Lucas Ellingham is just a little bit too quick today.
Yeah, they've bolted already, haven't they, the pair of them?
However, we did see that the reason, as down the inside goes Ellingham, and that is how you do a move into Rosier's. That was brilliant.
Oh, that was great from Keynes. He recognised it early on and decided to fight for another day. So Ellingham on course now to take his first victory in a final this season in the X30 senior class.
Still a good amount of racing to go, though. And we've seen this kart have issues so far today in the third heat, and we've seen it happen to other drivers in finals so far this late afternoon and early evening. Fans of Lucas Ellingham are probably cursing my name right now saying that, but 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. He's had 3 heat wins so far this season. 2 seconds, as Chris has mentioned, in the finals in rounds 1 and 2. Sam Heading took the final victory in round number 1. Just over a minute to go. A few more laps for Lucas Ellingham, who's had to fight back here. Very, very hard to get to the back, to get to the front of this field, but he has looked a cut above the rest here in X30 Senior today.
Absolutely, and he's not even continuing to chuck the pace at it. He knows he's got the speed if he needs it, but he's not utilising it at the moment because he knows he doesn't have to push now. He's just maintaining that half-second gap over Keynes and Johnston. Johnston, his plan hasn't really worked out at the moment. He didn't close in on Keynes like he thought he might when Ellingham made the move for the lead. Now, who's this? 80 and 82. This is for fourth place, Brown versus Brooks. And we've seen these two have some squabbles so far today. We're about to see another one by the looks of it.
We are indeed. You never know. Could be for a podium position should something happen to any of the top 3. It's worth fighting for.
Absolutely. So Brooks with the run up into Christmas, and down the inside he goes. And that's textbook.
Yep, that's how you like to see it done. Doesn't overcook it into Christmas corner. 4th place is now Christian Brooks, and Thomas Mattarella still having a good race there in 6th. Time is up. Lucas Ellingham will see the last lap board this time around. He's had to play second fiddle to Sam Heading and Joseph Taylor so far this season. His points leader, though, because Joseph Taylor not eligible for points as not a full-term member of the club. But the last lap board is out then. Lucas Ellingham's lead is 1.07 seconds. And Alex Johnston has not given up second place yet either. Defensive to the inside goes the number 21 of Thomas Massarella, fighting for 6th place with Thomas Byrne and Ty Stansfield just behind.
Some of these guys will take it down to the wire if they have to. And into Ashby, they looked like they were still side by side. But, yeah, Massarella, they're holding ahead there of Byrne. Here comes Ellingham.
Well, this has been a long time coming, and it's been very much due. Lucas Ellingham is a winner in a final in X30 Senior. He takes round 3 of the X30 Senior category here for the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and it's a comfortable win in the end from 11th place on the grid by 1.37 seconds ahead of Alex Keynes in 2nd. A great result for Alex there. 3rd place, a first podium of the year for Alex Johnston. This was one of the key moves on Johnston for 2nd place by Ellingham there. Christian Brooks finishes in 4th, Jordan Brown in 5th place, Ty Stansfield 6th, Thomas Massarella 7th. This was the move for the win into Ozier's early apex and got the block done early in the corner. That was the key thing there. Didn't give Keynes any opportunity to fight back. Takes a fantastic victory.
That's a move of the day for me, right there. Fantastic.
Let's run through the rest of your order. Thomas Byrne 8th, Brandon Matchell in 9th, Vishal Patel another top 10 in the final there in the 95, Archie Forber 11th, Nathan Amos in 12th, Ellis Bourchet, Mason Weir, Benjamin Watts, Cameron Coombs, Oliver Henwood, Daniel Hackett, Mick Bannerman. Your top novice, Harrison Pugh, wrap out the top 20. Hugo Gilbert, 21st, Martin Auger, 22nd, Benjamin Southgate, Thomas Glyde, Jack Davis, Curtis Louis, and Matt Arcote were your final finishers. Anki Stenning actually went back out. That's very sporting, so he came in, basically gave himself a drive-through penalty to make sure he wasn't in the way of the leaders. I like that, in 28th. And 2 retirements, Kieran Ragg and Calum Burbridge. Well, 2 more races to go then here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. we'll see the X30 Seniors on the 11th of July for round number 4. All the coverage here live on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Do make sure you've subscribed, click the notification bell and click that like button for this round of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Our next race, our penultimate race of the day, will be race number 33 on your schedules, the Senior Max Final. Here's your grid then for the Senior Max Final, and it's quite a jumbled one. Tommy Edmonds has pole position ahead of Archie Elliott on that front row. Brandon Haig and Alfie Brooks are on row 2. Jaden Neal Holder and Ethan Ling are on row number 3. Row number 4 looks like this. Ellis Pulio and Ben Davis in 7th and 8th places respectively. Joshua Pickford and Jack Lilly are on row number 5 for this one. Luke Evans and Bradley Philpott go from row number 6. Rob Ellis and Lucas Ivaskevicius are on row 7. Oliver Bullion and Carl Dunford on row 8. Harrison Crook and Alex Bentley are on row number 9. Joshua Taylor and Joshua Valance are on row number 10. Johnny Elliott and Alex Quinn row 11. Mikey Austin and George Hunter start on the 12th row of the grid. And then we run into drivers who really have had a lot of problems today. Catherine White and Sebastian Marlowe start on row 13. Kieran Murphy and Alex Jackson on row 14. Thomas Lee Davis and Will Barnes row 15. Mark Sayers and Charlie Verity row 16. Roy Johnson and on starter, but scheduled to be 33rd on the grid.
A little surprising to see the pre-event championship leader Rob Ellis starting down in 13th. And who is that has stopped? Is that Catherine White again? Oh no,
Johnny Elliott. It's Johnny Elliott, and the tough season here at Whilton Mill continues for Johnny. We're away and racing though for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Good start for Tommy Edmonds. Decisive chop across the front of the field. He will lead on the run up to Christmas Corner for the first time in this one. He's led many races here over the years at Whilton Mill Kart Club. What can he do here in the final? Ethan Ling's getting shuffled down a little bit there in the number 36. It really is a jumbled up grid, as you say. Rob Ellis starting from the 7th row of the grid. Big part of that will have been that result in the 3rd heat that we saw earlier when he had the incident at Christmas Corner.
But no surprise to see Tommy Edmonds, a reigning junior max champion, right up at the front of the field. It's number 78. Had a bit of a trip across the grass. It's Joshua Taylor that was going off there. And a little bit more argy-bargy as they come through the boot for the first time. Yeah, Tommy Edmonds leads the field by 3/10 of a second at the end of lap 1 over Brandon Yu.
The thing with Ellis, he's not the only one out of position. Carl Dunford's out of position as well, as there goes the number 17 of Brooks down the inside of the number 75. I think our number 75 is missing a transponder because Jaden Neal Holder is not registering on our time screen at the moment, and he's just lost another position there to Ellis Pulio. So beware of that, folks, that the number 75 is currently not registering on your timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. But is in position because he started 5th place on the grid.
So Haig is not letting Edmonds out of his sight. That gap is just a 1/10.5 now as they head up towards Christmas once again. And what's the tactic going to be here? Because the pack is pretty bunched up at the moment. And if they can try and fight away from the pack.
Alfie Brooks running very nicely here. It's just done another personal best through Sector 1 there. Alfie is. The fluorescent yellow on his kart. Oh, here's a move from Brandon Haig trying to attack Tommy Edmonds. Tommy Edmonds gives him space. And down the inside, side by side. Oh my goodness me, and here comes Elliott as well. They're 3-1, they're nearly 4 wide as they go over start finish. And Edmonds holds somehow onto the lead. The top 3 covered by 0.02 of a second. The number 34 is being forced out wide there. That's Pulio's. Down the inside goes Elliott. No, Brooks has fought his way through into 2nd place.
Well, I'd say Edmonds was having absolutely none of that into the boot and has brilliantly been able to hang on to the lead of this race. It's all kicking off behind him. Look at that. It was 0.02 of a second covering the top three. 7/100ths covering the top four.
Brooks won heat number 2. Has had good form so far today. That's why he started at the front of this field. And Ethan Ling's getting involved now in the white helmet there. The CRG machine is there in 5th place. Rob Ellis has currently set the fastest lap of the race, but is down in 13th place, and there's not long in this race to go, considering it's a final and everybody's up for this.
Alfie Brooks is now coming under big pressure from Brandon Haig as he was having a little look into Christmas, and of course there's 2 karts close behind them as well, waiting to pick up the pieces in the form of Archie Elliott and Ethan Ling.
Looking out for where Carl Dunford is in this one, and I'm hearing that there is potentially an incident out there on the circuit. Carl Dunford's coming to the pit. Oh, there's no roll.
Oh, it's Brad.
It's
Brad Philpott.
It's Bradley Philpott. He's okay, which is the good news. He's walking away. He's looking a little bit shaken, as he would be rolling a kart, and well,
a shrug of the shoulders there.
That's a real shame for Bradley because he's raced fantastically today. Another driver who deserved a good result in a final.
Well, it's really scary when you see a kart roll over as well. I'm just glad he's okay.
And I think there's another driver in a black suit that I just saw walking away from an incident. I think Jack Lilly's had an incident as well. Jaden Neil Holder is registering now on timing, but a lap down. That will be corrected in due course. Some more incident and drama here in the Senior Max final. 3.5 minutes. There's Harrison Crook coming through the field now, in the number 72. This could be big now, with Carl Dunford out of the race, 2nd place in the championship. Rob Ellis down in 11th. Tommy Edmonds is nicely positioned here, and Joshua Valance hasn't had a good day either. He's down in 16th. A win here for Tommy Edmonds would be, and that's good to see. He's
having a laugh with the marshals, yeah. He's fine.
Well, he's fine. But no, that is good to see Brad smiling. And as I say, it was a one-off appearance in round 1, a second off appearance in round 3. But I do hope we see more Bradley racing here at WMKC in future rounds.
We might have to make up for what's just happened here today. So.
Well, yes. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Ben Davis, 45.06. Currently in 5th place. His 2nd and 3rd position on the road. Brooks and Haig just trying to work together at the moment to close back in Tommy Edmonds.
These two are not letting up, and at the moment they both set their personal best and were 0.2 quicker than Edmonds on the previous lap. So the tactic's working at the moment, but they're running out of time. 2 minutes plus a lap remaining, so they've got to just keep edging away at that gap.
It's intriguing to see how Edmonds plays this as well. If he's thinking championship at this stage of the season, he might just take a 3rd place today.
Well, look at it. It's really closed up now, hasn't it? So the gap was 0.4 of a second as they went over the line. Fastest lap of the race was set by Brandon Haig, 45.04 on that one, and was nibbling at the back of Alfie Brooks's kart through Christmas.
Rob Ellis is on the move. He's back into the top 10, the championship leader. Just got past Ellis Pulio for that position. Good to see Catherine White having a good run in this race as well. He's currently in 12th place. It's all down the inside. Haig's going for it. There's a tiny bit of contact there between Brooks and Haig. Well, that's not working together, chaps.
That was not the time to make that move. They were just coming up to the back of Tommy Edmonds, and now that gap's gone up to 0.6 of a second, and they have only a minute left in this race. That may well have just secured victory for Edmonds, but Haig's still not finished, going down the inside at Christmas, trying to get to 2nd place, and now he's saying, let's go and get Edmonds, but that might be too little too late.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you there. Haig clearly thinks that he's got the pace to now drive away from Brooks and try and catch Edmonds up. But saying it's one thing, doing it's another. By the way, Alex Jackson, your top novice at the moment, in 17th place overall. He's got got a kart gap clear to George Hunter in 19th, who's the next of those novices. There's going to be 2 more laps for the Senior Max final. There's the position change confirmed. Brandon Haig ahead of Alfie Brooks now. Ethan Ling continuing to have a strong run here in 4th place. Where are our title contenders? Well, Rob Ellis is still in 10th. Joshua Valance is in 15th. Tommy Edmonds, of course, leads the race. Carl Dunford is out of this race.
Time is at 0.
Time is at 0. Haig is quicker. He's just done a 14.56 through the first sector compared to 14.73 for Edmonds in sector number 1. They are identical through sector number 2. Now, crucially, what's happening here in sector number 3? Is Haig closing up enough that he can have a go into Christmas Corner? We're on the last lap now. A 44.95 from Haig. That was a very good last sector. And here he comes, charging now to the rear bumper of Tommy Edmonds. He's not going to have to defend through Christmas Corner. This could all come down to the boot in the last couple of corners on the last lap. Tommy Edmonds trying to get everything out of that number 23 car that he can, but Brandon Haig is absolutely flying. He's too far back though to have a move into Ozies. It's going to be all down to the boot.
Absolutely, so Haig's going to have to leave it down. There's yellow flags down there though. There's going to be no way through for Brandon Haig, and that is surely going to secure victory for Tommy Edmonds.
Round the final corner, Tommy Edmonds takes the win. His first of the season in a final in Senior Max. Round 3 is his in the FastR 2021 Wilton Mill Kart Club Championships, and that's a big shot in the arm for his title hopes in this championship. Brandon Haig finishes in 2nd place. Did he get the tactics wrong?
I think Brandon's going to watch this race back and kick himself for that failed move into the boot, because that might well have just cost him the win. Yeah,
I think he needed one more lap to get the move done on Edmonds. He just simply ran out of time. Alfie Brooks finishes in 3rd. Ethan Ling 4th. 5th for Ben Davis. 6th for Archie Elliott. More good points for Archie Elliott. He'll be in the top 5 at least of the championship leaving here tonight. 7th for Joshua Pickford. 8th Luke Evans. 9th Harrison Crook. 10th for championship leader Rob Ellis. We'll have to do the math to see if he is still championship leader leaving Wilton Mill here tonight. Ellis Pulio in 11th. Catherine White, that's good to see after 2 horrible heats, gets 12th in the final. Alex Bentley 13th. Sebastian Marlowe 14th. Joshua Valance on a tough day could only manage 15th. 16th for Mikey Austin. Alex Jackson is your top novice in 17th. Kieran Murphy 18th. Charlie Verity, a good final there for Charlie in 19th. 2nd of the novices, and 20th overall was Thomas Lee Davis. Joshua Taylor, Will Barnes, Lucas Ivaskavicius were the remains of those on the lead lap of the race after 12 laps. George Hunter and Jaden Neil Holder classified a lap down, although we know that there were transponder issues for Jaden Neil Holder. We didn't quite clock where we actually finished, but we'll see on that one. Mark Sayers was 2 laps down, and then your retirements: Oliver Bouillon, Jack Lilly, Bradley Philpott and Kyle Dunford. Well, you know what I'm going to say. Senior Max drivers will be back on the 11th of July here for the next round of the FastR 2021 Wilton Mill Kart Club. And with that means we have one more race to go here this evening at Wilton Mill. It's the final A final, and it is arguably the most entertaining of the lot. Honda Cadet A final is out next. Here we go then for the final race of the day. It's the Honda Cadet A final. Joshua Smith has the pole position in this race on countback over Joshua Bagembi. Mayan Patel and Charlie Wolfrit are on row 2. Max Fallon and Jack Price are on row number 3. Finley Lyons and Zach Starbuck row 4. Jake Schulz and Adam Hill row 5. Rio Licata and Ellis Pullen Memin, who's your top novice in this field, on row number 6. Theo Champney and Oliver Meek on row number 7. Oliver Gibson and Noah McNicholas on row number 8. Sergio Wirtz and Riley Thatcher on row number 9. And then moving into the second half of the field, Callum Wilson and Sebastiano Tuzio are on Apologies, Rory Breen's there as well. Rory Breen and Callum Wilson are on row 10. Sebastiano Tuzio and Joshua Jarvis row 11. Tyler Davis and Alessio Lamalfa on row 12. Riley Till and Zach Champney row 13. Emily Cooper and Samuel Gamio are on row 14. Bobby Pete and Jensen Walker on row 15. Then our last two rows of the grid look like this: Lorenzo Martin and Harrison Leach, Daniel Butcher and Victor Hansen wrap out the 34 qualifiers from 41 in this A final.
This surely is going to be a really interesting one to round out the day. I mean, I think anyone in that top 10 could end up taking the win here today.
Absolutely, and it's a Honda Cadet race, which means you can never predict it, probably until the last couple of laps.
But a mouth-watering prospect is the two Joshuas, Smith and Bagembe, on the front row together. They put on an amazing display in Heat 4. They were 1 and 2 in that one. So I can't wait to see what kind of a show they put on in the final.
Hello to Anthony McNicholas in the chat, who's wishing good luck to Noah in the number 18, starting in a decent position, 16th place on the grid. We are just about under starters' orders then. Keep an eye on the novice ranks as well. Tensions rise here at Whilton Mill. The lights go out and away we go then for this final in Honda Cadet, the final race of the day. Very even start from those at the front of the field, but it looks like Smith got a good run there over Bagembe, and in fact he's been overtaken already, I think by Wolfert as well, as they go into the hairpin for the first time. 34 karts, the biggest field of Hondas we've seen so far today. But once again, Hondas impeccably behaving themselves. They're all through the first couple of corners clean.
Absolutely, and look at this. Charlie Wolfert is looking at the back of Joshua Smith already, and these top two seem to be pulling a gap already on the rest of the field.
Yeah, can they work together and pull away from the rest of the field? There is the number 52 of Joshua Bagembe, and Jack Price, the number 71, just behind in the mix. Contacts warning for the number 57, which is Sergio Wirtz. 1 minute gone of the 8 in this final. It's Smith from Wolfert, Patel, Bagembe, Price, Starbuck, Fallon, Schulz, Hill and Lines. That's your top 10.
Look at this, Bagembe going for third place here on Mayan Patel and gets it into Christmas.
So Joshua up to third. Just mention to say, novice ranks at the moment, Ellis, Pull and Memin looking pretty good. In 11th place.
Bagembe out very wide. Sorry to cut over you there, Andrew, but he went very wide on the exit of Ashby and almost opened up the door for Patel to come back through. He just gave the signal, let's go after Wolfert and Smith.
The gap in points at the top of the table, 8 between Champney and Bagembe at the start of today.
So gap at the front was about 0.4 of a second between Smith and Wolfert as they came over the line. 1 second back is Joshua Bagembe. That would seem fairly insurmountable in one of these karts.
Yeah, they've just got to keep working. It's still a long, long way in this race to go. And we've seen the tides turn in Honda Cadet races over the years many, many times here at Whilton Mill. He's not having a little look. I think that might have been Max Fallon, who took a heat win earlier on in the day. That was the first race of the day. It was a very long time ago. It's been a long, long day.
We've changed men since then.
Theo Champney's got through into 12th place, past Oliver Gibson. He's on a bit of damage limitation, I think, today. Now, across the course of the season, there will be dropped scores, of course.
Big lap from Joshua Smith there. 1 second clear now of Charlie Wolfert in second place. And who is that going around the outside? Number 27.
That was Zach Starbuck trying to go up the inside of Jake Schulz into Fine Lady, which you don't often see. And there's Theo Champney in the number 55, trying to find a way through as well. Is up to 11th place.
There's somebody who's had a bit of a scruffy day so far, trying to make up for it in this final, and so far has made up 2 places from his grid slot. We'll see if he can make any further improvements.
Results so far this season: Joshua Smith won the first final of the year, ahead of Joshua Bugembe and Theo Champney. Round 2 is the opposite way round. It was Theo Champney with the win, Bugembe in second place, Smith off the podium that day.
And that number 19 just made a very decisive move up into the boot. That is Rio Licata. I believe it was on Oliver Gibson because Meek followed him through as well.
Change for second place. Looks like Bugembe is caught to the back of Wolford and gone through. So Bugembe backing himself to push across now, but 1.84 seconds. Yeah. You get the feeling he's going to need further help from behind to push him along. 2 engines better than 1.
He's going to need the luck of the racing gods to bring Smith closer to him, but Bugembe a fantastic fight back to get back up into second place. Although this is not done, Wolford is surely going to be looking for a way back past him, as is Patel.
Theo Champney's got past Zach Starbuck on this lap as well. We'll see it confirmed on timing in a moment's time. There it is. Zach Starbuck actually relegated down behind Ellis Pullen-Memin now as well. So the novice back into the top 10 overall. Noah McNicholas has made an overtake. He's got 18th place back off Riley Thatcher. There is Charlie Wolfert. And what is that gap? Look, it's still growing. 53.35 from Joshua Smith last time around. 2.42 seconds is now the lead for the number 10.
So that's done. We're now looking at second place here. It would be something so unlucky for Joshua Smith that would take him out of contention of this one now.
Yeah, you've got to think so. He's just got to pace this one to the checkered flag, not do anything too dramatic. Don't break the cart. We have seen more experienced drivers have that to befall them across the course of the day. I'm still keeping an eye on Theo Champney because, as I say, this is the key in terms of championship. Max Fallon's just made a move. He's got past Jack Price for 5th place. There's a contact warning for the number 11 of Callum Wilson, who's currently 19th.
Number 27 looking up the inside there, but no way through. So that battle for second place is boiling up very, very nicely. And Patel, at the back of that pack, was the fastest on that previous lap.
2 minutes to go in the Honda Cadet A final. 3rd round of this FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship.
Max Fallon there leading this pack of karts in 5th place there. Just made the move on the previous lap on Jack Price. And he's had a bit of a yo-yo day as well, isn't he, really? Yeah. But it's coming good in the final. Now top 5 finish, very solid points.
Bugembe really trying to dig deep. A new personal best of 53.46. The trouble is, it's just not as quick as Smith at the moment. Here is Patel trying to find a way past Wolfert for 3rd place. 53.28 last time around for Smith, and that's not even Smith's fastest lap time at this stage of the race. Theo Champney's got another position, has got past Adam Hill, is up to 8th. At the moment, that's still not enough to retain the lead in the championship, leaving Whilton Mill here this evening. Emily Cooper has gained 2 positions. He's got past Callum Wilson and Noah McNicholas.
Looks like we're going to have 2 laps after this one, as out bit wide there was Wolfert. Could open up the first round. Is he going to nudge the barriers? He does indeed, but that was, well, he's not happy at all there with Mayan Patel.
Everyone does very well to avoid any further incidents. But, yeah, well, that really changes things in the battle for 3rd place. Look at this, nearly 4 wide. There's going to be more contact, surely. And, that was a heart-in-mouth moment for Adam Hill in the number 66. Shoulder barged towards the grass, but just about held onto it. 15 seconds to go. Joshua Smith surely has this one won. 3 seconds clear of Joshua Bugembe. Mayan Patel in 3rd place. Max Fallon in 4th. Maybe, I think, a little bit too far back to tackle Mayan Patel in that podium position.
Fallon's ended up all on his own after being, he was leading that train of karts not too long ago, but he's got himself in some fantastically clean air at the moment.
Here's your leader, Joshua Smith, on the Project 1 Racing entry on the last lap here at Whilton Mill. and cruising towards a second finals victory of the year in the FastR 2021 WMKC Championships. Won round 1, was only 22nd though last time in round 2, so this is a return to form. There's Joshua Bagembi continuing to just put good points on the board. And as this season continues through the summer and into the autumn and the winter, look out for him. But it's Joshua Smith's day here in Honda Cadet. Joshua Smith wins round 3 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Honda Cadet Championship. Joshua Bagembi finishes second for the 3rd round in a row. 3rd place for Mayan Patel, 4th place for Max Fallon. Theo Champney recovers well to 5th place. 6th place for Jack Price, 7th for Jake Schulz. Top novice, what a drive from Ellis Pullen Memin. This was the incident over 3rd place, which saw Charlie Wolfett fall down the order. 9th for Leo Licata, 10th for Oliver Gibson.
Oh, he's parked it up as well as Wolfett.
So didn't make the end of the race, did Charlie Wolfett. 10th for Oliver Gibson, 11th for Zach Starbuck, 12th Oliver Meek, Adam Hill, Sergio Wirtz, Joshua Jarvis, Alessio Lamalfa, Emily Cooper, Callum Wilson, Noah McNicholas and Riley Thatcher all in the top 20 in that race. Riley Till was 21st, then a flurry of novices, so Tyler Davis was 2nd of the novices, a really good performance as well as Bobby Pete, Zach Champney and Harrison Leach, so they're all in the top 5 in the novice ranks. And remember, there were quite a number of novices who didn't even make this A final because we were restricted on number of places in it. Sebastiano Tuzio 26th, Jensen Walker, Victor Hansen, Finley Lines and Samuel Gamio takes the 30th, and then Lorenzo Martin 31st. 3 retirements: Charlie Wolfett, Daniel Butcher and Rory Breen. Well, Chris, that's it. That's the end of the racing. Yeah. How have you found your first experience of WMKC action?
It was over so quickly. I want to do some more, but that has been absolutely fantastic. I mean, I haven't seen an awful lot of sort of top-tier karting. And so to come here and experience this for the first time really opened my eyes about what karting, is all about. And to get to see the young rising stars and the teenage stars and the more experienced senior guys as well. The racing's been fantastic. This is clearly an amazing facility here at Whilton Mill, one of the top tier circuits in the country. And it's just been an absolute pleasure to share the commentary box with you today, Andrew.
Likewise, couldn't have done it without you. It's a long, long day, this one. So
well, thank you.
Thanks for joining us here at Whilton Mill today. Thank you to all of you at home. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your support. I do hope you've enjoyed the commentary. I do hope you've enjoyed the stream. Apologies for the little issues that we had at the start of the day where we got going, and it was a great day's racing. A couple of notices, just in case you hadn't heard them already. We are back not on the next 4th Sunday. We're back earlier than that. The 11th of July will be round number 4 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. So be around for that. Make sure you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel and click the notification bell to be notified on your smartphone, tablet or whatever device that you have as to when we go live next. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at Double Dash across all of your social media platforms is how to get in touch with us. Give that like button a press, tweet, follow, all that stuff. Press the buttons. It really does help us out. Big thanks to all of our staff here at Whilton Mill Kart Club, all of our marshals, all of our medical staff as well, who've kept the day running. And thank you to all of our drivers, teams, mechanics, parents, guardians. We couldn't put this event on without you. And we'll see you very, very soon for, as I say, round number 4 on the 11th of July for more action here from the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Championships. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a very good Sunday. Enjoy the rest of the evening. We'll see you on the 11th of July. Bye-bye.